wait, 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 wait.
Wait for it.
Much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is Austin. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday News Day, July 8th, 2024, 10:56 a.m. I'm actually early right now. I'm an early birdie getting the worm. And the reason for why is because there's just too much to talk about, folks. There's too much going on in the world. There's too much going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker as well, but too much going on in the world in general. And that is precisely why I had to do the damn thing. I had to get started. I didn't want to be separated from you guys. Okay? And that's right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker. In between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. That's right. Folks, hate when you start streaming before MR is over, cutting in on Unc Cedar's airtime. Oh, I apologize to Unc Cedar. Day 180 in poly housing. No one has noticed that I am not in the polycule. I have been a dish martyr for months now, and my place in the house is all but solidified. I pay no bills. I have no rent to speak of. My only fear is as soon as someone will ask, who are you dating? And my palace will collapse on my head. Congratulations to you, Chatter. I hope you continue your wonderful endeavors. I hope your palace never shatters on your head. Good luck in the polycule. Considering the fact that you're doing the dishes, considering the fact that you are the dish martyr, I don't think that they care if you're dating someone or not. I'll be honest with you, because absolutely nobody wants to do the dishes in the fucking polycule. It's like a major problem. I know. Stolen from a tweet. I had no idea there were thieves in this chat. Yeah, I mean, I suspected. Folks, ladies, gentlemen, NBs, start your fucking engines. Okay, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot is going on in the world. And a lot is going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker. So, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocials out there, this is the update that I will be giving you. Let me fucking tell you. Okay? Let me fucking tell you. Let me tell you. First and foremost, I ended the broadcast yesterday after a half day, 5 hours, yuck, 6 hours. Who the fuck does this guy think he is, dude? On a Sunday, nonetheless, he only gives us 6 hours of uninterrupted content, uninterrupted politics in particular. What the fuck's that about? Well, there was a good reason for it. That's because I ended the broadcast early and then I turned around and took the Aussie boys over to Ludwig's basketball court where they do 5v5s. It was very much out of the way for me, but I did want to see how well he has improved since the, last time we've balled together, right? I wanted to see how he's improved because we have a 2v2 coming up against Jason the Weenie and also against Blackboy Max. And I expect we're going to get cooked, but it's fine. It's all good. We'll figure it out regardless. Anyway, I played ball with them. Ran the court first game. I'll just say this much. Not a lot of technical skill out there, but a lot of grit. A lot of fucking heart. Doug was there. That was cool. A lot of heart. A lot of grit. People were putting their bodies on the goddamn line. Everybody told me that Lud was a bully baller, as in he just like kind of bodies people. So of course it was up to me to check his ass, which I did. But he still defeated me. His five defeated my 5 the second time around pretty handily. As a matter of fact, it broke me. It broke my soul. It broke my honor, and it upset me. After that, I shot the podcast. Fear End episode is out already with Cutie Cinderella, with Austin Show, and of course, the 2 Aussie boys, Alexa and Alex. Won the first game, lost the second game at the Elvig courts. I do not know if I'll be attending anytime soon unless I bring my own guard. I'm going to probably bring my own point guard. Regardless, the Aussies admitting they should have felonies. Lamau, yeah, it was great. Why'd you start? I'm only halfway through Fear and how did you lose? How do you let a man who has left no left hand to win? You're close to losing a prime sub if this shit isn't fixed. I mean, it's 5-on-5. It doesn't matter that Ludwig is. I mean, Ludwig is like one of the better players on the court for sure, but like that means I have players on my team that are also, you know, doing their darndest. And I love them, and they did great. And I'm not going to talk shit about them. I'm not going to talk shit about their skill. This is something I wanted to show you guys, though.
Azan,
Yo.
I'm live on YouTube.com, the streaming website.
You're live on YouTube.com.
Yeah, it's like a streaming website.
Oh, what's up, man?
Do you have a piece of advice for me in life?
Mm-hmm.
Can you shoot?
Yeah. Learn to dribble with your left hand.
He hung up on me, by the way. I didn't hang up on him. It's so funny because like Alex was sitting right next to me, and he called Alex up as well to ask him for advice, and he of course said the same thing.
I can dribble plenty fine with my. It's just he doesn't have a point. He doesn't have a fucking point.
I do have a point. I have a really good point,
Okay.
and I need him to be good.
And if I was on the call with him right now, I would say, you know what I'd say to him? I'd say, I have some advice back at you. I would say, how about you hit 1,000 shots in a day? That's what I would say to him right now if we were on a man.
You never want to see that. You never want to see an enemy like myself. You never want to see an enemy like myself get one off on you where your chat is in unison collectively agreeing with me. That's gotta be bad. You know what I mean? Like if Ludwig said some shit to me and you guys hit the true in the chat, like the true wave came in, like that would hurt for sure. Like that would hurt. That would hurt so much worse than anything else.
If he didn't hang up, that's what I would have said to him. That's what I would have said that to him. Call him back.
Okay, but he did get you back. Yeah, I mean, dude, listen.
I ran out of data.
Ran out of data. He's so funny. Anyway, we have a lot to talk about today. Scroll down for the IDAV video. I didn't see that. It wasn't on there. Anyway, listen. True, you didn't make 1,000 threes? I didn't. I fucking big manned it. It takes a big man to admit when you have failed, I think. And I recognize what he did. I recognize that he fucking did that thing. Anyway, we got the French fascists losing, taking a ginormous L. We got the Brandon mania. The panic has set in amongst the Democrats. Democrats went on Sunday shows yesterday and basically were like, even Adam Schiff, also known as Adam Shit, were like, you know, talking about how Brandon should probably drop out. And it's pretty crazy. He had a really bad Morning Joe interview as well. We're going to be talking about that as well. A lot is happening. A lot is happening in the universe right now, in the Brandon verse. I'm also actively trying to get into the RNC, but unfortunately, due to the Secret Service presence, there was a cutoff for when they are allowing people in. I might not be able to get in. I'm talking to actual esteemed journalists like my uncle Cenk Uygur, and also Dave Weigel and Ryan Grimm and many others, trying to get this locked down. Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm will be on the broadcast soon. They have a new media venture that they just launched. I'm going to have them on. Brace Belden's going to be on the broadcast as well. We have a lot. We have a lot going on in the universe. We have a lot going on in the world. Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm are leaving The Intercept and they are starting their own venture. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking to them directly. They have some really crazy interviews lined up, as a matter of fact, for their new venture. So there's that. We have the White House press briefing coming out soon. We'll talk about the drama around Sketch being gay, and how he has gay OnlyFans or whatever, and people are like fucking dunking on him, which I think is like really fucking gross. I think people are disgusting little freaks, disgusting little monsters. Who is Sketch? That's so funny. God, this community is so like 35-year-old normie coded with a job. Okay, and don't go on TikTok. It's very obvious. Anyway, Dems going dark. They got a caucus meeting coming up, but there are worries about leaks. We're going to be talking about that. Just send RNC a photo of yourself right now. Say you're a Tradcath youth pastor and they'll whip up a press pass expeditiously. I don't think it's going to work that way. I asked Ryan, like, does my clout work in my favor? And he said, your clout actually works against you in the RNC. I think my clout works against me in the RNC and the DNC, to be fair. In any case, we'll be covering all of that. I'll be there's just so much. There's so much fucking going on right now, in the world, in the universe. my clout in the political arena apparently is not exactly a benefit because these guys don't see it as like eyeballs are eyeballs. Who gives a shit? We're here for U.S. politics, not kick streamers. Shut the fuck up. You are not better than anybody else. Okay. Huge developments in the Hawk to a girl lore. I don't want to know that. Shoot me into the fucking sun right now. Okay. Shoot me into the goddamn sun. I don't want to know anything about Hawk Tua. Like Sketch is like at least like a massive content creator that blew the fuck up over the past year. And he's like all over the place. Hawk to a girl is like a one-off forced meme, you know? Anyway, whatever. Worked out this morning. Turns out the damage from the Croatia trip was actually quite marginal, regardless of the fact that I didn't have enough prot when I was out there. It seems like I didn't gain a lot of weight, which is actually unique for someone like myself. Because as you guys know, I'm a serial eater. I'm a big eater. They call me the big eater out there. Okay, I'm basically like the Costco bros. I'm the Costco boys. You know, I'm a big eater. I love eating, and I apparently did not eat that much because I only like gained 1 pound, and it's just mostly probably just water weight. So that's pretty cool. Who cares? Talk about cutie cookies. Yeah, I had the cutie cookies yesterday. It was pretty good. Did you listen to the Costco Boys summer song? Is the pastor fit today intentional? Yes, it is, because I am a believer in Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Kai got to meet most of Team USA. I know, dude. I know. I'm so fucking jelly beans, dude. Holy shit. That's so sick. He got to meet LeBron. That's so sick. Holy fuck, Steph Curry's like literally Kai size. That's crazy how short he is. That's insane.
Yes, sir. I just got here this morning.
Look at who Kai ran into in game.
Bitches, bro.
What the is the creep?
Okay, bro, chill. This is way cooler. This is more my speed than the other thing. The other thing is for the kids. Okay, I can't. That's not for me.
Said I'ma ride for my motherfucking nigga. Most likely I'ma die with my finger on the trigger. I've been grinding that side out there with my niggas. And I ain't going in, it's on with my nigga, my nigga, my nigga.
I'm not even singing it in my head. This song? Not even singing it in my head. Anyway, oh my God, LeBron is huge. Is this a new revelation for you? He towers over someone like myself even. I'm not even thinking it, dude. When that song comes up, I'm not even thinking it, okay? Who said Make-A-Wish? Oh my God. They're saying he's the shortest man in America. A unique illness has rendered him to be of 4 foot stature. This young boy got to meet his idols, the United States of America basketball team. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, listen, the talls deserve less. You already know this. I'm kidding. Kai is a short king. Okay, he is not a manly. He's a short king. Anyway, oh my God. Oh my God. Trump's VP announcement will come next week. Oh my God, I can only nut so hard. I love when things are happening in the world of politics. It just makes me so happy. It's just like finally somewhat entertaining. You know what I mean? And cool and fun, and Jesus Christ, it's been so goddamn long. Breaking news from the New York Times: a Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times in 8 months last summer. Oh my fucking Lord, are you joking? What is this? How does this make you feel, bro? You think this is new? We already played this. We already fucking played this. Anyway, yeah, we played this on repeat. This video is like long. Will you talk about Palestine today? Yes. Yes, I talk about Palestine every day, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we even when we talk about the French elections, I still tie it back to Palestine. We talk about Brandon / Biden. How the fuck have you not watched House of the Dragon yet? Dude, I ain't got no time, dude. I ain't got no time. The Macy's, thank you for the fat playlist. Holy moly, we got a lot going on. Joe Biden. How are they like this? What is this?
Joe Biden said, "Come."
Do not come. Do not come.
Oh, I'm gonna come. We must come together.
Dude.
I'm gonna come to the overflow room.
Dude, that's awesome. Dude, Hassan Ha is popping. Hassan Ha just makes some banger TikToks. I'm glad that like a lot of the OK Buddy posters are now finally making TikTok accounts and posting it on TikTok. Is like these are gems, dude. They are so fucking underrated.
Huh?
Like this is 16 hours ago, only 40 likes. Like what the fuck's going on? This is like unimaginably underrated. Have we blasted off yet? No, we haven't, but we will in a second. Okay, we will in a second. I'm gonna blast off so hard. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I knew they were all into weird shit. Coming is not weird shit, man. It's normal. It's normal. It's healthy. You know, everyone should do it. Okay. Bryden, the main character of the hit video game Malarkey Gear Solid Revengeance. Yes. Okay, let's blast off. Brandon Mania in DC. Top Dems starting to openly ask him to step aside. Okay. Trump distances himself from Project 2025. Is himself from Project 2025. Can we get some Gaza coverage today? No, we're not doing Gaza coverage today. How about that? Okay, yes, but also no. Okay, shut the fuck up. Please, chatters, shut the fuck up. Did you already cover the French election yesterday? I did, but I'm going to do it again. Don't worry. Brandon Mania DC top them starting to openly ask him to step aside. Trump distances himself from Project 2025. People are being mad weird about Sketch possibly having a gay OnlyFans. We'll talk about that, obviously. French left wins major. Chat, Hassan Abe has a YouTube channel. If you missed some of the stuff yesterday, it's true. Major W over far right. I think Joe definitely has Parkinson's. I don't know if he does. Hassan gets angry at chat for asking what's on stream, like a mother getting angry at her annoying kid asking for what's for dinner. Okay, that sounds like kind of abusive, okay? Like, I think it's warranted for me to get mad at people coming in the chat and being like, are you finally gonna cover Gaza today? It's like, dude, calm down. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know? Breaking from Lancet, something light to get you started. Dude, come on. Why are you making a joke about that? Like, obviously that's on the docket as well, but like, that's not light, okay? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like, the Lancet study shows that like the death toll in Gaza was unimaginably conservative, and that the death toll in the Gaza genocide could be 186,000 or more. Okay, like that's the light news that people want to start with. Why no Gaza coverage lately, streamer? I know you're covering a topic I hate, so I'm going to be annoying about what you cover. Exactly. It just like fucking makes me mad. Yeah, we got the Amazon working undercover at the Amazon facility video as well. Don't worry, that's a fire. Alex Press is on it too. Anyway, the Aussie boys will be in attendance. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. South Beast, the Gamir 611. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Okay. Did the Good Works Infidel video? Yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet, but we'll eventually get to that. Yes, I know that Skate Hill launched a new outlet with Ryan Grimm. Of course I know that. Here, all right, I'll just post this me being a pastor as my blast off meme. Let's blast off and let's get it going. Costco Boys song of the summer. Okay, you know what? We'll start off with something actually fucking light, okay? We'll start off with something actually light before we get to the French election drama and the news and Macron demanding that his prime minister does not drop out, okay? Even though he is dropping out. Before we do that, let's do some
We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father and son.
Every afternoon on your FIP.
We'll be bringing the boom around 3:15.
We bring the boom so
With double chunk chocolate cookies. serve.
We bring the happiness and laughter when we enter the room, and
We're changing up the world with the boom or do. We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom.
Wait, hold on, bro. You can't just like roll up in here without.
Sorry, I heard my song.
You can't just like roll up in here and just start talking to the microphone. It's muted, brother.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you.
I thought they looked like you.
I don't want to. I don't want to fucking work him like a slave driver. But like Alexa loves streaming.
That's great.
Okay, he does. Alex not so much, but Alexa loves streaming. He loves like. He's always like, oh yeah.
I don't like any of the politics stuff though. I like the Costco guys.
Yeah, dude, I love the Costco guys. This is like the peak.
This
is America, okay? Max the fuck out.
It is kind of sweet as well because I feel like the kids are old enough to be like, no, dad, that's not cool. Like they want to do this, right? They're like,
Yeah.
I think it's really cool to be bringing
That's
the boom
big
with
justice,
my dad,
bro. He loves serving justice. Like, what do you mean? It's
Wait,
just,
what? This is an already famous person?
That's his name is Big Justice. You don't know the Costco boys?
Well, no, I know the Costco boys. I know the Rizzler. I just didn't know his name is Big Justice.
Yeah, no, dude, you are not tuned in on the fucking lore, dude. God damn it. You're embarrassing
They
me.
introduced the like wife and sister here as well.
Yeah, they have that. They have the wife, they have the sisters, they have the grandmother who's like an Elden Ring boss, basically. She's like so old. She's like, "Urgh." She's like Joe Brandon aged. It's perfect.
We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father and son.
when you subscribe here to our channel, never be alone.
We bring the boom to you each day right here from Boca Raton.
Stick with the Costco guys, and you'll never get beat.
We'll throw some paper towels and get me all me.
We're pushing weight in the gym, and we're crushing the ball.
Big Justice brings the boom and puts it over the wall. When your family comes first, it can never be a doom. Ashley and mother of Big Justice even bring you the boom. We bring the boom.
They all look like, I know they're a family, but like the wife and the husband, like they kind of all look related. Like literally everyone looks a little too related, honestly. Like how is that the wife or the sister? You know what I mean? Like doesn't she literally look like the dad?
Yeah. Where are they from? Are they Italian?
Dude, great question. This is my favorite take. So they are actually technically Cuban. They live in Boca Raton, as they brought it up. That's in Florida. However, they are the most Italian coded Cubans, so I refuse to recognize their Cuban status.
I think it's possible.
I consider them to be Italian.
No, but it's also possible to have like been Italians in Cuba, you know?
I
They
just
need all sorts of colonial
not like
administrators.
this, not like this, dude. To this degree, like
Sicilians.
yeah, they are so fucking Italian coded. It's awesome.
We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom. We bring
It's like cool because like they're Italian. They're Italian in my mind because they're so New Jersey. Like I know they're from Florida. I know they're technically supposed to be Cuban, but they are so unimaginably New Jersey Italian that it is like impossible for me to comprehend that they are not actually from Manalapan. Okay. Like they are so like McMansion living, McMansion life from Manalapan, New Jersey. Like if you know anything about New Jersey, I'm telling you, you know, this is a complete lock. Okay. Like they are, it's just, no, they're Italian. They're from Marlboro. Okay. I just don't see a world where they are from Boca Raton and Cuban.
We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father and son. We bring the boom.
Dude, they really do bring the boom. This is like the only sad part about this is that the Rizzler doesn't show up in this one.
Really?
Yeah, he's
What
like,
happened to him?
dude,
Is he
think
like a nephew? What's his
he's just
lore?
like, I think he's just like a deity. He just appears randomly in the background.
Even the
of-
Rizzler looks super Italian. He looks like his name's Vito or something.
Yeah, they all look Italian. Well, the Rizzler looks like his own thing, I think. he's just like a thing on his own. No Rizzler, no views. Yeah. He is a trickster god. Yeah, he's Loki. This is why I don't recommend your content, for the record. Are you not watching the content? Of course they're all related. What the fuck? Wait, what do you mean? You're mad?
Yeah, but the husband and wife aren't related. surely.
Yeah, but the husband and wife do look related. That's my point. Papa John coded. Yeah, they do.
Does the husband take his hat off?
By the way,
is he always?
No, he takes his hat off sometimes. But the reason why I love the Big Justice is because he literally looks like me when I was a kid.
That's what I was gonna say.
Like he looks like there's some photos from my childhood. I'm sure
you left your Turkish passport on the table while we were house sitting.
Oh yeah,
we flipped through.
Oh, you flipped
without
through
permission, and
I mean, I don't give
you're
a
very
shit.
much a Costco guy.
Yeah, I straight up look like him. Like I looked like Big Justice. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm sure there's who has that photo of me with the fucking mohawk? Who has that photo of me with the mohawk? Like that is straight up Big Justice territory. What did the Blue Check Times gain by rooting for Biden staying in the race? Do they want to lose to Trump that badly? They do. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh hell yeah! You brought the boom.
I mean, come on,
You got
dude.
spoon in hand as well.
Yeah, I was eating.
So ready.
Like, are we? Like, this is. It's like staring into a mirror of the past.
I think
okay.
I think I was fatter than you.
Oh yeah.
I think I.
Here, Discord it to me. Discord it to me right now.
Yeah,
Discord me
okay.
that photo
Let me
right now.
find
We
it.
have to show everybody
Where are you?
your photo as a fat child that you think you look Lebanese, but you don't fucking look Lebanese at all.
Someone's gonna say I look Lebanese.
Alexa made me die on the fucking podcast Patreon episode, by the way, on this week's Fear. And I was like, by the end of it, I was like actually unable to continue podcasting with the things he says so seriously. He just like brings shit up that he brings up. So, oh my God, I love this photo so much. Dude, you look
I'm a sports superstar.
you look ridiculous, dude. We were playing basketball yesterday, and this motherfucker, okay, Stans, I'm calling him out a little bit, okay? Stans did not guard him at all. So he had like 8 fucking buckets. He would just stand under the basket, and everyone's guarding their own people. So he would just like sneak under the basket and get a fucking quick pass. And he had like so many layups that way. And we found out afterwards that Stans told him from the start that he was like really wet.
I came in sweaty.
So
I was sweaty from the car.
Yeah, so we're suspecting that because he was really wet, Stans just like didn't really guard him up close.
I understand. I wouldn't touch me either.
He looks Galician in this. He looks like a Serbian.
Like
he looks like a Serbian war criminal, bro. He's like 8. What are you talking about? Like, what war crimes is he committing? Is he eating too many fucking Milka chocolates or something? Like, that's the most crimes that he was doing. I do personally think it's funny that you thought you look Lebanese in this photo. No, you look Russian, dude. You look so fucking Russian. Oh, okay. Everyone's making jokes,
from last
cracking
night.
jokes about the fucking podcast episode. Anyway, okay, but
I look
let's.
like a Hezbollah fighter. There, did you hear that?
Yeah, no, you don't. You want to
That's
look.
what I said.
No, you wish you did. You don't. Don't give him that. Don't give him the props.
I'm a Lebanese child.
No, you do
And
not
then I
look
grew
Lebanese
up
at all. Off
to-
topic, but this is so good. Cutie is a star. Guests over.
Oh, yeah.
When I have
Alex's
guests
face.
over, I work them like fucking workhorses.
Is he usually like this, or is it only when there are people here?
I like that he kept his composure though.
Not
Like
really.
he's so disgusted.
He went back to it. He looked
Guests
around a
over,
bit to see
I
like if
just- I
anyone else
work 'em
notices
like
what's going on.
Look at his face. He's like, what the fuck? Workhorses.
Is he usually like this, or is it only when there are people here? He smiles. I'm back to it.
he's-
Okay.
Yeah, he keeps his. That's a professional.
I just assumed it was an American thing. I saw
Yeah.
it and I'm like, oh, this is just what you guys. Oh, that's
Yeah.
what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't come back
Cross-cultural.
and whoop our ass at a boomerang. What? What does that mean? Cutie's tequila worm gum was insane. Yeah, she's nasty with it. She's a nasty girl. Is anybody gonna match her freak? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think anybody should match that freak.
It's terrifying.
Anyway, what is this? Oh, we already looked through this fucking thread of sad.
I can't believe she was actually crying. Is that from the election, or is that just a?
I know. I think it's different. It's from a different time. I think it's not from the election.
That's amazing.
Cutie's freak is unmatchable. I agree. Okay, we're done with the boom. We're done with the Costco guys. Yeah, the only person who can match Cutie's freak is the Sex Yoda, and Sex Yoda is retired right now because Will's not around.
No idea what that is.
Don't worry about it. It's just a it's just a meme. So they're looking in the Discord. Dude was a little German doll.
That's
He's looking at the Discord on the other side. Yeah, they're calling you Augustus Gloop in there, dude. Oh no.
Shit.
That's Sex Yoda.
That's Hideous.
Okay. Did we get our daily the Japans mention yet? No. Gunna is performing in Paris. Oh yeah, I saw that.
Fuck less racism.
Racist.
Fuck less racism. That's awesome. South Beast, the Gamir 611, another 10 banger. Okay, what's happening here? Another 10 spot. Thank you so much. Anyway, are we doing croissant wash today? Yes, bro. We shall be doing le croissant wash in a moment. Do not worry. Okay, do not fucking worry. Anyway, here's the blast off. Let's get started with the fucking news, baby. Let's do it. Let's do the dang thing. Okay, we're doing the dang thing. We're doing it. Watch the TLDR video about the French election. Sure. Tell me where you got your glasses from. I got them in Japan. Megan Thee Stallion danced with the French flag in Paris after the Front Populaire wins. Megan Thee Stallion is dope though. She's fucking goated.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's awesome. Biden libs are so mad. We're gonna get to that. Don't worry. Hey, media, cover the news. Don't create it.
George.
Oh, George Takai. He came in hot, dude. Amber Rose is speaking at RNC next week. No way. Yo, how come she gets to speak at RNC but I can't? Like, I am also a right-wing content creator. Like, what the fuck is happening? It's messed up. It's messed up. It's messed up. All right, let's get fucking started. Let's get started. Before we get to the Brandon train, obviously we're going to be talking about l'Europe and France. Oui. The French elections took place and the parliament is in le deadlock. However, the far right, the nationalists, they had a bad time. Very bad. Okay, merde. Poo-poo caca. Okay, let's start.
There's also political uncertainty in France this morning where a right-wing political...
I'm trying to get Hugo de Crypt to come on and, Hugo de Crypt to come on and explain stuff, but he hasn't responded to my DM.
Are you going to do your French accent when he's here?
I have done it in front of them many times when they visited. And anyway, but we'll see. I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to link up with our international correspondents.
Political party had been expected to take control of parliament after a second round of voting. Instead, get this. A left-wing coalition won the largest share of seats, but that is still not enough to take full control. This could mean political paralysis for France's President Emmanuel Macron. Elaine Cobb has more.
Leftist supporters gathered in central Paris last night to heave a collective sigh of relief as the exit polls showed the French far-right's dream of taking power had been dashed, proclaiming it a victory for the values of the French Republic.
Someone on Twitter said like they have this rally. They had a video from this rally. I forget who it was, but someone on Twitter, one of my moots, said it's so beautiful that these guys at this rally have direct identical DSA guys in San Francisco. Like this literally looks verbatim 1-to-1 DSA. Okay,
I heard George Soros was cloning people.
It's just
that's the only way he fills up the crowd.
Dude, this looks identical to a DSA meetup, like a DSA rally. Okay, I'm not even joking.
On the sidelines, masked protesters clashed with...
This, on the other hand, does not. Unfortunately, Americans do not embody the revolutionary spirit that the French do, regardless of what they're fucking rioting for. But let's
police. As the count continues, the combined left group is tipped to take the most seats in Parliament.
Relieved more than anything. Really overwhelmingly relieved.
Like that's a DSA guy. That is 100% a DSA
No, there's
guy.
a difference. I haven't seen the fucking ear stretches in like 20
the
years.
gauges? No, Americans love gauges too. That's a DSA guy through and through. Okay, like this is just like the entire crowd is comprised of Hassan Abi heads in France. I swear to fucking God. Like
overwhelmingly relieved.
President Macron's centrist alliance came in second, but will still have fewer seats than before. In a shock result against the predictions, the far-right trailed in third as left and centrist voters turned out in force to block them. But it still made historic progress and is tipped to take 60% more seats than in the last elections. However,
yeah, be careful, Hazi. This is what we look like. I know. That's why I'm saying, like, they look identical to, like, you guys here. Straight up.
Is destined to be in opposition to whatever coalition President Macron can pull together.
How likely are we to get
the left working together?
This will be this very, very hard to predict. I mean, really, you're looking into dense fog. Some of these less radical MPs will join forces perhaps with the Socialists and the Greens and the Communists and form a government which could perhaps rest on the support and part of Macron's party in the parliament.
President Macron will have his work cut out for him forming a government, and he has vowed not to work with the far left, who made significant gains last night.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. You have to. Like, what do you mean you're not going to work with them? Like, I don't understand. What are you looking at?
Food.
Oh. What are you doing over there? You looking at fucking Discord memes or some shit?
Photos of you.
Yeah.
From very close.
Okay, nice. Yeah, the idea is like, oh, I will not work with the far left. Okay, so you're just going to deadlock the country? Good move. That'll certainly be a good move for the centrists. I love that.
For CBS Mornings, Elaine Cobb, Paris.
The new Popular Front, a coalition of several parties, won 182 seats in the National Assembly.
To be fair, though, it's like he is not afraid of being unpopular. If there's one thing that Macron actually does not mind, it's being despised universally. Okay, roundly despised. He does not have any issues with that. Democracy Now! Episode on the French elections. Okay, we'll look at that as well.
Making it the largest bloc. It doesn't have an absolute majority, though. None of the blocs do. President Emmanuel Macron's centrist Ensemble Alliance got 163 seats, whilst Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally and its allies got 143 seats. And it's worth noting National Rally will be the largest individual party
so they didn't all drop out
in the new parliament. So it will be the official
The centrists are still
opposition.
there, going strong.
Yeah, no, they didn't fully drop out. They did a parliament members seat swap. So like in areas in districts where like the centrists were doing better, then the leftist candidate would drop so that everyone would vote for the centrist. In districts where the leftist candidate was doing better, the centrist candidate would drop so that everyone would vote for the leftist.
And there were just more districts where the leftists were doing better.
Yeah, and the reality is, like, obviously even the centrists that won due to the leftists that voted for them. And vice versa, but for the most part, it's like given the fact that the centrist party is like objectively, the centrist coalition is objectively unpopular. It was mostly the left carrying everyone. Macron worked to stop it while the ex-prime minister pushed for the centrists to drop. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Macron was actively working against the dropouts. I don't know how much truth there is to that. I've seen some coverage of that overall. I have seen some coverage of that. According to the numbers, roughly 40% of the centrists voted for the left, when 70% of the left voted for the centrists, by the way. As always, as is the case. That part I did see. As in, the Bernier busters, the narrative that was set in the United States of America in the 2016 election was a falsehood back then, and that has been a universal thing that happens all the time.
Wait, that means that 60% of centrists voted for Le Pen?
Or just didn't vote. Macron doesn't have to select the prime minister from the NFP, especially since there's no absolute majority. It is the only way not to deadlock the country, though. So doing otherwise would probably get him guillotined. That's the thing. That is why I'm saying Macron does not give a shit about coming across as the absolute fucking the absolute least popular person on the planet. Like, he literally lives for that shit. So who knows? He has denied the will of the people time and time again. Ironically, this election was also a surprise to his own party even. He is absolutely awful. I mean, he is famously very, very, very awful and very unpopular. That's why his centrist coalition lost a shit ton of seats. So we'll see. Yeah, in no universe did Macron's gamble work. He lost 80 MPs. Everyone in his own camp hates him. And the left's new Popular Front, he vilified during the campaign, calling them anti-Republican and anti-Semitic, is now the first political force in France. But of course, the Ukraine flag in the bio people are still coping. Oh my God, you guys gambled, worked because the principles and the efforts of the left wing who have won a clear mandate to govern. Stop retweeting this to congratulate Ensemble. Okay, I guess it was a misunderstanding from this person, as in like to defeat the far right. But I don't think he was gambling to defeat the far right. I think he was gambling to defeat the far right with his own constituency. He thought that he could do better in the first round. He thought that he wouldn't be third place in the first round. And then when he came third place in the first round, obviously there were enough people loyal to unseating the right in his fucking own party that they dropped out and stepped out of the goddamn way. When are you going to invite French streamer Cassandre, an activist at La France Insoumise, to explain all of the betrayals made to La France Insoumise by the Green Party, the Communist Party, and the Socialist Party? Explains the LFI organizations that made this victory possible. Probably, I don't know, maybe in the future. Who knows? Thank you, The Majority Report, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Uncle Sam and Majority, hope you guys had a good one. We are burning through this. We're going to continue. Maybe he took the gamble because the EU elections have horribly low turnout rates. No, it's fucking unimaginably stupid. Insoumise? Is it Insoumise or Insoumise? La France Insoumise. Stop trying to read Macron's mind. His thoughts are too complex for you peasants to understand. I am a part of the media, so technically he is right. His thoughts are far too complex for me to understand. Listen, we are not going to shit on the New Popular Front today, okay? We are not going to shit on the New Popular Front today. Why are we not going to shit on the New Popular Front today? We're not going to shit on the coalition today because they did actually fuck over La France Insoumise originally, and I covered that broadly last election cycle. And this time around, they very quickly got together and they got their ducks in a row. They got their shit together and they did something that was unimaginable. They showed up in solidarity. There was left unity for once. So I think that you know, this is a one-off. Who knows what the governing coalition is going to look like? Who knows what the New Popular Front like infighting is going to look like? Having said that, however, they did it. They literally did it. And the moment that they fucking actually did it was a good moment. It was a moment of celebration. They did unity, and guess what? When that unity came through, the left won. It's the strongest, like the New Popular Front is the strongest political force in France as of today, as of yesterday. That's huge. That is undeniable. Okay? I'm sorry. That is in a sea of political pessimism. You know me. I am probably the least optimistic person out of most political commentators. It is not because I lack like the revolutionary optimism within me or anything like that. It's because as a leftist who's been doing this for a fucking decade plus, I am used to taking L's. I'm used to seeing the left fight one another, and I'm used to seeing opportunists in general regularly fuck over a broader leftist momentum. I see it in this community as a microcosm of that very same problem that persists. So this is one of the few instances. This is one of the few instances where like a good thing happened. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna stand on that, and I'm going to, you know, cover it with the possible optimism that it deserves. And I am more optimistic about the French situation. I'm gonna stand on that, and I'm going to, you know, cover it with the possible optimism that it deserves. And I am more optimistic about the French situation than I was about Labor. And Labor is even low-key kind of under the direction of Keir Starmer, showing a different face than the way Keir Starmer ran a campaign so far. And, you know, I'm always going to be honest with you. If that's like, if I was wrong, I will recognize it. I will admit it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Keir Starmer and Labor in the UK. But, you know, there's some promising things happening in the UK as well, which is shocking to say. Shocking to admit. All right, let's continue.
After the first round of voting, the far right's run to power was undone by tactical deal-making between centrist and leftist opponents. More than 200 candidates withdrew from the second round to avoid splitting the anti-National Rally vote. Now, the National Rally's Marine Le Pen says the party's victory has only been delayed.
The quagmire that I warned about has, of course, come true. France will be totally blocked with 3 groups that have more or less the same influence.
Yeah, that's not what you were afraid of. You were not afraid of like, oh, a political quagmire. You were afraid of like Muslims coming in and forcing you to put the hijab on or something, or whatever the fuck you were running on. Okay. Yeah, no, she's trying to still dial it in a more like centrist. She's trying to reposition as like a centrist here, like a center right candidate, and not like the far right freak that she is. Okay. That's the only reason why she's talking about like, oh, a political gridlock. It sucks.
I love the cope of like warning that it was going to happen. Like you're trying to be the winner, and you're like, just as I thought, a quagmire.
Yeah. she's not really afraid of the things she's selling to her constituents. I think she is a die-in-the-wool, straight-up Nazi. I do. I think she is just like recentered. I think she has basically recentered her or like dialed back her overt anti-Semitism and overt far-right sentiment. Like, her dad was a fucking literal Nazi. I'm sorry, guys. Like, what are we doing here? Like, she's literally carrying the same torch. The party is a nationalist party. They call themselves the Nationalist Party. When you do that, and your dad is a fucking straight-up Nazi, and you defend your dad regularly, and you yourself have said a bunch of Nazi shit early on in your career, I'm not thinking that you're probably fucking rehabilitated, okay?
But also, if she was just an opportunist using it, she definitely would have just like pretended she liked soccer, you know? I feel like she's honest.
That's a good
she's
take.
An honest
Yeah,
person.
she's honest. Like, if she had better political instincts, she wouldn't have fucking like shit on Mbappe and instead been like, oh, he brings great glory to France.
Yeah.
But she couldn't even white knuckle through like giving props to a black man. Okay.
She's more racist than the most woke Polish man.
Yeah. Exactly.
He could have at least said,
believe me, there are good black people. Believe me.
She could have said Mbappe was a good one.
Yeah.
She can't do that.
She couldn't even do that. Yeah. Yeah, they should make that Polish man the leader of the Nationalist Party.
National Assembly. Well, we're going towards that. It's sad. We're losing one more year of unregulated immigration, one more year of losing purchasing power, one more year of a blowing up of insecurity in our country.
So the only aspect of this that there is a little bit of truth here is the fact that if Macron deliberately sabotages the mandate that the New Popular Front has come out with, because Mélenchon came out and said, we have our mandate, we have our policies, you can look at our manifesto, we are going to do all of that. We are going to bring the prices down, we're going to do price checks, we are going to increase the minimum wage in this country, we are going to make life infinitely more affordable for the average French working class person. We're going to tax the rich. Now those are very bold and broad, and dare I say, unfortunately, given the time frame and given the way that French politics works, those are radical claims. Even though they're not radical at all. They are technically, quote unquote, radical claims in a world where it is impossible to do good things and only possible to do bad. So if Macron personally, and he probably will try to sabotage this coalition, if they refuse to co-sign, if they refuse to coalesce, if they refuse to collaborate with the New Popular Front, I am afraid that will only take the centrist stink that currently exists in France and rub it all over the New Popular Front, and will only give a stronger position to the far right.
You've cracked Macron's complex thinking.
Yeah, it does seem like he's gonna fucking, yeah. Now, I don't know the intricacies of French parliament and parliamentary politics. I don't know the intricacies of like how much power technically the president versus the prime minister, and how like the parliament works, how much broad power the president has over the parliament, and if there is like a way to, I don't know, call for a referendum and like take out Macron if he does not respond to the wishes of the public, as we saw in this election. So maybe there's an opportunity there for the New Popular Front to gain more momentum, gain more power. We'll see what happens, but I will, of course, especially celebrate that I was wrong, because this is something that I've been warning about for quite some time. Okay, this is something that I have seen coming up in every European country, including France. I've talked about Le Pen rising to a position of prominence over the course of the past couple of years, almost a decade now, where the reality is her singular party, right, got 10 million individual votes. Now, of course, the totality of the votes in between the totality of votes when tabulated between the New Popular Front and also the centrist coalition is 12 million in comparison to the 10 million that they got. But that is a singular party that got 10 million fucking votes. That's a far right party that got 10 million fucking votes. That is genuinely devastating for French politics and the future of French politics, unless the liberals now recognize that they have to change course in an effort to stave off further radicalization, further economic instability. This is legitimately scary, just like reform is legitimately scary in the UK. So the very same criticisms that I have, or the very same concerns that I have for British politics, exist in French politics as well. If the Labour Party is operating with their center-right manifesto that Keir Starmer put forward, if they do that, if they get this, now they have this mandate, now they have this, momentum. If they don't take advantage of that momentum and start immediately improving the material conditions of working-class British people to try and combat this radicalization actively, if they do not do this, then reform will take advantage of the opportunity in the UK and gain more prominence, especially when I suspect the Conservatives are going to start normalizing, maybe repositioning some of their worst political instincts, especially when it comes to immigration. We already saw that with Rishi Sunak and his Rwanda plan. Keir Starmer has put an end to that immediately, which is good. But it doesn't stop there. You also have to, it's not just blocking and pushing. You also have to push politics in the positive direction, in a leftist direction, in a progressive direction. If you don't do that, and if you don't show people your work, you will only continue the volatility, and more people will join reform in the UK, and more people will join the Nationalist Party in France. Very, very scary stuff overall. That's still a concern that I have, even though this was another thing. This was definitely a thing that I thought was going to happen this time around, and it didn't, so that's great.
But if we need to go through that, then we'll go through that.
Let's head over to the Prime Minister's office. Gabriel Attal is submitting his resignation today. He will, though, continue his duties as long as needed, and Jim Bitterman is outside his office there.
So Gabriel Attal submitted his resignation, and Macron refused. He said, no, you're going to keep doing it. You're going to keep doing the damn thing. Why? Because he has incredibly complex thoughts. Well, with the results of this election, it's unreasonable to expect that they'll adopt the entire NLF platform. This is parliamentary politics, and if a government gets sworn in by Macron, it'll need to be based on some compromise with ministers from both parties. The coalitionary negotiations that'll take place will really be the tough part, and we'll see how much ground he's willing to give. Exactly, but we'll see. That's why I'm saying, it's entirely dependent on, it's sad to say, but it's entirely dependent on the Jupiterian, the incredible mind of Macron and what his ambitions are. Is he going to cast aside any kind of progress in the right direction, or is he going to, or is he going to allow the is he going to allow at least certain aspects of the New Popular Front's manifesto to come into fruition? Okay, yeah, 60 chests from the legendary imperial mind of Macron. All of their public statements right now, I won't work for the far left, etc., are just about trying to position themselves for more power. They will compromise in the end. The parties have already shown that they can, given that they drop candidates. Yeah, I think so too, but who knows? It comes down to, who do you hate more? Will you align with the fascists, as liberals historically have, or will you actually give ground to socialists, which they historically do not? Okay? The only unique aspect of this is that Macron did not openly collaborate with the far right and open up the floodgates for this nationalist momentum in France. And instead, whether he wanted it or not doesn't really matter. His party said, no, we are going to collaborate with the socialists and with the New Popular Front in general, no matter how scared we are of their scary leftist agenda. In France, it's tradition for the prime minister to resign after a legislative election, but since the negotiations are happening and we can't have no prime minister, it's normal that Macron refuse until a new prime minister is appointed. let the guest talk, bro. What do you want?
Hello.
He can fucking talk if he wants to. It's not like I'm shutting him up.
I know nothing about
Dumbasses.
France.
Yeah, what do you want him to do? Just chirp.
He may continue for quite a while.
I was here for the
because
Costco guys.
Yeah.
The
I
process
don't know
of
what's going on.
finding a prime minister is very complicated now.
Absolutely, Max. But in fact, we're not at the Prime Minister's office. We're inside the National Assembly courtyard. I just wanted to show you how things are going to transpire in about 4 hours from now when these new deputies, 577 deputies who were officially elected yesterday, actually some of them were already elected from the previous week on the first round. Anyway, they're going to come through those blue-gray doors back there. They've got a sign out front that says this way for the deputies. And then they're going to come through here. They've got, they're starting to prepare things to sort of get the security check and to get the ID check that goes with getting access to the National Assembly. They've got a little coat rack room back here that they can put their coats in, or they can put their luggage, because some of these people will be coming in from all over the country and some places outside the main country of France and in the territories, the overseas territories. And so there's going to be people trickling in probably for the next day or two. Eventually, all 577 though will take up offices in there. They'll get their housing vouchers if they need them. Basically, the National Assembly has a lot of studio apartments that they let the members use if they need them. Some of them from Paris, of course, they don't need them. In any case, that'll be all taken care of. Logistics will be taken care of in the next day or two. Tomorrow, they'll get a calendar of events. And of course, as you mentioned, Max, one of the things that we're all going to be watching for is this left-wing group, this alliance, a very rough alliance, that took the most seats. 182 of the 577 seats belong to the new Popular Front, as it's called, but it's made up of 5 individual parties. And one of the most extreme parties is headed by a guy named Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He wasted no time yesterday claiming the prime ministership. Here's what he had to say.
La volonté du peuple doit être dorénavant stricte.
Now the will of the people must be strictly respected. From now on, no tricks, backroom deals, nor combinations would be acceptable. The lesson to be taken from the vote is definitive. The defeat of the president and his coalition has been confirmed with clarity. The president has the power. The president has the duty to call on the new Popular Front to govern.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the president's problem is going to be if he wants the extreme left in power. I don't.
This guy's awesome.
Holding the newspaper.
Yeah.
I think he does. But
Maintenant,
this
on
is
fait quoi?
the award for the headline of the day has to go to Le Parisien, because they said, and now what? What do we do? What do we do now with a very perplexed-looking Mr. Macron on the cover?
By the way, the French Justice Department said Mélenchon is only a leftist and non-extreme left. Every Republican moron is using the term. Yes, they're fucking, it's bullshit. I know that already. I know that from my own personal experiences. Depending on how far right you are, depending on how fucking far right you are on the spectrum, you literally, Americans think Nancy Pelosi is a socialist. Americans think motherfucking Jeff Bezos is a socialist, okay? Like, it's entirely dependent on who the fuck you're talking to, who's like how stupid they are and how right-wing they are, that they think like, oh, this guy's crazy. Like, they also call him an anti-Semite, and you know what that means, obviously. You know, oh, God forbid you have any opinions on the humanity of Palestinians, then, oh, wow, well, there it is. Like, a classic case of anti-Semitism. But, you know, that's besides the point. Let's continue.
That's exactly what's confronting France right now. Who is going to be the prime minister, and which one of these many party groups is going to really represent the government of France? Max?
Jim, thank you. A question we're going to put to Danielle Obono.
The left has not won. We have not won anything. The RN had no seats in 2002. Now has 130. They are everywhere in mainstream media. They're supported by some of Macron's ministers like Darmanin. We still have a far-right political system. I mean, it's still... Macron has collaborated with the RN and far-right in general for his 2 mandates. Darmanin was a royalist and far-right militant. There's also, the LFI is led by Mélenchon, not NFP. This is frustrating as fuck right now. And then you also talked about some far-right billionaire who owns like a lot of the media there, I think, right? I'm French. Hello, check how many murders and racist aggressions are going on right now by RN supporters. They're literal terrorists. I saw that as well. The media briefly glanced on that coverage and basically said, oh, there were some riots in France. But it seems like there are a lot of people who are, wait, you support the far left communists in France? I support the far left communists everywhere. Okay. Everywhere, not just in France, across the board. The further left you go, the better for me. Okay. 100%. Just like I support the top of the hour ad break, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Darmanin is the #1 financier of the GUD, a far-right terror group. Yeah, I think that, like I said, it is genuinely scary. It is genuinely scary it is genuinely scary how much momentum the far right has. Okay, it's true. This is definitely true. Anyway, what's also true is that you will be seeing a 3-minute ad break right now unless you subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue. Twitch Prime is free, folks. Yardley Fudge Rounds. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. The billionaire question is Vincent Bolloré. If you find a video about him, it is crazy. Okay. We'll do the TLDR news French election analysis after this.
She is a member of parliament with France's Unbowed party led by Mélenchon. You were with him last night. He was pretty quick off the blocks. Within minutes of the projection coming out, he was out claiming victory. What was that like?
That was a pretty intense feeling.
Yeah.
I think everybody was both relieved and very overwhelmed by everybody being so happy, and also we felt that we were at a turning point in our country's history, and we managed to beat the odds and win and defeat the far right, which what everybody predicted they would win. And the people rose up and said, not today. They're not going to win this time, nor ever. So that was a very powerful moment.
That was very successful, the way the parties on the left and in the middle ground came together to squeeze out the far right. But you also had a very strong turnout. So are you finding that people were really quite shocked by that first round election with the the far right actually coming out on top?
Yes, and I think for millions of people in this country, it was about their very lives that was threatened. And we had groups of far-right groups roaming the streets, threatening LGBT people, threatening migrant people. A lot of people were abused verbally and called names, and it was very a matter of life and death for a lot of people, and parents telling their kids that they should leave their country because it would be impossible to keep living in this country if the far right would win. So it was very, it was not something theoretical for us and many of us. So and I think that the fact that there was such a high turnout that people realized what was at stake and rose to this historical moment.
There were people in the centre ground that also didn't like your language either. You know, they're as worried about the far left as they are about the far right. What are you saying?
Classic, dude. Leave it up. Leave it to the American media to fucking hit the notes that matter. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people are worried about your language too. What is the far left language, by the way? Look, I know that there are some sus statements that Mélenchon has made about that are definitely that could be considered as anti-Semitic for sure. Okay, he's French. I don't know what else to tell you. I made a joke about this literally yesterday, where I was like, his anti-Semitism is not seen as a burden, but a literal fucking benefit in terms of the election, because we're in France. We're talking about French. We're talking about, the literal nationalist party being straight up Nazi defenders. Okay. Like it's unimaginable. Things that are like considered wild or things that are considered like outside of the boundaries of like normal permissible politics in America, like having an American Nazi party like run for a Republican candidacy, is like a one-off. It happens. It has happened time and time again, but like nowhere near the same fucking severity as what you are seeing with a nationalist party winning 10 million fucking votes. Okay? Like it's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. Now, having said that, however, the extremist sentiment that he is asking about is, as far as I understand, okay, as far as I understand, no, he says some like sus shit about Jewish people. Mélenchon has in the past, like way back in the day, but like nowhere near to the same severity as like the far right. But that's besides the point. That's not when they're talking about like extremist sentiments. They're talking about fucking raising minimum wage. Like it's not like these guys' opinions are a secret. Okay, their opinions are not hidden. Here, let's look at what the scary things he said. Okay, don't know the New York Times said people find his program dangerous. The far left's proposed platform includes raising France's monthly minimum wage, lowering the legal retirement age from 64 to 60, building 1 million new affordable housing units in 5 years, and freezing the price of basic necessities, including food, energy, and gas. The state would also pay households all costs associated with their children's education, including meals at cafeterias, transportation, and extracurricular activities. They also said that they would do this, they would fund this by taxing the wealthy. Now, on top of that, the other extreme anti-Semitism that you hear from Mélenchon and others in the New Popular Front is literally a recognition of Palestinian statehood. So when these guys are fucking talking about how anti-Semitic these guys are, or how extremist these guys are, that's what they're talking about. So none of their ideas are shocking, scary, or even fucking radical. Okay? That's it. And yet, the media apparatus across the board is going to turn around and present this as though it is genuinely terrifying because they're liberal pieces of shit. Their job is to uphold the capitalist hierarchy. Their job is not to look at this and go, well, for the current material conditions, I would say that this party platform is rather normal, if not necessary. Okay? Here, this is Sky News' analysis on it.
Is that he didn't come first. The French hard left came first. His Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, has resigned. And this parliament, if the exit polls are borne out, obviously the real results have to come in and there could still be a polling shock. This parliament doesn't have an obvious government in it. The hard left, quite understandably, is saying that actually, if they are going to get the prime ministership and if they're going to form a government, they want to be able to put in place their economic agenda. And, this is Britain. We have no idea what a left-wing French economic agenda looks like. It's like price controls, slashing the retirement age, completely opposed to what Macron has been trying to do over the past few years. But his problem is that he didn't come first.
Yeah, the hard left and their scary ideas. It seems that as of literally like 8 minutes ago, Jean-Luc Mélenchon has asked for a presidential election. We saved the republic. Without the government of the NFP, the RN would be in the government. The president of the republic cannot dissolve the assembly for 1 year. Only one other option exists: let him go and provoke a new presidential election. Yeah, slashing the retirement age is like lowering it from by 4 years, I think. Well, they increased it to 65, right? What was Macron increasing it to? I think it was what? It was 65, and then Macron increased it regardless of the endless riots. So they wanted to lower it back. It went 64, from 62 to 64. So they wanted to lower it from 64 to 60, right? It was 62. Macron put it to 64. NFP wants to lower it to 60. Okay. So slashing it dramatically. So more debt? Yes, dude. More debt. Shut the fuck up. I hate this fucking argument, dude. Like, you are not the French bank, okay? You are not the Central Bank of France. You are not Macron. You are not in a position of power, okay? What the fuck are you arguing about? You're like literally right now, you are personally saying, I want to be able to work until I'm 64. Fuck it, until I'm 70. Why not increase it to 70 then? Like, you are a peasant, dude. This debt conversation is so beyond your realm of comprehension. You read one fucking micro or macroeconomic textbook and you think you are a fucking analyst. And it causes you to unironically argue against your self-interest. You are a worker, okay? You are working class. You will most likely be, for the rest of your life, working class. This is a good thing for you, okay? It doesn't make any sense. It's literally like let's say, there's politician A and politician B, okay? Politician B is saying, we need to take more money from the poor. Politician A is saying, no, actually, we need to give more money to the poor, as a matter of fact, and take more money from the rich. You are poor, and you're literally going, no, I think politician B is actually eating right now. He's more reasonable. I don't deserve more money. Give the more money to the wealthy. They know how to be productive with it. It's so stupid. It makes no sense. And I know that's reductive, but ultimately that is what you are doing. It's not feasible. They're just fairy tales. Yeah, dude, I know. Because neoliberal austerity economics is not a fucking fairy tale. It's reality, right? It's working so goddamn well so far globally. No, you have been convinced that your cuckoldry, okay, to the current existing system is actually somehow making you a profound thinker. Like you are thinking in your mind that you are being intellectual in this situation. You're not. To me, a dumb guy that at least goes, no, I want more food on my fucking table. I want more money. What the fuck are we talking about? Is infinitely smarter than you. Okay? Even an animal in the wild has this kind of natural instinct of self-preservation. Whereas humans, for some weird fucking reason, do the exact opposite and think it is like actually brilliant. You're not. You've been duped into thinking that advocating against your best interest is unimaginably intellectual. It's not. Sometimes it is that simple, okay? Sometimes it is that simple, okay? The real scary part of this conversation, okay, is that then in defense, the second conversation takes place. When I bring this up and I say, you are being a peasant, you're not in this club, you are advocating against your best interest. To make up for the budget shortfall, there's always an opportunity. You tax the wealthy. So then you say, well, the wealthy are always going to avoid taxes. They're going to take their assets away from France. That's insane. You're not a fucking multimillionaire. You're not a corporation. You don't own Carrefour. You're not Mr. Carrefour, okay? You're Mr. Poor. You're not Mr. Carrefour. So why the fuck are you talking about how scary it is that the wealthy could take their assets away from France and shelter them elsewhere? If that's the case, then you take action against them. What kind of fucked up system are we living under? And this happens in America too. That's why I'm saying, like, you're fucking ridiculous. This happens in America all the time. Oh, well, what if the wealthy shelter their asses? What if they take the asses away? It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Then fucking jail them. What do you mean? We have a system of rules. Make the fucking rules and then legislate and regulate. What are we talking about? Like, the thing that you advocate for, the fear that you have that guides you into this advocacy, unironically means that you are docile. You are servile under a system where the wealthy have a gun and are holding the fucking entire economy hostage. That's ridiculous. Aren't you French? Didn't you guys invent the guillotine? What the fuck are we talking about? These motherfuckers love raising up a stink when, you know, there's like additional taxes or anything that happens in the country, okay? They flip tables at a moment's notice, but when it comes down to like what, punishing the fucking wealthy if they're tax avoiding, then it's like, oh, it's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. It's not unthinkable. You should start thinking it, okay? I don't understand why we are so cognitively impaired by our lack of imagination of a better way possible. People are so sedated and so limited in their imagination. Oh, the wealthy will take their asses away. No, they won't. If the government has your best interest in mind, they're the motherfucking government, okay? They'll take it. Just take the fucking assets. Who gives a shit? What are we talking about? I thought these motherfuckers were supposed to be French. I thought this is what you do. I thought this is what you did. This is what you're famous for. It's so unimaginably fearful and cynical to always assume that we cannot make wealthy people pay their fucking fair share. We are so unimaginably cucked to this like reality. And I understand where it comes from because constantly there is a reinforcement of this scary reality, this scary alternative where the demigod mega wealthy just basically have the economy held hostage. They'll just take their money away. They'll take their money elsewhere. It's like, no, they can't. You're the government. Why is there a system of like a military force, a police force, a fucking tax structure if you can't actually make it work for yourself? It's as simple as literally writing new rules, Okay? Because as a poor person, if you don't fucking pay your taxes, you go to jail. Okay? So why is it that when a rich person does it, it's like, well, you know, they wrote the rules that way? It makes no sense. Write new rules. I've said this for America a million times over. Okay? The United States of America is the largest economic consumer engine on the fucking planet. Okay? There's so much wealth here. There's so much money here. Everyone wants to enter this market. That includes American corporations. If our government wasn't so goddamn servile to the interests of corporations, they could literally say, oh, you're taking your assets away because we increased the tax burden for you? That sucks, man. I guess you can't enter the American marketplace any longer then. Solved. Problem solved. What are they going to do? Sell to India? Are they going to sell their fucking incredibly expensive products to the Indian market? Like, is that what they're going to do? Is that they're going to make up for that shortfall? No shot. Like, it's just like the average wealth that the American household has is unimaginable in comparison to the rest of the fucking planet. Okay? We constantly eat. We constantly fucking consume. China does that shit. Why can't America? This really scares me because the rise of leftist communist movements also leads to fascism coming into Law and Order. We already see so much fascism. Maybe you already said this, but sorry I got here. What's funny is what you're describing isn't even a communist position. I know. That's the craziest part. Like, it's not even... It's not even what I'm saying is not even fucking radical. What I'm saying is not like, oh, workers need to seize the means of production. We're not even talking about that. You know, it's just normal policy that you could write overnight and put into place. Anyway, the irony is, even from a pro-capitalist perspective, having more meaningful freedoms for the average working class person would yield more productive outcomes across the board. But we are so nearsighted and so hyper-focused on our collective short-term gains for a select few that people can't even imagine a world where the government does stuff like that, okay? Like, maximizing efficiency. You can make a pro-capitalist argument to what I just described. But year over year, capitalism is this parasitic monster that basically focuses on shorter and shorter and shorter terms of profit-seeking, making everyone's lives worse and worse. I don't understand it. The government is a profoundly powerful entity. And I think a lot of people forget that reality. Anyway, details reported in the piece for those who can't read. Macron's team mostly shrugged off results on Sunday. They started celebrating a birthday as the return still coming in. He didn't bother watching. Prime Minister Attal gave forceful speech calling the bloc far right. Attal began calling Macron his candidate who came in third, but made runoff, asking him to drop out the consolidate versus far right. Attal surprised to realize Macron was calling some in parallel, asking them not to drop out. This would risk RN wins. Macron Interior Minister Darmanin, right of party, reportedly said organizing election on 7/7 is good because blédards, words for immigrants from North Africa, won't be around and won't vote left. No, Darmanin and RN nearly tied in round one. Left dropped out, helping him to block RN. Another note on the prior tweet, the Interior Minister is also responsible for organizing elections. So Attal and Macron have had glacial relations since Macron's decision to call elections. We've known Attal didn't know about it till just before the public announcement. What this suggests to me is that if Borne or Philippe had still been Macron's prime minister instead of Attal this week, I think there'd be a lot more three-way runoffs this Sunday, and the far right would have been a lot likelier to get the majority. He didn't know at all. Good one. Why are you wearing a pastor shirt? I thought you were Muslim. It's not a pastor shirt. Fowlers, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. The word he uses is extremely racist. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on in France. We'll talk about the far right tiers in a second.
To them today.
But first of all, we are the left as a whole, and
your party's far left.
No,
As a group.
it's on the left, and our highest administrative courts said that we were the left, and the National Rally was the far right, which I think closed the debate. But most of all, it's not about the language or how bright is our smile and or anything. It's about our platform.
As a blédard, I'll give you the blédard pass. Technically, wouldn't I be considered a blédard as well in France? Like, they're literally talking about, like, Algerians and Tunisians and shit, no? Also, literally, North African, white, passing Muslim dudes. you're Turkish. Like in the eyes of people who would use terms like that, I'm saying. Anyway, whatever. That's besides the point.
And I think we convinced people that our platform, what was needed in order to beat the fascists, but also to change people's lives. And that's what's the most important for us. We got elected on a mandate to make more social justice, to implement green policies in order to face climate change, and to change our system to make it more democratic. And I think that's the most important, rather than like language or the way we behave, supposedly behave. I think that's what people are looking for, and they will be very serious about what we're going to do next.
But
that's what
your platform, your party's platform, has been very clear. The issue is that the platform of the left alliance that has come out of this isn't clear, and there's going to be a big struggle to decide on who is going to be the next prime minister. Mélenchon's obviously put himself forward, but how are you going to, you know, none of the analysts I've spoken to say it's just not clear how you're going to go agree with the moderates on who should replace Attal.
But you know, most of the analysts over the past 3 weeks didn't know
Didn't see
that
this coming.
they didn't see. They
Yeah,
didn't
fair enough.
they didn't want this coming,
Yeah.
really, because we had the entire establishment media saying that we will lose and the far right will win. So I'd say to you, don't listen
Well, to be
those.
fair, they did base
but-
a lot of that on the first round election, which
Yeah.
was pretty clear.
Yes, but I think they underestimate the resistance that in our people's, you know, political history and identity
Yes.
to the far right. And also, I would say that our platform, as the New Popular Front, is basically most of our program from La France Insoumise, but also everybody agrees that that's what people are waiting for. And I think nobody actually read, I mean, from, you know, in the media, the people talking about it, they weren't talking about what we actually put forward. We had over 300 high-level economists, among which the Nobel Prize in Economy, Esther Duflo, we had Gabriel Zucman, we had Thomas Piketty, who actually supported our program, said that was what needed in order to meet people's needs. And also, that was good for the economy. Just on that issue, we were proved to be way better than what Macron did over the past 7 years.
Can I ask you, because you have spent a long time trying to...
Here, let's do the TLDR one real quick. Let's look up French elections YouTube. France's insane
On Sunday,
election
France went to the polls.
Results explained. No, this is from 6 days ago. This is not the one. There's a new one, right? Yeah,
On
here.
Sunday, France went to the polls for the second and final round of the legislative election. In the end, despite an unprecedented victory in the first round, not only did Marine Le Pen's National Rally fail to win an outright majority in the National Assembly.
Wait, is my stream actually so quiet and it's hard to hear on mobile? What the fuck? Or is that just is that a one guy? Am I getting one guide? Dude, oh my God, I'm getting super one guide. Everyone said no.
Thanks largely to a record number of tactical alliances between centrist and left-wing candidates. But the new left-wing Popular Front coalition actually came out on top. So in this video, we're going to explain what happened on Sunday, the so-called Republican front that emerged over the past week, and what happens next. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start with a quick recap. We did a full video on the first round results last week, so go and watch that if you want to know more. But the TLDR is that the French National Assembly elections, which just happened, were held in 2 rounds. In each constituency, if no candidate won a majority of the votes in the first round, then the top 2, as well as anyone else who received votes equivalent to at least 12.5% of registered voters, go through to the second round, where whoever gets the most votes wins. Now, usually only 2 candidates go through to the second round, and 3 candidate runoffs, known in France as a triangulaire, are pretty rare. In 2017, for instance, there was only 1 triangulaire, and in 2022, there were only 8. However, this time around, that's not how things panned out, because turnout came in at a sky-high 67%, up nearly 20 points from 2022, and the highest since 1986. And the vote was also relatively evenly split between the 3 main parties in the first round, meaning that there were a ridiculous 306 three-way runoffs and even 5 four-way runoffs. The vast majority of these triangulaires were between the right-wing National Rally, the left-wing NFP, and Macron's centrist coalition. But about 30 were between the National Rally, the MFP, and the centre-right Republicans, who outperformed the polls and won about 10% of the popular vote in the first round. This was all utterly unprecedented. The previous record for triangulaires was 105 in 1997, and the last time there was a four-way runoff was way back in 1973. And that meant that what happened in the second round would depend more than ever on whether or not the various parties, and especially NFP and Macron's ensemble, could strike a deal to squeeze out the National Rally. And this is what's previously happened at previous French elections. At both the legislative and presidential level, centrist, left-leaning, and even centre-right parties like the Republicans have stepped aside for one another to keep out the National Rally and its predecessor Jean-Marie Le Pen's National Front. This cordon sanitaire is known in France as the Republican Front, and it's proven remarkably successful in the past. In the 2002 presidential election, for instance, after losing to Jean-Marie Le Pen in the first round, the socialists threw their support behind their nominal rival, Republican candidate Jacques Chirac, who then beat Le Pen with a ridiculous 82% of the popular vote. However, its efficacy has waned over time, and especially after Marine Le Pen succeeded her father in 2011 and began detoxifying the brand. In 2017 and 2022, for
she literally, it took her more than a decade to detoxify the brand, and she didn't even fucking detoxify the brand until like 2017. Like, her detoxification was like marginally less overtly Nazi, okay? Marginally less overtly Nazi. Like, her father was like a straight up Nazi, and she was also kind of a straight up Nazi, and only until like the last decade did she start retriangulating and just being like, yeah, the Nazi stuff, it's not so great. Yeah, no, the Holocaust did happen, I think. Maybe. Like, that's what we're talking about. And when you might think I'm joking, but I'm being 100% verbatim about the Holocaust shit, okay? Like, it's not even, it's ridiculous. Yeah, the Front National was co-founded by a literal Waffen-SS. Like, they still had people in the ranks that would just like chirp every now and then, but they were just like trying to, yeah, when I say Nazi, I mean like 1930s style Nazi governance. Detoxifying the brand, yet they kept the same logo and took the name of a Nazi-affiliated parties of the 40s. Yep.
For instance, both the socialists and Republicans backed Macron over Marine Le Pen. But despite the backing of both establishment parties, Macron never enjoyed the
Actual quotes from Aaron Candace's election via Reddit. I am not racist. My dentist is a Jew and my eye doctor is Muslim. I am not racist. A black priest blessed my motorbike and I didn't run him over. I am against abortions. Reminder for the non-French people, abortion has been set in stone in Constitution recently. We didn't kill enough talking about Jews, thinking his mic was off, I guess. Yeah. No, like, no. When I say, this is not like a dilution of the term Nazi when you say like, oh, every Republican is a fascist, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm talking straight, and not Republican in the French term. I mean like Republican in America. It can get a little confusing because the Republicans are like the center right here in this situation, or the right-wing party, and then you have like the literal Nazi party. Yeah, Marine Le Pen sparks outrage over Holocaust comments in 2017 when she was retriangulating. Marine Le Pen's attempts to convince voters that she has modernized the views of her far-right Front National party have come into question after she questioned the French state's role in the Holocaust. Le Pen suggested France was not responsible for the wartime roundup of Jews who were sent to Nazi death camps. With just 13 days until the first round of voting in France's presidential election, her remarks have been met with widespread condemnation. Now, of course, she said that because technically, when she was saying that, she wasn't just defending like the broader French involvement, Vichy France, in its involvement in the Holocaust. She actually was defending her immediate relatives. When I say she was defending her immediate relatives and their involvement in the Holocaust, like, I mean literally her immediate relatives. I cannot stress this enough. When we talk about European politics, like, remember, World War II happened and people survived it on the bad side too. And some of those people who survived it on the bad side then came to positions of prominence, including Le Pen's family. Like, This isn't like American Nazis LARPing, okay? American Nazis LARPing on Stormfront and being like, yeah, we love Nazi Germany. We're going to do the Fourth Reich. I'm talking literally people who were directly involved with Nazi governance in their nations. When I talk about Italian fascists, for example, okay? When I talk about Italian fascists, we are talking sometimes direct descendants of Mussolini, like Mussolini's granddaughter, right? Or people who then joined fascist parties originally, like Meloni, who advocated for Mussolini in her youth, okay? Like this isn't someone who is just simply a sympathizer, which is bad enough on its own. These are people with like direct ties to existing historic fascist movements that never really went away, okay? You're wrong. There were candidates during that election who got caught wearing a Nazi cap. Another one photographed when 18 with skinheads wearing a shirt with a Celtic cross. I mean, I don't know why you're saying I'm wrong. That's you're just giving me more information about how fucking openly Nazi they are. Times of Israel, Le Pen, founder of the National Front Party and currently a legislator, said in a video posted on the party website that next time we will put him in an oven. When asked about French singer Patrick Bruel's criticism of the party, Bruel is Jewish. Yeah. Anyway. Le Pen's knife from Hitler's youth. He forgot Algeria where he tortured people. 50 years of the Algerian War. On the morning of March 3rd, 1957, Mohammed Sharif Malay, 12, discovered a dagger in the entrance of the hallway of the family home. Oh my God. Jean-Marie Le Pen's dagger. That's crazy. That's wild. Her Nazi piece of shit father was in my country in Algeria during the colonialization, kicking grandmas. Yeah. Also, the other irony of like that Times of Israel article that you just pointed to, the other side of this equation is that the current fascist government of Israel was looking at the far-right momentum in Europe with very positive attitudes. They literally openly, in this last iteration, in this last round of elections that have taken place, were welcoming the far-right momentum in Europe. Time and time again, people from the current existing Knesset, like members of the Knesset, were with regular frequency mentioning how dope it is that there are literal fucking anti-Semitic fascists that are coming into positions of prominence in Europe. Okay? So that's another thing to remember. They were encouraging Jews in France to vote for the fascists, the demon you know. Yeah. Anyway. Stop calling everyone Nazis when you're trivializing the Nazis. This person, there's no way this person could be one. Yeah, I'm just... Look at me, little old me again, dude. Just calling everybody a Nazi, like literally. You know, how could I come up with such a ridiculous assertion all on my own here? What the fuck? That's crazy. What do you mean? Israeli officials are saying it's dope. Hassan. All right, let's
margins
continue.
that Chirac saw in 2002, winning just 66% in 2017 and just 56% in 2022. Perhaps more tellingly, in the 2022 parliamentary elections, Macron's centrist coalition refused to back the left-wing candidates from the NUPES coalition, which was led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon's France Unbound party. There were less runoffs in 2022, so the lack of goodwill between Macron and Mélenchon was less electorally significant. But it still helped the National Rally massively outperform polls in the second round, winning a record 89 seats. Anyway, this is why when the first round results were announced, it wasn't clear whether the cordon sanitaire would materialize. While Jean-Luc Mélenchon quickly came out and said that the NFP would pull out of any triangulaire where they were third placed, vowing not a single vote for the National Rally, Macron and his allies were a bit more equivocal. Prime Minister Gabriel Attal encouraged tactical voting in order to prevent the National Rally from having an absolute majority in the second round. But Macron himself only called for voters to rally behind candidates who are, quote, clearly Republican and Democratic, i.e. not candidates from France Unbowed. And Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire said that France Unbowed are as dangerous as the National Rally. However, in the end, it seems like the Republican front actually emerged stronger than expected. By Tuesday night, the deadline for candidate withdrawal, 100...
Yeah, they did because the left voted for them. Like, that's why, you know. Like, leftist voters voted for them.
32 left-wing candidates had stepped down for centrists, and 83 centrist candidates had stood down for the left, including at least one candidate who stood down despite Macron personally telling them.
Look. There it is. Here it is. Prominent French Jews decry far left's election gains amid fears of new anti-Semitism. French rabbi advises young French Jews to move to Israel because of the mainstream discrimination. Dude, this system of like only caring about Israel's existence and tying Zionism to Judaism like this is so unimaginably bad. I have been openly talking about this for years at this point, and obviously I have talked about it quite more recently, like a lot more recently. This is genuinely going to make people significantly more anti-Semitic. I don't know like how I can shake some sense into some of these motherfuckers. It is so incredibly fucking dangerous. French rabbi advises young French Jews to move to Israel because of mainstream discrimination. Journalist says NPF victory sends message of impunity to anti-Jewish Islamo-fascists. Anti-Jewish Islamo-fascists. Protesters hold banners reading "Women and Jewish double penalty" during a demonstration called by associations including SOS Racisme and Women's Foundation to denounce anti-Semitism in Paris en June after the alleged anti-Semitic gang rape of a 12-year-old in Paris suburb of Courbevoie? What the fuck? Alleged anti-Semitic gang rape of a 12-year-old? What the fuck? That's crazy. The fear-mongering among French Jews serves the agenda of the Israeli state? Yes, I know. Why are we reading Times of Israel, lol? Because it's like insane. Islamic fascist is a word. Technically, Islamo-fascist is just gibberish. There was a pro-Israel deputy called Mayor Habib that lost his seat in the assembly yesterday. As I have said before, the gang rape bit is a lie, by the way. It was Christians. What? Christians and Jews responsible for the crime? What do you mean? That was real. A bunch of anti-Semites raped a 12-year-old Jewish girl? I don't know about this story. Like, I don't know what happened. Obviously, regardless of the motivations of the fucking criminals that did this heinous act, assuming that like every Muslim is doing this is psychopathic and also identical to the way white supremacists operated in the United States of America. For all of my American watchers, this is a story that you are very familiar with, okay? Oh, this black person raped a white woman. All black people are responsible. Let's go kill some black people. That's usually how it works. That is the through line here. The notion that like the extremely violent acts of one singular person or a group of individuals does not reflect on the entirety of a population. You have to be the most racist person on the fucking planet to assume that, to make that assertion. French media spun it on the assumption that it was Muslims responsible, but it came out the people responsible were also children of Jewish and Christian descent. Oh, the kids who did that were white, so they stopped talking about it? Oh, they were French who did the rape, not Muslims. They show their faces. Reported rape of Jewish girl linked to rising anti-Semitism in France. French authorities indicted two 13-year-old boys on charges of aggravated rape, making religious insults and death threats, and recording or sharing images of a sexual nature, among other crimes. Prosecutors said Wednesday a third boy, age 12, was charged with being an assisting witness to rape, as well as making religious insults and death threats. According to prosecutors, the girl said in a police interview that she had known one of the boys before the attack. In police interviews, all three of the boys expressed regret towards the girl without addressing their alleged involvement. That's so fucking sad, dude. Activists call for a mass demonstration against anti-Semitism on Paris on Friday. French media reported more than 1,000 people attended the rally at Paris City Hall. The French far-right has been itself historically linked to anti-Semitism. National Front Party founder Jean-Marie Le Pen was repeatedly fined for diminishing the Nazi gas chambers, a mere detail in the history of World War II. But his daughter, Marine Le Pen, has rebranded the party, moderating its tone and expanding its appeal. No, she didn't. This is also whitewashing Marine Le Pen, for the record. But this article does not mention that these are like Islamo-fascists doing this, or that it's like, Muslim migrants doing this or some shit, even though this article on Times of Israel makes it seem like that is the case, tying it to Islamofascism immediately after talking about the gruesome, heinous anti-Semitic rape of a 12-year-old girl. The French go to Algeria and say, this is ours, and this is literally a part of France now. You're all French. Please take one beret and one baguette. The French Muslims move to Paris because they are French, and France is like racism to 100. In France, Islamo-gauchist is kind of the equivalent of woke, even if woke have spread too. So both are used by the term right and far right to insult anyone not Islamophobic for them. Islamofascist is just a more dumb and unhinged version of it. Yeah. Yeah, many such cases. Diaspora Minister Amihai Chikli in a photo op with one of the RN leader Marine Le Pen from about a week ago. He took a gamble and lost. The poor guy is now using his timeline to post about far left activists and Muslims supposedly rioting. It's so, dude, get fucking fucked, okay? Get absolutely fucked. Get Comstered, you fucking pieces of shit. You anti-Semitic dogs, you, okay? Oh my God. Bro, what the fuck is Islamofascism? I love covering European politics for a little bit because, like, Americans are in awe of the new and unique ways in which, like, Europeans are racist. Like, obviously, Islamophobia is fairly normalized in the United States of America. And then you, like, hear about the new ways in which, like, the average Swedish person, for example, feels about, like, Muslims. And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Anyway, I am French. The far right uses murders committed by foreigners to feed their hatred, like that of Lola, whose family refused political recovery. A Frenchman criticizing a Muslim for rioting can't be more ironic. Islamo-gauchiste is the equivalent of the Judeo-Bolshevism of the 1930s when Jews were the enemies of the far right. And there was a Front Populaire in France back then too. Yeah. It has become like Muslims have been substituted for the all-powerful entity that is like also simultaneously like a roving gang of barbarian rapist monsters who are also simultaneously like the strongest force corrupting all of the institutions of higher learning and the media by, you know, telling people not to be ruthlessly racist towards them. Yeah. And you see that in pretty much every fucking European country.
Them not to. This meant that there are only a handful of triangulaires left between the National Rally, Ensemble, and the NFP. Now, most people thought that this Republican front was never going to be as effective as it has been in the past, let alone totally effective. In other words, there was no way that 100% of first-round NFP voters were going to vote for Ensemble in the second round instead. Nor was there any chance that 100% of first-round Ensemble voters would lend their votes to NFP. This is because some of the more right-leaning Ensemble voters actually prefer the National Rally to the NFP, and some more anti-establishment NFP voters actually prefer the National Rally to Ensemble. However, in the end, it looks like
that is a wild thing to fucking say. That's a wild thing to say when you know, when you have like actual voter patterns. Like they made this video 10 hours ago. It's not like they don't know what the voter patterns look like. That's just completely untrue. I mean, every type of voter exists, I know, but like bringing that up as though it's an important fucking point is so stupid because it's like the Bernie Trump voters. Exactly. It's dumb because the Bernie Trump voters, the Bernie to Donald Trump voters were so marginal and so insignificant. And this is something that we have relitigated 1,000 times over since 2016. A much larger percentage of Hillary Clinton voters in the primaries voted for John McCain in the election between Barack Obama and John McCain. Then Bernie voters voted for Donald Trump. A much larger percentage of Hillary Clinton voters voted against Barack Obama and voted for John McCain than Bernie Sanders Bernie Sanders voters voted for Donald Trump as opposed to Hillary Clinton. So the idea that like this is a prescient point, an important point to fucking bring up is so stupid. Okay? The difference is 4 times, about like 5% in NFP and 20% for Ensemble who switched to RN. Who do you think is more likely to vote for the far right party? The right-wing constituency? Okay? Or the fucking far left in their terms, the far left constituency. Who do you think is more likely to vote for the far right? And Mélenchon, as they brought up already, said not a single vote to RN from the jump. From the jump. Anyway, 75% of leftists went to vote for centrist right-wing candidates when it was necessary. Only 50% of Macronists did.
The Republican front worked remarkably well, and the National Rally ended up coming well short of majority, which is clearly what Le Pen was hoping for after the first round. In fact, not only did the National Rally fall short of a majority, they actually lost to both the NFP and Macron's alliance. With the votes counted, the NFP are on 182 seats, Macron's alliance are on 168, and the National Rally on just 143. Of the remaining 84 seats, 45 went to the centre-right Republicans, and the remaining 39 went to smaller parties or independent candidates, including France's first ever Basque nationalist.
It's always weird seeing the right labeled blue and the left labeled red. That's not weird. That is just like how it is in the broader majority of Western Europe and Europe in general. For the rest of the world, red is a sign of communism. Red means, that's why in America even they say like, oh, better dead than red. That's very normal. America, we do things differently. The Red Scare. Like even during the Cold War, we had an understanding that like red meant revolution, red meant communism, red meant socialism. Anyway.
Deputy to complement the political resurgence of the Basque Nationalist Party in Spain. Turnout was also extraordinarily high, coming in at nearly 60% as of 5 p.m., the highest since 1981. Regardless, this result didn't go down too well with the National Rally. Their would-be Prime Minister described the result as a stitch-up, and French Twitter has been full of clips of National Rally supporters reacting to the exit poll. Now, at first glance, this looks like a massive win for Macron. His basic thesis that people vote for the National Rally as a protest vote, but don't actually want them in power, has apparently been proven correct. And not only that, but his alliance have also massively outperformed expectations. However, they still lost nearly 100 seats, and Macron now has the extraordinarily difficult job of building a majority coalition.
Oh, poor guy, dude. Poor guy. He should step aside.
Which will require multiple parties from across the political spectrum. If this coalition fails, Macron will be blamed for the ensuing instability, and the National Rally will be able to present.
Who the fuck told me to watch the TLDR news article? Like there were at least like 50 chatters in here that were like, you have to watch this coverage. It's so brilliant. Okay. I'm sorry. This is like not exactly great. And this is not my strong suit. Like I will say I'm way more confident in my understanding of like British politics than I am of like French politics. But god damn, dude, this shit is like, this is kind of ass overall.
Present themselves as the only real opposition going into presidential elections. If you want to learn more about the French and European elections, then we have articles discussing both topics in too long. Our 60-page, high-quality magazine.
Okay. You know, it's just like, we could have spent time literally doing French hogwatch, okay? We could have spent better time. You could have had a better use of time subscribing so that at the top of the hour when the 3-minute ad break comes, you don't miss a fucking beat, okay? How do you say hog in French? Like pig. Because that's what we're going to be moving on to right now. French hogwatch. Okay? Porc, cochon. How would you say hogwatch? Porc, cochon. Le hogwatch. Oui, oui. There will most likely be a cohabitation between the NFP and Macron's coalition, with the NFP not being allowed to pass anything that would be greenlit by Macron himself. He will also reverse the option to vote along with the RN to be certain to vote censure of the NFP MP. Montre des porcs. On va voir des cochons. Montre des porcs. Visons des porcs. Oui, oui. Porc montré. Bring it on. We will watch les porcs, les cochons. Safari. Safari des cochons. Safari des cochons. It begins now. After le 3-minute outbreak at the top of the hour. Oui, oui. Cochon.
Matt, the Fifth Republic is in uncharted territories here. As you said, it looks like National Rally won't be able to achieve that majority. So what might French government look like in the weeks to come? There are some options. President Macron, for example, could sound out other parties about the possibility of a confidence and supply type arrangement. There's even a world in which some sort of technocratic prime minister could be appointed over a national unity government. The problem with that is that National Rally will call foul, of course, is that if that happens, because it would all be designed to block them from power. They will frame it in terms of democracy shortchanged. The one thing we know for certain is that this far-right party, now the biggest party in Parliament here, is continuing to completely redefine French politics. National Rally's breakthrough moment has been decades in the making.
Vous me troublez, Madame Le Pen.
The old fascist party of Jean-Marie Le Pen, reinvented by his daughter, reinvigorated by her TikTok protege Jordan Bardella.
Vive la France.
Fuck that handsome piece of shit.
We spent time on the ground with their candidates, trying to understand why the message resonates. If National Rally were in power, would this man have been allowed into France? Ask the question, is this a party born again or just back from the dead?
Mr. Bardella, British television here. Who are you really and what do you stand for, sir?
Bonjour madame, vous voulez un petit tract pour les élections? Je suis candidat du Rassemblement National pour dimanche, pour le second tour.
Julien Limongi is 28, same as Bardella. The similarities don't end there. Immigrant background, polished, definitely on message, possibly in power. The far-right party has gone to its youth wing to field an army of mini Bardellas, part of the criteria, who looks good in their first suit.
En tout cas, vous pouvez compter sur moi.
He's standing in a commuter belt constituency in Seine-et-Marne, east of Paris. A couple of big...
Dude, France is so fucking cooked with the Olympics, by the way. Like, that's a totally separate point. They are so goddamn cooked. They have no idea what's coming for them. And it's not even like, there's obviously like the fears of terrorism as well on top of everything else. That's like a big deal right now in France. There's been a lot of like potentially Russian involvement in the country, but you know, they're too busy worried about Muslims. But overall, dude, I do not think that they are ready. I do not think that they are fucking ready for the Olympics. Okay?
Towns, but mainly villages like Roubaix.
I want to fight for France.
Well, yeah, I wasn't talking about LeBron. I wasn't talking about Team USA, okay? I was not talking about... When I said they're not ready for it, they're not ready for the terrorism, I didn't mean like on the courts, okay?
So that's the idea for me. I want to fight for France. And when you want to fight for France, you want like a better life for people. You want less taxes, you want less immigrations, because nobody voted here, you know, to get like hundreds of thousands of migrants every year.
It's hard to see how a place like this is adversely affected by immigration, because I can't see any immigrants here.
Because it's a Tuesday morning, you know, it doesn't mean you have like immigrations everywhere on the streets.
But when do all the immigrants come out then?
Like, I'm not saying that immigrants are like everywhere in the street. I'm just saying like people are affected by immigration, not only because there's immigration to the village, because they see what it provokes in France, like some insecurity, like some problems in the transport. We just say that the systems like this is not working.
The left-wing candidate here tactically withdrew part of a nationwide plan to block the far right. It means Limongi is in a two-way fight with the incumbent MP for Les Républicains. Think Conservatives.
Bonjour, madame. Ah, vous êtes partout?
Ben oui.
Bonjour, vous allez bien?
Is this the opposition?
Yes.
Oui, tout à fait.
Okay. The traditional right in France is in free fall, and there's another factor. People think they've tried everything else, so why not National Rally?
Voilà. Les gens...
Come on. Come on, just give it a shot. Give fascism a shot. Historically, it's, you know, historically that hasn't yielded like really bad results. Not that long ago, by the way. Just try it out. Just fucking try it out. Come on. Come on. A little nudge. Come on, guys.
Se disent, on n'a jamais essayé les RN, donc pourquoi pas? Donc on va essayer.
If you're an educated, ambitious would-be politician, National Rally's dominance now also means opportunity. 20 years ago, if you had been running here, would you have been running for Le Républicain?
Maybe 20 years ago it would have been different, because
I think French politicians of the Nationalist Party saying, what's the harm in giving nationalism a try? We have never done it before, is akin to literal Holocaust revisionism, by the way. Okay? It should be treated as such. Because when you say that, and you're a part of the Nationalist Party, and you're saying, oh, we've never given it a try, okay? You're literally doing Holocaust revisionism. You are. You have given it a try, and it fucking yielded what we are talking about. It's an abject lie to claim that like there wasn't an attempt.
I agree with Madame that National Rally was very different, but now it changed.
If you're a young, politically ambitious person, is National Rally the party that you would gravitate towards now? Do you know what I mean?
I guess so, but you know, I've committed in politics not because I'm just ambitious, because I want to fight for France.
We move on to the next village, and as we do, news breaks that a National Rally candidate in Normandy has stood down after a picture emerged of her wearing Nazi memorabilia.
Oh, dude, bummer. How did that... Wait, how did that... Shit, dude, how did that happen? How? What? That's crazy. I'm so shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. A shocking revelation.
Have you seen this, wearing a Luftwaffe hat?
Yeah, I saw that. We cannot accept that. It's a shame. And I heard that she...
Why is that a shame? Like, dude, nationalism is in the name. The thing I don't understand is that, like, the party has nationalism in the name, okay? What is a shame is that it, you know, it got leaked, I guess. It's not a shame to wear the hat. It's a shame that it got leaked and it became a big political problem. I thought I was going to say it looks good on her.
She was dismissed.
Why do you think she did that?
I don't know. I don't have any context of this thing. I just show the pictures, but...
If you're a young person like you and you know there's that history, why do you still decide to join?
I think young people are smart enough when they get a membership. They meeting the others. They meeting like the political leaders. It's not what they see. I think nobody has to be worried about it. It doesn't reflect what we are, you know.
Immigration is at the heart of the National Rally proposition, of course. For Julien, globalization has eroded a vision of what it means to be French. Says his party wants to restore a sense of unified national community.
We are like an individual society. People don't trust anymore in the politics, so they don't live together anymore. So we have to create togetherness.
But who gets to be part of that community?
Bonjour, madame.
At our next stop, the diverse town of Nangy, that's the question that comes into sharp focus.
Moi, je suis de l'Algérie.
Algérien.
Okay.
Algérie. Mais en fait, ceux qui sont déjà sur place, qui sont en situation régulière, qui travaillent, qui, voilà, qui payent leurs impôts, ils n'ont rien à craindre normalement.
Bien sûr, on n'a jamais dit qu'on allait virer les personnes qui étaient sur le terrain.
cette fois.
But hang on, I know we're all being friends here and everything, and you're being the politician, so I get it. But if National Rally were in power, would this man have been allowed into France?
So this man is working in France, so he's on the territory. He's legally on the territory, so there is no problem. You know, we are against people arriving illegally on the territory, not working. So we think.
So just to be clear, Julien, you want this man to stay in France? Yeah. You want this man to stay in France? Yeah.
Dude, Channel 4 so consistently. Channel 4 is carrying the torch for British journalism. I swear to God. What a fucking this is an incredible piece of journalism to just literally straight up be like, look at this person and tell me right now you want him to be in this country is an insane thing to do. God damn, dude. He's like, that's crazy. That's awesome. He's just... It's funny because he's having such a hard time being like, of course, I love him. I love him being on French soil. Like, he can't even fucking say that. He's like, oh, well, he's a freedom of movement on the French soil. And you know, is okay. Like, I think it's fine. It's like, well, yeah, this moment was really funny too. Hold on.
Yeah.
So we think.
So just to be clear, Julien, you
yells,
want this
long live immigration. Look at his fucking face. Look.
This man to stay in France. Yeah. You want this man to stay.
He says, "Vive la immigration!" He's like, he's like a vampire getting hit with sunlight. Okay.
Stay in France, yeah.
Il me demande si je veux que vous restiez en France. Et je lui réponds oui. Vous travaillez, vous êtes sur le territoire.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Much of the party's past rhetoric, though, doesn't square with this. And that mismatch has people in this town confused about exactly what National Rally in power would actually mean for them. The fear, as the sign reads,
it's so funny to watch. It's so funny to watch him squirm. Oh, that's awesome.
One train coming might hide another.
Padraig O'Brien outside Paris. And if you need it, you can access a dubbed version of that report on our website shortly. Well, earlier I spoke to Daniel Ogbonna, who's a Gabonese French.
Oh, yeah. Macron is also a massive Islamophobe himself. He has like geared up. Friend of the show, Hugo Decrypt, literally interviewed Macron. And in that interview, he proposed unimaginable. He had already proposed unimaginable shit. Like he wanted to ban not just like the hijab, but also what was it? There was another thing like something that is not even like relevant to Islam at all. The abaya. Yeah, exactly. Like he banned the abaya, and it's like he was asking him like, why do you want to? I mean, it's like he was asking him like, why do you want to? I mean, it's not just the abaya. There was another thing. Hold on. Like Arabic clothing in general. He was like, why do you want to ban the abaya? Like that's just traditional clothing. Like what the fuck? It is not even just like about Islam. It's just a dress. This, by the way, is an abaya for those of you who don't know. Like it's not. No. The turban ban. The turban ban is one thing, right? The hijab ban and the hijab ban is already completely unacceptable, right? But he banned the abaya, okay, which is just like a type of dress. Like what the fuck are we doing? And he banned it. And Hugo Decrypt in his conversation was like, why are you banning the abaya? That's not even like Muslim garb. Okay. It's just a type of dress that, you know, people from the MENA region wear. And he basically was like, no, we have to ban it too because Arabs wear it. He is incredibly fucking racist as well.
Politician from the far left France Unbowed party. I began by asking if she was surprised about the positive reaction to this young National Rally candidate that we just saw.
Well, I think overall the reaction I sensed and I knew from people around me was that people were stunned and afraid when we learned about how big their votes were nationally. But at the same time, I know that there's a lot of anger in this country against.
Yeah, oh yeah, he said for security reasons. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. He banned the abaya, which is not even like, which has nothing to do with Islam in general, because he banned it for security reasons. Unimaginable racism.
Macron, against his politics, and I think some of the people used this vote to say that.
But why would young voters, French voters of African or North African origin, even contemplate voting for the Rassemblement National, for the RN?
I would say it's not the majority of the voters.
Sure.
And some may actually believe in what they are supposedly standing for when they pretend to stand with the poor people, to stand with the workers. And I think we had for years now, decades, they've been building their little family business, as I call it. And their discourse has been...
Abaya is definitely Islamic. Abaya is Islamic. Abaya is definitely Islamic. You are associating everything from the MENA region with Islam. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not. You're wrong. It kind of is. Muslims own that shit. No, it's ridiculous. Even if it was, that's besides the point. That's like still silly. But it's like, yeah, no, we need to ban hummus. It's Islamic. We need to ban algebra. It's Islamic. The number 0. The fuck? It's not religious garb, dumbass. Muslims wear it, but it's not like religious garb. MENA is Middle East and North Africa.
Normalized, and that's, I think, part of their appeal now, because people think, oh, it's okay, whatever they say about migrants, everybody's saying that, but there are still roots, historical roots, and also ideological roots with the party founded by Jean-Marie Le Pen. The ugly truth is that they're still a far right, and at their core.
Yeah, also, yeah, this also opens up the funny possibility once again of like, oh, turbans across the border are Islamic, which is why when I see a brown person wearing a turban, I immediately go, you're Muslim, and that needs to be banned immediately. Meanwhile, the dude is fucking Sikh, okay?
Or racist party.
But if they get into power, if they manage to form even a minority government next week, what's the reaction going to be from your party and the reaction of people on the streets of France?
Well, for now, we don't believe that's going to happen, because we are very focused on fighting against the far right and making sure that our candidates, we have over 300 candidates on the ballot, get elected. What we want to do is defeat the fascists.
I mean, are they really fascists? You know, the Rassemblement National, they may be far right, but are they fascists?
I do think that's their historical
but are they fascists today? You know, Jean-Marie Le Pen, you know, started
yes,
the party,
I do think.
You know, with the former Nazi Waffen-SS officer. But the party's moved on since then, hasn't it? That's what they would say, and that's what many voters believe.
Yeah, I think when you look at what they've been, I mean, I've been elected in 2017.
I love her face when the guy goes, but do you think they're fascist? Are they really fascist, though? She's like, yeah. Yeah, no, I do think. Get your ass back on that place. Good girl. Don't look at me like that.
In 2022, and I've seen what they've been pushing at the National Assembly. They've been pushing the most neoliberal, antisocial policies, targeting Muslim people, targeting migrant people. Their policies and what they stand for is part of this far-right history and ideological framework that can be called fascist or neo-fascist, if you want to call it like. They rebranded themselves.
But for every voter who wants to be anti-fascist, as you call it, there's another voter who's determined to be anti-communist, and by that he means your party.
I know a lot of people have this idea of what we are because they've heard in the media that we will break the economy and we will put the world upside down. What we're saying that, first of all, the situation, the economic situation and the social situation we are in is the result of 7 years of neoliberal policy. The chaos is already there, the crisis is already there, and it's due to the neoliberal policies that have been implemented.
Janine Ogbonna, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That was great. Okay. Let's get to the chaos and confusion. Here, I'll just mention this. Barry Weiss, who killed Refat al-Rara by putting an assassination target on him in an active genocide zone, is crying hysterically because her favorite far-right Zionist fascist Le Pen was defeated. All the genocidal Zionists are out in the open now, admitting their fascism proudly. Caught between one monster and another, many French Jews chose the party willing to stand up against radical Islam. They lost. Moshe Sebag, a rabbi for the Synagogue de la Victoire, tells the Times of Israel that it seems France has no future for Jews. He advises young French Jews to leave Israel. This is such a funny thing that like Zionist rabbis are doing, where they're like, hey guys, it's really scary out there. They're saying Israel's doing bad things, so you should go to Israel. Meanwhile, what is the Israeli government doing? Trying to fucking open up a two-front war in Lebanon while also conducting a genocide in Gaza. Like, do you think that it is safer right now to, if you are a Jewish person, do you think it is safer right now to live in the Western world where you are thousands of miles away from Israel, which is the most insane country on the planet currently as it stands, actively doing both a genocide and also trying to open up a new front with a significantly more powerful military in its north, okay? Like, what do you think is better? Like getting drafted to the IDF? What are we thinking, guys? What do you think is a safer place for Jewish people? They literally are just like genuinely trying to they're trying to bring in a fresh round of conscripts. Oh my God. Israel expects far-right gains in European Parliament will improve its standing. Israeli minister praises France's far-right party president, breaking Israel's official boycott of national rally. Anyway, so let's move on from the Buck Watch to American news, okay? And the chaos and confusion happening in the United States of America.
Return now to the
pressure mounts on Biden after ABC News interview. But beyond that, there was a lot going on. There was a press conference that took place already earlier. We got Morning Joe, which Joe Brandon tuned into, his favorite show, and kind of flubbed that goddamn interview too. The Democrats are back in D.C. Congress is back in session. And of course, now they're not just talking over Zoom calls. They're talking and maybe even whispering inside of the hallowed halls of Congress. This is a dangerous prospect for Joe Brandon, who wants to maintain his grip of power. Let's take a look at what's going on in the United States of America.
The race for the White House and President Biden struggling to save his candidacy over the weekend as senior Democratic lawmakers start calling for the president to step aside. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, the Biden campaign had hoped that the president's big interview with you would quiet concerns from the party. But this morning, the number of Democrats calling for the president to exit this race is growing. Even some of his allies are making it clear there are still questions he needs to answer this week, warning the clock is ticking. This morning, President Biden, defiant as ever, adamant he can survive this crisis. But a growing number in his own party aren't so certain. Sources tell ABC News that
it's so funny because, like, look, Democrats are fucking cowards across the board. So, like, obviously, even a limited number of Democratic, like, even when you hear like a little bit of chirping from this otherwise feckless institutionalist Democratic Party, you have to make the assertion that behind closed doors, it is a fucking 5 o'clock panic. Okay, just pure and utter chaos happening behind the scenes. That, like, when you have high-ranking Democratic Party officials, senior Democratic Party members like fucking Jerry Nadler, okay, coming out and being like, you cannot continue. What the fuck is going on? 5 o'clock alarm, 5 alarm fire, not a 5 o'clock fire. I'm ESL. Shut the fuck up. My point is, if you hear someone like Adam Schiff come out on Sunday broadcast and say, maybe it's time to step aside, if that is what you think is best, know that what they are saying behind closed doors are so much worse, okay? So much worse. You need to understand that. These guys are not exactly known to make bold claims or fuck up the bag. They are not known as, like, disruptive people, okay? Especially when there is an election coming up.
Privately, at least 4 top House Democrats told colleagues on a call Sunday it's time for Biden to end his campaign.
So I don't see the solution here, because if he drops out, it's near guaranteed Trump wins. Why? Why is that it's near guaranteed Trump wins if he drops out? Every single person that is committed to voting for Joe Biden right now is going to vote for whoever the fuck is the Democratic Party candidate. The idea that, like, there are Brandon or busters in the Democratic Party is the most laughable notion I have ever even encountered in American politics over the course of the past 10 years of my professional political commentary career. Not a single person is like, I'm a Brandon or buster. I'm busting. I'm not fucking voting if it's not Joe Brandon. Okay? The only reason why there are even holdouts that are saying, no, Joe, keep going, Joe, is because they are that committed to the Democratic Party. These are the vote blue no matter who constituents. It is only you will only end up, as long as this tumultuous period is the chaos in this tumultuous period is kept to a minimum, okay? And they very quickly and swiftly deal with this transition. It's not even a fucking question. They are only going to gain more votes as a consequence of this, not lose votes. Okay? That is ridiculous. The moment that Biden drops out, every single person writing for him right now will immediately pivot. It will instantly end. No one will care that Biden got pushed out. Exactly. You think Harry Sasson or David Pakman or any number of, like, currently, currently defenders of current like ardent supporters of Joe Biden are not going to turn around and immediately support who the fuck is going to be put in his place? Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? The only reason why they're defending Biden so vociferously is because they personally think he's the best candidate the Democratic Party has put forward, because that's what the Democratic Party signaled originally. It is that simple. Ridiculous. Ridiculous to make any sort of assertion otherwise. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen. You think Brian Tyler Cohen's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, guys. I cannot in good conscience, like, vote for anyone that's not Biden? That'd be pretty funny. Do you know a single person? Do you know a single fucking person that is a Brandon or Buster? Like, a single one.
Congressman Jerry Nadler, Mark Takano, Joe Morell, and Adam Smith, joining 5 other Democrats who've made the same plea publicly. But
this is massive, by the way. Like, that right there is fucking massive. The Democrats do not ever rock the boat like this. Okay?
Sources say Minority Leader Hakeem.
Yeah, like Hutch, for example. Yeah. Hutch is going to be like, oh, dude, Joe Biden is like, Kamala Harris is put in place of Joe Biden. Sorry, I can't vote for Kamala Harris. What are you, crazy? Like, I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking of like all the people who are like unconditional dick riders of the Democratic Party, like Harry Sisson or whatever. Like, you think they're going to fucking be like, yeah, this new guy or gal, not it for me. No, the only person that could replace Biden that would maybe lose some votes but gain more in the long run would be Hillary Clinton. Okay? Like, I don't even think personally that regardless of the fucking charisma black hole that Kamala Harris is, I don't think that there's enough like anti-Kamala sentiment out there for people to be like, yeah, I can't vote for her. Like, maybe the fact that she's a woman or the fact that she's black, that could play a role in like maybe losing some votes overall. But I don't think that these people who are chalk committed right now to the Biden regime are going to turn around and be like, no. Every single person, you have only more votes to gain in this process. As long as it's not like a massive shakeup and it spells chaos and confusion and division in the party, as long as this is neatly and tightly wrapped up and swiftly dealt with, this transition is swiftly dealt with, it is ridiculous. The Democratic Party's platform is seen as broadly popular, significantly more popular than the Republican Party's platform. What are you basing this shit on? Literally lying, bullshit, yes. Have you talked about the hospital in Kyiv yet or the ongoing genocide in Ukraine? Are you joking? What are you basing any of this shit on? What do you mean? What do you mean? What am I basing this shit on? Is this the Brandon or Buster? The single issue voter, which is Ukraine? Is that what it is? Polls, man. Polls. Every single person that is currently committed to Joseph Robinette Brandon is committed to the Democratic Party. Their vote blue no matter whoers, okay? Why am I saying this? Because Biden's popularity is historically low. And the only people that defend Biden when his popularity is historically low are going to be people that are committed to the party platform. If you are personally asking, like, why am I saying that the Democratic Party is like broadly popular or at least significantly more popular than fucking the Republican Party? There's a thing that undermined, I don't know if you know this, maybe you were unfamiliar with what was going on in American politics or something, but there was a decision that came down from the Supreme Court that was directly in the hands of the Republican Party. The Republican Party was responsible for it, which undermined the medical freedom and the bodily autonomy of 50% of the fucking population, especially ones living in the fucking red states. That was pretty bad for the Republican Party. Okay? That in and of itself automatically put Democrats in a winning position. Even in the midst of negative real wage growth, people overwhelmingly did not give the Republican Party a major victory in the 2022 midterm election. Are we really trusting polls, though? They were wrong for like 6 cycles. Why are we talking about polls? First of all, there is no other way to fucking do commentary in this time. And secondly, you're wrong. Polls were not wrong for the last 6 cycles. They are not wrong. You just don't know how to read the fucking polls. What is this? What is this attitude? Oh, you can't look at the fucking polls. What are we supposed to look at then? Like your own personal vibes? There's plenty of other indicators. Like what? Okay, here, let's hear some electoral astrology. All right. I want to hear. What is it? Like, is your moon in Mercury? Is your Mercury in Gatorade? Is Biden you don't think Harris gets grilled the moment she's the runner? Yes. But Harris does not have the same negatives that Biden has, as in she is I'm not saying she's the best candidate. Okay. First of all, let's make no mistake. I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris's greatest advantage is that she is not 800 years old. Okay. Now give me the indicators, because that was not what your sentiment was. You said, oh, well, about polling. You were like, oh, polls are wrong. You're wrong. Polls are not wrong. Your interpretation might have been. But polls, they're not the greatest way to analyze an election, but it's the best we have. So what is your way of looking at the tea leaves? I want to know. Maybe there's something that you have. Maybe there's a secret way that you have a way to analyze elections and predict election results that I have just not been privy to, and I want to be informed. Okay, I'm open-minded to the things that you are mentioning. Please enlighten me. I am waiting. 2016, they were wrong. 2022, they were wrong. 2020, less wrong. No, 2022, they were not wrong. Once again, the polls were not wrong in 2022. Your analysis of the polls might have been, but the polls were not wrong in 2022. They were actually, as a matter of fact, historically accurate. Like more accurate than even 2020, if I'm not mistaken. 2020 was pretty good. 2022 was a lot better. So answer my question. You are not giving me other indicators. What is it? Are you going to talk about the yard sign? Is that what you're going to say? Yard sign politics? Is your indicator that you went to every diner? Bumper stickers? What's your indicator? Don't want to be that guy, but they were wrong in 2016. Wait, what? I know that. We're not talking about 2016. Everybody understands that in 2016, they were wrong, as in they were wrong. They were not wrong by fucking, 20, 30 points, but they were definitely wrong. Voter registration approval ratings of the incumbent. Why would you think that the approval ratings of the incumbent is not a damning indication that Biden is getting clobbered in the upcoming election? No president has ever won. No incumbent has ever won with 30% approval rating their reelection. Also, what do you think an approval rating is? If you were saying polls are wrong, you're like, polls are wrong, which is why I'm going to show you another poll. It should be a red flag when your pick flips a debate question from one you have a popular point to your weakest. I know it was a red flag. It was a major red flag. Anyway,
Team Jeffries, who convened Sunday's call, did not take a stance. With lawmakers back on the Hill this week, the coming days will be critical.
Hello, 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 hello.
The president trying to restore confidence, hitting the trail hard this weekend, eager to show voters he has what it takes to beat Donald Trump.
We're on the cusp of getting so much done. I really mean it.
Barnstorming battleground Pennsylvania, the president shaking hands and snapping selfies, rallying his supporters and leaning on allies to beat back concerns from fellow Democrats.
I'm about to point to the only person.
That's right. Let's go. Let's put this fucking buffoon. This surely. I'm telling you right now, that's it. This is the guy. He will win this now, okay? They got the ogre out. They busted the ogre out, who can't even fucking form 3 sentences together.
About to point to the only person that's ever kicked Trump's in an election right now.
Don't let anybody talk about your age. You a young whippersnapper.
But even the president's allies are blunt that his interview with George did not put concerns to rest.
What I do think the president needs to decide is, can he put those concerns aside? Can he demonstrate to the American people that what happened on the debate stage was an aberration, that he can and will beat Donald Trump?
In his
That's exactly why they use Fetterman to make Biden look coherent. Yeah, they're like, see, my president can speak good. Look at a guy who can speak bad.
First sit down after that disastrous debate performance, the president saying that so far, Democratic leaders have urged him to stay in the race.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. No one said.
Yeah, this was really stupid of him to say, because, like, objectively, they have been like kind of wishy-washy. Even the people that he brought up, like Jim Clyburn, even bringing up the chances of like Kamala Harris being the candidate means that they are not telling him to just simply stay in the race and that they're very excited about this. Okay, when there is so much chaos behind closed doors, him taking a position like this, a confident position like this, is only going to undermine the control he has over his own party as more and more Democrats obviously come out in the upcoming days because they see the writing on the wall and say, hey, drop out.
None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came out and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'd get out of the race.
Biden insisting only divine intervention could force him out.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
But at the center of his campaign is the argument that Trump poses an existential threat to American democracy.
I love the media basically saying you can't have both. Oh my God. I never personally thought that I would hear all of my commentary be reflected verbatim, like a 1-to-1. This is like, it's like ABC or the Hasanabi broadcast. I can't tell which is which. Verbatim, like a 1-to-1. This is like, it's like ABC or the Hasanabi broadcast. I can't tell which is which. It's crazy. It's crazy, folks. It's crazy. They're out here saying the same shit I've been saying. Both of your opinions are religion lunatics. What? I'm just saying it's wild. It's wild to see so much vindication happen in real time.
Biden pressed on what happens if he fails to stop him.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did.
This was probably the worst take from this entire interview, by the way. Like that in and of itself was the grossest thing he fucking said. Oh, I'll drop out if even if I lose, then options, not opinions, brother. You are the goodest reader. Oh, he said options. Oh, dude, as long as I tried my darndest, tried my hardest. It's like, no, dude, you can't. No, that's not a thing. Like, absolutely no one will think that. Okay? Even all of these people that are currently defending you, if you lose, some of them will look for like left bashing. Some of them will look to the left to be like, oh, the left is the reason why you lost or whatever. But ultimately, so many people will recognize that it is you who dropped the fucking ball.
The goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
Now that answer upsetting some in the party who say this isn't about whether or not the president gives it his all, but whether he is making the right decision to run. And this week he will try to prove that he is up to the task. He will be standing on the world stage at the NATO summit here in Washington and then holding a rare solo press conference on Thursday. George.
Okay, Mary, thanks.
Now for something a little different.
Kaya, baby, place. You know, it's place time. Yeah, good girl. Hi.
And from inside the White House, we have a special guest joining us now, the 46th President of the United States and presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden, calling in to Morning.
Yeah, dude. 2024 has been, many people are saying this, folks. 2024 has been the year of the Hasanabi vindication. Okay, every single issue that I've covered extensively over the course of the past 10 fucking years, but especially in the past 4 years, every single one, vindication.
Joe, right now. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Mika, I'm more than presumption. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr. President, that leads to the letter that we just received a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, there's a part of it where you talk about...
What?
To Morning Joe, right now. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Mika, I'm more than presumption. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr. President, that leads to the letter that we...
Oh, no. I'm telling you, dude, Brandon's own team is cooking him, dude. They made him sign up from the bathroom. They did it again. The audio perverts are at it again, dude. They're at it again.
We just received a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, there's a part of it where you talk about the fact that you got 14 million votes, 87% of the vote. It was an open process. You only had 3 people running against you. You have 3,900 delegates. And then you ask this question, do we now just say the process didn't matter, that the voters didn't have a say? I'm curious, is that an allusion also to Donald Trump and the fact that Democrats, you believe, may now be doing the same thing that Donald Trump tried to do in 2020, and that is overthrow the popular will of Democratic voters?
Well, look, Joe, let me say it this way. The reason I've been out on the road so much all over the country, and while Trump is riding around in his golf cart, filling out his golf cart before he even hits the ball. But anyway, he hadn't been anywhere in 10 days. I've been all over the country.
Mika, you can't do that. Mika, you can't sit there and try to laugh at what he's saying. It's not. Like, there's dick riding, there's glazing, and then there's what you're trying to do. Okay? It is, you're pre-laughing at a joke that he's trying to fire off in the midst of his attempt. Okay? You can't slobber on it that hard. It starts undermining your mental faculties when you do that. Okay? It's crazy. She's like, ha ha ha, that's so funny, Mr. President. I love the jokes that you're making. This is a Trump calls on a Fox and Friends type interview, 100%. This is literally Sean Hannity. This is like when Sean Hannity directly gives a guac 3000 to fucking Donald Trump. This is unimaginable.
Country, number one. And I've gone over the country for several reasons. One, to make sure my instinct was right about the party still wanting me to be the nominee. And all the data shows that the average Democrat out there who voted, the 14 million of them that voted for me, still want me to be the nominee, number one. Number two, the idea that Donald Trump has gained in any substantial way, has his argument to why he should be president is anywhere convincing than it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. It's just not there. And we're just starting to focus on Trump. And look, I attended services, spoke to over 600 people at Mount Airy Church of God in Christ in Philly. I stopped by campaign field offices with John Fetterman and Madeline Dean, both strongly supporting me. The president and the first lady, we spoke at a campaign ice cream social for AFSCME, Council 13 in Harrisburg. 40 minutes after we spoke with supporters, stopped by Denim Coffee. I mean, I was with the governor of Pennsylvania, who's still strongly supporting me. I mean, so look, and the fact is that this week I'm going to be hosting NATO Summit here in D.C., going to hold a press conference on Thursday. On Wednesday, I met with the National Union leaders of AFL-CIO. On Friday, I traveled to Detroit, Michigan for a campaign event. Just on down the line. And so I'm not getting any of what I was told. I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden. And I'm confident they do. And I'm confident, and like I said, the press is with me. I think they've been fairly fair. I haven't read any reporting they did today. But the fact is that, I think they have to acknowledge we had large crowds, enthusiastic crowds. And, and now they're talking about whether I use a prompter. Well, I did it all extemporaneously. The fact of the matter is, I was using prompters too. I don't get that. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that we're not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nominating process where the voters spoke clearly. I won 14 million of those votes, et cetera. So I not only believe that from the beginning, but I wanted to reassert it and demonstrate that it's true. And I'm going to be doing that all through this week and from here on.
So we noted yesterday there was quite a contrast to the people that were supporting you yesterday compared to, say, a lot of the Washington insiders and Hollywood moguls, and go down the list of very powerful people that want you out compared to the support that you had in Pennsylvania yesterday. That said, there are a lot of people of goodwill who love you.
This is, dude, this is so awesome. Dude, this is like the final stage of Trumpism, is that the Hollywood elite are after me. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. The Hollywood elite are after the Democratic Party's president, the incumbent president. Oh man, the real people on the ground definitely don't think I'm old as shit. It's the Hollywood perverts that are after me. It's the media that's after me. That's great. This is a winning strategy.
Who believe you did a great job in your first term, who are still
the moneyed interests and the corporate cucks are after me, says the guy who literally will go and do closed door meetings exclusively with fucking billionaires. Okay? Billionaires and millionaires. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, no, totally.
Concerned. Yesterday, the topic came up of the Stephanopoulos interview, where you were asked the question, how would you feel if Donald Trump beat you? How would you feel after you lost? And you said, well, as long as I did the best I could do, that's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who are concerned by that answer?
It's not an option, and I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, Trump has 50 lies. I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe. I want to get into it. He's just a liar. And he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friends. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning, I ran because I never bought on in the trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that we have to walk away from the rest of the world and cave to Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that. And I'm confident that's where the American people are. So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contributing under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true. And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running. I'm not running about what they think or what they care about. And by the way, you don't see.
Yeah, he's a real Bernie Sanders type, dude. A radical revolutionary Marxist. I don't care about what the millionaires think. That's why I keep doing closed door meetings with like millionaires, begging them for money. He sounds like my distant relative who has a history of not paying his debts, begging money from my dad. This is really ridiculous. I love the new method here, which is I'm the real revolutionary Marxist candidate. I don't care about the millionaires and billionaires. Respect. Yeah, that's who this guy is.
A whole hell of a lot of them flocking to Trump. You don't see a whole lot of CEOs flocking to Trump. You don't see any. You see the major economists out there talking about what I have been able to do. I don't hear anybody talking about his economic plan likely to bring America around and keep America first. And by the way, here's Trump talking about all that he's done and Trump and his debate night. He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th. And
look at their faces. Look at their faces as he's like trying to put together some semblance of a narrative, and they're just trying to follow what he's saying. That's crazy. Why wasn't this appearance televised? Why was it on the phone? What's your argument with the closed door meetings? That's just false comparison fallacy. Talk about the difference between the two candidates' policies instead. What? We're currently talking about Brandon versus like anybody else. Oh, yeah. Why would I? What other candidate could I be talking about? This is so fucking stupid. Like when we're talking about, I'm talking about Brandon because we're talking about Joseph Robinette Brandon not being the best possible candidate. Obviously, there are many differences. Well, not many, but there's still some differences between Joseph Robinette Brandon or the Democratic Party's platform overall and the Trump administration or the Trump the Republican Party led by Donald Trump. But this is an idiotic conversation to have currently because this conversation is not about Trump versus Biden. This conversation is about Trump versus the best possible candidate that the Democratic Party could put forward. That's all you talk about and avoid Trump. I famously avoid talking about Donald Trump. You're right. I suspect that this is the top of the hour ad break debate coming, right? Like all I talk about is top of the hour ad break debates. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That's all I'm saying. Please tell me that this person is not unironically a schizophrenic person hallucinating that I never criticized Donald Trump or something. What is happening, dude? I said I wanted hogs. I didn't mean I want Blue Anon, Blue MAGA Brandon supporters that are akin to Donald Trump. When I said I want hogs, I want Trump hogs so I can make fun of them. Not the Democratic Party's own version of the same fucking hogs. It's literally the same shit except they're gay, okay? Like, either I want hogs. I don't want, like, the gay version of the same type of hog, but for Brandon, okay? What the fuck? Oh, my God, he wasn't even doing a bait. He literally is just unironically saying that I don't talk about Trump. Chatter, do you want to know why I'm mad? Because you've been following me since the year 2021, December of 2021. I cannot, in good conscience, assume that someone who is at least like off and on followed me for the past 3 years to be this unimaginably stupid. Ad rip? Okay, dude. Oh, it's because I ran the ad. That's not even an ad break debate. He just is watching the ad right now. That's not a bait. This person is unironically this stupid, I think.
He says, they claim he spoke with Putin before he invaded. What the hell are we doing, Joe? What are we doing? This is bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet I have a few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith that can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old. Created over 15 million jobs, 21 million insured for the ACA, beat Big Pharma, relieved student debts for 5 million people, first black woman in the court. So I think I had a significant run, and that's how I'd measure me. Measure me what I've done. And by the way, in terms of my neurological capacity, I had a physical, a neurological physical as well in February. It's released. I released all my records, all of them. And I have a neurological test every single day. Try sitting behind this desk and making these decisions. You know it. Both of you know it. They know it. I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if my Joe had a night like that, or my kids or anybody, I'd probably want to do some sort of workup and medical workup and make sure he's okay. Have you been tested for any age-related illnesses, pre-Parkinson's, or anything like that that might explain sort of having a night like that where you couldn't finish sentences?
Look, I had before, I was feeling so badly before the debate. When I came back, they tested me for, I thought maybe I had COVID, maybe there was something wrong, I had an infection or something. They tested me, they gave me those tests, I was clear. So, but...
Bro, she said, if my son performed that poorly, I would immediately call the head doctor. Kaya, no, that's crazy.
Look, I had a bad night, but the fact of the matter is, look at what I'm doing. I mean, let me put it this way. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself, been testing everywhere I go, going out and making the case.
We are watching an old man negotiate why he still has the capacity to drive. It's crazy. Like this is like stages of grief. It's crazy. Oh, I'm just testing myself when I go out. Every day. That's crazy. Yeah, except he's not driving a car. He's driving a fucking nuclear submarine. You're right, Chatter. Sorry, I got the hiccups from the one spicy pepper I had.
The night of that debate, I went out. I was out till 2 o'clock in the morning that very night. That very night, it drives me nuts, people talking about this. That very night, I'm talking to large crowds. Look at the crowds we've gathered everywhere from Atlanta to North Carolina to Pennsylvania, and look at the enthusiasm. But it was right after. Where the hell's Trump been? What has...
Yeah, Trump is obviously not saying anything because you're already fucking up the bag. It's literally the best possible thing he could do. The best possible thing Trump could do right now is to stay the fuck out of the media spotlight. Why disturb your opponents when they're making a ginormous mistake? Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. He quite literally is not doing anything on purpose because you're already fucking it up. If he was running around constantly fucking chirping, the media would be up his asshole. And the narrative would shift away from Brandon's age and mental faculties to Donald Trump being a fucking fascist. Which he is, by the way. I mean, he is. Dude, I can't believe there's still people fucking who think that I'm like secretly in the pocket for Trump. And that's why I'm like talking about Joe Biden's mental faculties as I have been for the past like 4 years now, openly stating that we needed someone in 2020. You are, lol. Yeah, no, totally. I'm a secret Trump supporter. Well, not a secret Trump supporter, openly a Trump supporter. RNC, please, if you're watching, give me fucking access to the RNC. I love Donald Trump. I'm a red-blooded, passionate American who loves defending the Constitution. This you? Yeah. When your talking points line up with the MSM, then it's too real for some chatters. No, that's what's crazy about this fucking narrative is that like saying I'm a Trump supporter when mainstream media's narratives do not align with mine is one thing. But like you're making it seem like Adam Schiff is a fucking Trump supporter, dude. You're making it seem like Nadler, a 900-year-old Democratic representative from fucking New York, is a Trump supporter. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Mark Warner is a Trump supporter, is not going to, you know, is not exactly the best possible way that you can move on with this. And the worst part is, and I keep warning people, more Democrats are going to keep coming out. And I guess you'll keep moving the fucking needle until Joe Biden drops out. And then Joe Biden is a Trump supporter. It's so fucking stupid.
Trump said or done, except deny and lie about what he's for.
Okay, so you have repeatedly said that all of these people and entities are wrong. And let me go through them. The New York Times editorial board, The Economist, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Boston Globe, Jerry Nadler, Seth Moulton. Let me go to Julian Castro.
Trump supporters, all of them. Classic.
Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David Remnick, Richard Haas. Yeah, I know which one you're responding to there. Zeke Emanuel, but they are saying that you should step aside. So what is your plan of attack moving forward? These are pretty big names.
To go out and keep doing their big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong.
I'm about to say ableist slurs. Can you unequivocally promise that you won't vote for Trump? What a fucking idiotic statement. What an unimaginably stupid, like asinine, ridiculous, like, oh, we got him. Hey, dumbass, listen to my fucking commentary. Are you stupid? How many times have I fucking said you should never, I'm spitting, that's how fucking angry I am. You should never, ever in a million years vote for Donald Trump. Who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, can you promise unequivocally that you won't vote for Trump? As though like there's a hidden premise there that is like I'm secretly in the pocket and it's going to be too hard for me to say. How do you have the gall, the audacity? Where the fuck have you been? Like, where are we coming from? These fucking new, like, oh, I started paying attention to politics for the past 4 years ass dumbasses coming in here being like, I guess it was a bad joke. I thought you were being fucking serious. It is a bad joke.
Wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment. You make a judgment. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm going to have all these foreign leaders here. I've been in contact with the new British Prime Minister. Anyway, look, the country, the rest of the world is looking, our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else do you think could step in here and do this. I expanded NATO. The rest of the world is looking, our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else do you think could step in here and do this? I expanded NATO. I solidified NATO. Ask your brother about it in Poland. I made sure that we're in a position where we have a coalition of people, of the nations around the world to deal with China, with Russia, with everything that's going on in the world. We're making real progress. The Biden plan, which got in Israel for the Gaza Strip, is something that was adopted by the UN Security Council. Whether it comes to fruition, it's awful close. We'll see. G7's okay. But look, I'm not going to explain any more about what I should or shouldn't do. I am running. And if you want to stop me,
I wanted to ask you, it's so interesting. You talked about how, you were supposed to lose in 2020. You won. There's supposed to be a huge wave in 2022. There wasn't. In 2023, Republicans were supposed to win. They didn't. You could say the same thing about France. Le Pen was supposed to win in 2 years ago. She ended up getting crushed. Her party, her far-right nationalist extreme party, was supposed to win yesterday. They ended up getting crushed. I'm curious, what message do you take from?
That's a really interesting take because, I guess he's going to advocate for Bernie Sanders, for Joe Biden to drop out and make way for like a young, dynamic leftist. Not Bernie Sanders, but somebody else, I guess. Is that what we're doing? To change the dynamic dramatically and make it similar to the victory of the far left in France? I love the idea that Biden is the candidate for the everyman, right? Like, he's presenting himself as the guy who is not running for Wall Street, but for regular old Joes, not running for the millionaires that want him out, but for the everyday Americans that attend his rallies. And then when he wants to show his work, he turns around and says, I expanded NATO. Brother, there is no more I'm just running to get the Raytheon vote ass take than I expanded NATO. What fucking American living in the rural ass Alabama area or Pennsylvania is going, I was really concerned with Joe Biden's age. But then I thought about how he expanded NATO, how Sweden and Finland joined NATO. And I thought to myself, I don't really care that things are unaffordable. I don't really care about abortion. I don't really care about any of those things. Thank God he brought up Sweden and Finland joining the ranks of NATO, because that's what I care about.
From the French elections and the British elections, because we keep hearing about the rise of far-right nationalist extremism in Europe. But I've got to say, it looks like this past week has been the worst week for far-right nationalists between Britain and France.
No, it hasn't. They have grown. They have become significantly larger and more powerful than they have been historically since the rise of Nazi Germany. The notion that the far right is not growing in prominence and that there is a lot of momentum behind them is fucking silly. You do not know anything. Why the fuck are you doing commentary? It's so stupid. He's like, oh, yeah, it seems like they're fucking losing big time. It's like, you're a dumbass, dude. You're an absolute fucking dumbass. They went from nothing to the second largest party, second or third largest party. They went from nothing to being, in France, the single largest party. 10 million people voted. 10 million people voted for the Nationalist Party. The other parties had to form coalitions.
Wondering what you say about that and what message you take to NATO allies this week.
Look, Joe, let's get something clear about 20 and 24. Not only were they wrong, I said they were wrong beforehand. I said we were going to win and how we're going to win. I didn't pretend about it. It wasn't like, oh, my God, I was surprised. I was not surprised. I predicted it. I knew what we were doing, number one. Number two, you may remember, I was one of the few people out there publicly saying before the 2022 election, there will be no red wave. There will be no red wave. Because I've been all over the country. I didn't believe it at all. And then in 2023, the key elections, I went into those races, not every one of them, but a lot of them. And I said we were going to win. Look at we won those. So, Joe, it wasn't just that it didn't happen. I was predicting beforehand it would not happen because I've got a pretty good political instinct and eye. And here's the deal. It's not going to happen here this time around. The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons.
The craziest part about this is that as far as the chances of whoever the Democratic candidate is defeating Donald Trump, those chances are only cooked by Joe Biden being at the top of the ticket. But even with Joe Biden being at the top of the ticket, there's still a very decent likelihood that the Democratic Party might win. The issue here is that Biden's not entirely incorrect when he says, like, oh, no, people are actually undermining me, let's say, not him, but the Democratic Party and their performance come November. And what is really frustrating about this is that it is not even supposed to be contentious. It is not even supposed to be close. It's pure selfishness that is keeping him in the race. That's it. Because at the end of the day, he might still, if he just stayed and didn't die, right? And in November, come November, he might fucking actually win, right? It seems less likely by the day, but it could still happen. And then he goes, oh, I told you. It's like, dude, the Democratic Party won in spite of you, okay? At that point, the Democratic Party won in spite of you, not because of you. And the midterms are another great example of this. The Democratic Party actually was able to withstand the supposed red wave, not because of you. It was because of the Republican Party's ineptitude and overall genuinely gross and violent policymaking that caused Americans to react in disgust. It's so ridiculous for him to bring up the midterms. Like, this is revisionism. He is trying to revise history and claim like, oh yeah, no, it's not the abortion. It's not the abortion decision that caused so many people to revile, to feel gross about the Republican Party. It's actually because they loved him. They loved Joe Biden. That's why they were like, oh, we are such big fans of you. That's why we're voting for tickets that you're not even on.
Pal, one, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot. Just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce the president. Challenge me into
what? Oh my God. He's going crazy.
Convention. You know, on Europe, the poll.
Bro, when he said, I'm going to unleash Dark Brandon, I didn't realize he's just going to pull a Trump. Guys, I need you to understand something very important. One of the major reasons why Joe Biden won in 2020 is that he wasn't Donald Trump. One of the major reasons why Joe Biden won in 2020 was that he was not the crazy, narcissistic, self-entitled, self-interested, arrogant, selfish man. This will cost him the election if he keeps on with this way of Trump style, everyone who opposes me is fake and a dino. This kind of attitude is literally a carbon copy of Donald Trump. The Democratic Party and independents voted for him and are potentially looking to vote for him again, those who want to vote for him again, specifically because he is an elderly statesman who knows how to wheel and deal, who knows how to make legislation happen, who is a competent administrator. When you turn around and show that you are actually closer to Trump than you have led on, a lot of those independents are going to run away from you. Maybe even go so far as to say, well, he's just as incompetent and just as selfish and just as narcissistic as Donald Trump is, it seems. This is not the elderly statesman that I wanted to vote for with a competent administration. This is a man who's backed into a corner and his true colors are coming out. And guess what? They are literally, those colors are literally identical to Donald Trump in many meaningful ways. Ways that these suburban white voters care about. Remember, this guy in his reelection has basically triangulated his entire campaign messaging towards the MSNBC, CNN, and maybe even sometimes Fox News watchers that are living in the suburbs. Okay? One of the major differences between him and Donald Trump is supposed to be that he is a competent elder statesman. Not an elderly statesman. I said that wrong first. If he starts showing that he is actually very similar to Trump in his narcissism and his selfishness and his arrogance, they're not going to vote for him. It's crazy. I suspect this kind of behavior of constantly fucking chirping, constantly fucking complaining about like fake Democrats, run against me if you can. Like that kind of attitude is probably going to cause him to lose more support in the polls. Okay? Because some of the work that they've carefully conducted, a lot of the messaging, the right-wing heel turn towards white nativist immigration policies, and the narrative that is supposed to be appealing, the saving democracy angle, all of those angles are designed specifically to win over the suburban voters who are otherwise conservative, college educated, and relatively wealthy. This is really fucking bad because you are going to lose those guys that you cast aside the rest of the fucking constituencies for. The Chuck Schumer strategy of every vote that we win, for every blue collar voter that we lose, we win 2 in the suburbs, 2 white collar voters in the suburbs. That has been the Democratic Party's strategy. This goes against that strategy. Now, you've already cast aside the Hispanic voting bloc, the young voting bloc, POC in general. You've already cast them aside. You are relying on personally the stronghold of the Democratic Party, okay? Black voters, and saying no, black voters love me. That's it. Okay? You're relying on them while simultaneously trying to win in the suburbs. Now, you're casting aside the suburb voters too. This is really fucking stupid.
Polls are wrong in France. They're also right. There's no right wave or tide here in America either. By the way, in case you're wondering whether there is one, have you ever seen Trump run away so fast from what he's for? You know he's going to do it anyway, but he's such a liar. This guy everybody knows what they're planning to do. And now he's saying, no. This guy is going to rip away at a woman's right to choose in a permanent way. This guy is going to make sure that he exacts revenge. This guy's going to destroy democracy. This guy's going to give a blank check to the Supreme Court and he's going to use it to pass the 2025 agenda. This guy's extremely dangerous. But you notice he doesn't speak up for what he really is for. He's all of a sudden realizing, oh my God, nobody's for what I'm for. But anyway, look, and again, think of the things he lied about. He talked about he gave the largest tax cut in history. Yeah, he gave the largest tax cut in history to millionaires and billionaires. He said that he's going to, those 10% universal tax proposal is not going to drive prices higher. Every major economist in the world is saying it's going to drive an average $2,500 per person. Only jobs he created for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs and bounce back from COVID. Give me a break. That's what he said at the convention. At the debate. Everything he said. He said, he largely fixed COVID.
Okay, the bounce back COVID thing is true though. He's not even lying about that. What the fuck? That's literally correct. What are we talking about? The real problem is that when he fucking lies about everything else. That's the one area where he's correct. I feel like I'm on the phone with my grandpa. Yeah, maybe this is a phenomenal way to win over people who love talking to their grandpa on the phone. There's a lot of many Americans are saying that they love talking to their grandparents on the phone, and they want to live that. They want to relive that. Maybe they miss their grandparents. You know what I mean? This way, you get to feel like Joe Brandon is everybody's grandpa. That's part of it. Hold on. This is really bad.
You kidding me? And what happened? Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything except me and the folks out there in the local, race. He said, I did nothing to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he said, I think I encouraged Russia from going. I think he encouraged Russia going in. I mean, I'm reading from the list of lies. First of all, he was made up quote, sucker.
Oh no. You can hear the fucking papers. It was like, I'm reading. He's not even doing a good job reading the fucking list of lies. This is so bad.
And losers. I was with it. He called the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I suckers and losers. And so this guy's going to have to start to answer for what he did. I'm not letting up, Joe. I am not letting up a little bit. And by the way, France registered, look, you talk about Europe. France rejected extremism. Democrats will reject it here as well. Trump, and this is a guy who is an extreme candidate. I can't think of a candidate in my lifetime that's been more extreme. He makes George Wallace look like a patriot.
President Joe Biden, let's make this a thing. Thank you for calling in. We really appreciate it. And thank you for answering our questions.
If you're willing to hear from me, I'm willing to talk to you. Thank you very much.
We will take it on a regular basis.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Greatly appreciated.
President Joe Biden.
Hey there, MSNBC. Dude, that was so bad. Pod John had a similar take on Biden's call. Biden on Morning Show. Energy's great. Sound strong. Love that part. Message about absolutely sucks. Angry, defensive, lashing out at all the wrong people. Just please talk about voter concerns. That's how you address them, and Trump will make them worse. That's all. You guys took 2 weeks of pot shots at him. I think he's earned it. Yeah, blow off some steam, this guy says. That's crazy. Oh, my God. Did they do a call because Biden's team knows he can't stop making grandpa face? I think so. That's why he's not, appearing in a televised setting. What is this? I can't. Oh, this guy blocked me. Proud Texas Democrat. I just listened to the entire Morning Joe interview. Are you fucking nuts? He had every talking point, and he's energized and ready to go. Defensive to your offensive. Fuck yes. And that's why I love him. He holds the line against bullshit like yours. The interview is awesome, and we need more of that and less of you. Dude, what is going on? You think that's a bot? I don't think that there is a genuine constituency for Brandon and Brandon only, right? But the more I see this kind of stuff, the more I see this kind of commentary, the more I think maybe there are some people who are like, no, I'm not going to vote for anyone, but I'm only voting for Joe Biden, no one else. Oh, by the way, Dick Durbin came out too. Ask Senator Dick Durbin, number 2 Senate Dem, the Senate whip, by the way. If he's worried that Dems and Biden are on a collision course, I want our party unified behind one person as soon as possible. I followed up, should that person be Biden? He responded with, we'll see. Oh my God. Dude, this is, things are fucking moving, dude. Things are moving, dude. This is craziness. Dick Durbin is the most stanceless person on the planet. It is almost impossible to get him to say something about anything. Dick Durbin didn't do shit when the Supreme Court, he's literally, he's on the Senate Judiciary Committee. He should be running meetings every fucking day about the Supreme Court of the United States and how they are undermining American democracy. That motherfucker is so spineless that he didn't do that at all. Meanwhile, he's over here being like, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Biden. That's wild. Anyway, the Morning Joe interview is typical Trumpian style bullshit. There's obviously more here. Karine Jean-Pierre actually had a heated exchange in the presser that happened earlier today. We're going to be talking about that in a second. But before that, obviously a bunch of Senate Democrats and a bunch of party members, active Democrats that are in House seats, representatives, have criticized Biden. Adam Schiff came out and spoke out against it. And Brandon basically responded. Brandon basically responded with this letter. I want to show you. Oh my God, the sketch situation is horrible. Yes, we're gonna cover that in a little bit. Don't worry. It's not as horrible because like a lot of people are shitting on him, but I think a lot of people in his orbit are actually defending him, which is good. Like including all the phase guys. But does anyone have the Adam Schiff statement from the Sunday programs? Senator Tammy Baldwin won't say what she thinks of Biden staying in the race. Just their constituents have concerns. I asked, do you support Biden? She says, I support the Democratic ticket. Oh, some are backing out though. Summer Lee says VP Harris' obvious choice if Biden steps down. I just followed up with in the Capitol with Lee on this and whether she thinks Biden should step down. I have no thoughts on the matter, she said. Yeah, dude, Summer Lee is green as fuck. Why would Summer Lee be like one of the fucking bold voices in the party on this issue? She already has enough shit to fucking worry about. Leave it up to fucking Representative Nader. Leave it up to Adam Schiff. She has cabinet positions that she has to worry about. You think she's gonna fuck up the bag? Yeah, don't. If I'm a progressive in this situation, I'm not speaking on this at all because it's very obvious that the top of the party is currently significantly more conservative than anybody else on this. So just stay fucking quiet. Or not Nader, Nadler, sorry. Paul Krugman, please, Mr. President, do the right thing. Oh my God. Anyone else notice this? What is this? Okay, dude. Yeah, he wrote this letter. We're going to talk about the letter in a second. But before we do the, I want to show the Adam Schiff video.
And joining me now is Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff of California, a candidate for Senate. Congressman Schiff, welcome back to Meet the Press. Thank you for being here.
Great to be with you.
It is great to have you here. I want to get your gut reaction to that interview on Friday night. Obviously, the president trying to turn the page. Based on what you saw, do you think he is still the strongest candidate to beat former President Trump?
Well, ultimately, this is a decision President Biden is going to have to make, and President Biden alone. But I would say this, he has been an extraordinary president. He has created millions and millions of jobs. He has expanded and strengthened our NATO alliances. He has brought back manufacturing in this country. He has brought about the most aggressive attack on climate change. He has done more in one term than most presidents ever do, no matter how many terms they get. And he's running against someone who's a pathological liar, someone who ran the country into the ground by his mishandling of a deadly pandemic, someone who is a pathological, not only a pathological liar, but is immoral, indecent, unfit for office. But the performance on the debate stage, I think rightfully raised questions among the American people about whether the president has the vigor to defeat Donald Trump. And this is an existential race.
Bro, you need to understand something. What he's saying right here, like, yeah, he geared it up. He fucking has to glaze Trump. He has to glaze Biden. It makes sense. He's a Democratic senator. Of course, he's going to glaze Biden and be like, the Democratic agenda is fucking solid. Now comes the real problem. Okay? He's saying, like, Brandon's agenda was great. Problem is, the debate performance was kind of bad, and that spells trouble. It kind of feels like he might be too old to be doing this damn thing. And if that's the case, given the existential threat that Trump represents, you know, maybe he should do the right thing. This is the most you're going to get out of this situation. This is a centrist Democratic Party establishment loyalist. If you think he's going to come out and be like, Brandon's a warmonger, or he's doing crazy shit in Gaza, and I also think he's a war criminal, he needs to resign immediately in disgrace, like, you're fucking delusional. If you expect him to say things like, Brandon's old as fuck, okay? We've known it for a while. Resign immediately in disgrace, like, you're fucking delusional. If you expect him to say things like, Brandon's old as fuck, okay? We've known it for a while. And it's obviously become so apparent that the American public can no longer avoid seeing that reality, and therefore he must resign. He's not going to say that. He's not going to say that. You have to, in a lot of instances, when Democrats are speaking, these are, you know, media-trained Democrats, obviously. When they're speaking, you have to read between the lines a little bit. You have to look at what they're saying. You have to look at what they're not saying. You have to look at how they're saying things. But anything that even moves the needle, whether it's Nancy Pelosi stating, is this a one-off or is this a genuine problem? Or Jeffries saying, or not Jeffries, Clyburn saying, if Biden stepped aside, I would put all of my support into Kamala Harris. Like entertaining the options. These are all very clear-cut indicators to those with ears to listen, with those who actually understand what they're saying. These are clear-cut indicators that there is a lot of instability in the ranks in terms of Joe Biden's reelection chances. Okay? This is very important. They're basically, this is like a shot, like a warning shot. You got to do the right thing or we're going to fucking come after you.
Joe Biden's incredible record, given Donald Trump's terrible record, he should be mopping the floor with Donald Trump. Joe Biden is running against a criminal. It should not be even close, and there's only one reason it is close, and that's the president's age. And what I would say, Kristen, what I would advise the president is seek out the opinions of people you trust. He's obviously talked to his family about this, and that's important. But he should seek out people with some distance and objectivity. He should seek out pollsters who are not his own pollsters. He should take a moment to make the best informed judgment. And if the judgment is run, then run hard and beat that SOB.
Congressman, what is...
Dude, that's a cook. He's cooking him. No. Dude, in a very polite way, he said, what the fuck are you doing? This is the easiest race to win of all time. And the only reason why we're losing this race is because of you and you only. And you need to stop fucking listening to your sycophantic family members, including those who want you to remain president so you can pardon them like Hunter fucking Biden, and start talking to some reasonable fucking people about how you need to get out of this fucking race. This did not happen with Hillary Clinton in 2016 because in 2016, Hillary Clinton was beating Donald Trump in the polls. Okay? Democrats were universally refusing to acknowledge that Hillary Clinton was very unpopular. You need to understand, there was never a statement like this ever uttered about Hillary Clinton in 2016. Adam Schiff, a major establishment dick rider, said, get out of your echo chamber. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of this race. Obviously, he didn't say it with those terms, but this is the most aggro statement you're going to hear right now in the time being, when there's still a little bit more time for Biden to do the right thing, resign in disgrace, or not disgrace, resign gracefully, get an honorable discharge before, and I suspect by the end of this week, if he's still refusing to hear the statements coming from these people that are not openly being contentious and openly saying you have to leave right now, you can't do this any longer. Like, I think that they're trying to look for a graceful exit, and Biden is using that lack of transparency and that lack of interest in like directly calling it out to say, no, they still want me to run. You don't understand. I think that is why the Democratic Party doesn't want to cause too much of a commotion. It is not in the interest of the Democratic Party to cause too much commotion, because that is the one way that you will hurt whoever the Democratic candidate is and their reelection chances. Okay? If there's an actual knife fight in broad display in front of the public, that shows chaos, that shows disorder. Democrats are the non-chaotic, organized party to Donald Trump's disorder. So they will lose they will end up losing a major layup, a major reason as to why they are better and why these suburban voters should be voting for the Democratic Party and the Democratic ticket. That's why they are trying to quietly, because Biden is most likely not taking their calls. He's only talked to 20 people so far in the Democratic Party that isn't immediately in his, family and his major dick riders that have been with him for like 40 fucking years at this point as his consultants. They are trying to get him out in the least disruptive way possible. And Biden and his endless narcissism is refusing to see what these guys are saying. It's part narcissism, and I think it's part being fucking old, because Biden is supposed to be the guy who knows how to read the fucking room. He knows how to wheel and deal. He's a guy who is a deal maker, like not like Trump, like an actual deal maker in Washington, D.C. Like, that's why he ran. That's why he won, right? That's why he is a perfect counter to Donald Trump's chaos and disorganization and disorder. A real deal maker, a real old school elder statesman, Washington deal maker hears this statement and goes, oh, fuck, we have some real problems. And at that point, yelling about the leaks or yelling about other senators in your own party saying you need to drop out, taking a courageous stance, as courageous as the Democrats ever will be, let's be real, and yelling at them and claiming that they have like some kind of dino interest, that they're dinos, Democrats in name only, like Trump says rhinos, Republicans in name only. Like that is genuinely a signal that he is either so fucking delusional due to his narcissism or so fucking oblivious due to his age that he's not seeing what's going on right now. Because if he truly cared about the future of the Democratic Party or the future of American democracy, and if he genuinely believed that Donald Trump is a threat, an existential threat to American democracy, he would literally drop out. He would resign. He would say he is not seeking re-election and that he came to office with a legacy in mind to undermine the violent right-wing fascist momentum that was growing in this country that he saw with his own two eyes after Charlottesville. And now he has gotten it done. And now it's time for a younger, more dynamic face of the Democratic Party to carry on the torch. This is what he would say, and this is what he would do. He would go to all of the party heads, and they would find the best possible candidate that will be the easiest transition, and he would come out and say, this person, I believe, will carry on my administration's phenomenal legacy, and I am seeing myself out of this fucking race. The fact that he is not doing that, like I said, is part narcissism and part dementia. Complaining about the deep state cabal or complaining about the fucking Hollywood elites that are trying to oust him is ridiculous. The only reason why people are saying you need to drop out is because they want the Democrats to win. They want a guaranteed victory for the Democrats. They do not want an old man who could fuck up the bag or die at any moment.
What is your opinion? I mean, you watched that interview on Friday, and a lot of Democrats say it was fine. He certainly seemed stronger, more robust than during the debate, but it didn't put concerns to rest. Are you confident he can beat Donald Trump, or do you think he should drop out of the race?
The interview didn't put concerns to rest. No single interview is going to do that. And what I do think the president needs to decide is, can he put those concerns aside? Can he demonstrate to the American people that what happened on the debate stage was an aberration, that he can and will beat Donald Trump? Given this Supreme Court decision now essentially making any future Trump a dictator and a king, it's all the more important. But here's the thing. I think if the president takes the time to consult people and has an open mind about this, he will do what Joe Biden always does, which is he will make the right decision. He'll make the decision in the best interest of the country. That's what he has always done, and I'm confident that's what he will do here.
You heard Nancy Pelosi say that it's legitimate to ask, was this an episode or a condition? President Biden refused to commit to take a cognitive test. Do you think he should take a cognitive test?
Look, I'd be happy if both the president and Donald Trump took cognitive tests.
So that's a yes. You think he should take a cognitive test?
I think they both should be willing to take a test. I think, frankly, a test would show Donald Trump has serious illness of one kind or another. But ultimately, the decision is going to come down to what Joe Biden thinks is best. And if his decision is to run, then run hard and beat that SOB. And if his decision is to pass the torch, then the president should do everything in his power to make that other candidate successful.
And let me ask you about next steps, because obviously there are going to be meetings on Capitol Hill. Leader Jeffries.
Yeah, that's crazy. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I don't know if you can be clearer than this. Like, this is fucking... Bro, you're saying he's both sides in that question? He was asked directly if the current fucking sitting president should take a cognitive test, and his answer was yes. Are you kidding me? Yeah, he said Trump should get one too. But like, what more do you want him to say? Like, I can't believe I'm defending him. I hate Adam Schiff, but he's literally pretty intentionally fucking being like, yeah, dude, drop out. You're old. Your cognition ain't shit. For us, it's obviously very easy to fucking run around and say whatever the fuck we want. But for them, like, this is pretty unimaginable. All we do here is run around fucking chirping about the top of the hour ad break and how, you know, some people are going to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And how if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Your inferencing skills are elite. No, I just know how the Democratic Party works. They're fucking cowardly little shits. In all my years of covering the Democratic Party, I've gotten so used to them, you know, never really openly stating what the problem is. They're just politicians. They're like the worst kind of politicians. Unless we're talking about like a leftist candidate or something, in which case they will obviously say like, oh, this guy's going to do communism and it's bad.
Joining me right now is one of those 5 House Democrats that has publicly called on Biden to exit the race, Massachusetts Congressman Seth Moulton. It's good to see you, my friend. We're glad you're here. Let's see. You came in at number 3 or 4 on Friday of the 5 that have made this distinction, calling for the president to step aside. You couldn't have done it easily, right? In the statement, here's what you said. Now is the time for President Biden to step aside, to let new leaders rise up and run against former President Trump. When your current strategy isn't working, it is rarely the right decision to double down. President Biden is not going to get younger. Walk us through how you got to this position.
Well, first of all, Alex, this was a difficult decision because I think President Biden has been an amazing president who's done so much for our country as president, and of course, for decades serving in the Senate before. He's also been a close personal mentor to me. I used to go to his house for breakfast when he was vice president, and he coached me on being a new member of Congress. He campaigned for me up in my district in Massachusetts. So first of all, I just had a lot of conversations behind the scenes, trying to talk to people in the White House, in the inner circle, trying to convey the concerns that myself and many of my colleagues and many of my constituents share, that he may not be the best choice to take on Donald Trump and ensure we win in November. But when those behind the scenes conversations didn't work, I decided it was time to go public with the concerns that so many of us Democrats share.
Yeah. And by the way, if I misspoke and say it couldn't have been of course it was a difficult decision. Thank you for that. Let me ask you, because you say that the Democratic Party should now look into all viable options to replace Biden at the top of the ticket. So who would you support, if not Vice President Harris, or would it be Vice President Harris?
Actually, I think this is a very open debate right now that's happening
I
in
think
our
that's
party,
the funniest
which is a
part.
good and healthy thing for a
While I was pissing, I thought of something too. I think part of the reason why they don't want the progressives to chirp about Biden is because I suspect behind closed doors, they're telling progressives, don't say anything about Biden. Let us handle this situation. Because obviously the Democratic Party has created an environment that is like unsustainable for the progressive wing in general. And if they want to successfully oust Biden, they can't have the type of person like a Rashida Tlaib or an AOC or a Summer Lee to be like, oh, he shouldn't run for office, because then the Biden team will fucking immediately pounce on the progressive wing to make it seem like this is not actually coming from the highest orders of the Democratic institutionalists, the Democratic establishment, but instead coming from like the outsiders of the party, because they've already like positioned themselves as like the outsiders of the party. So I think that's probably the reason why you're not hearing from like a lot of the obvious people that you would normally hear from in this situation, because like they will pounce on that shit. I suspect that this is yet another moment of organizing within the party, because you have to remember, in many instances, like Nancy Pelosi is pretty shit, but she was a fucking phenomenal whip, right? Like she knew how to whip her party. She gave great committee positions to young representatives like Ilhan Omar, like Rashida Tlaib, like AOC. Like these were people that she actually dealt with, like wheeled and dealed with, and she knew how to bring in the ranks. I suspect that Hakeem Jeffries is probably doing a similar thing right now. Like, I mean, he is from the school of Nancy Pelosi. He is Nancy Pelosi's personal pick for this position. So I am assuming that they're having these sorts of conversations behind closed doors, or they're basically telling like, don't say anything to any of the progressives, because if you do, they're going to pounce on you and they're going to make it seem like this is just like a super fucking far left constituency that's like demanding Biden step down. School of Pelosi, Lamau. No, Nancy Pelosi is like, part of the reason why I hate Nancy Pelosi is because she's very good at her job. She was very good at like both winning her election, dominating her constituency, but most importantly, like whipping the party into shape always. She was very good at that. She is like the opposite of Dick Durbin and Chuck Schumer. So yeah, I think that Hakeem Jeffries has probably gotten a lot of those same instincts that Nancy Pelosi had. Would never ever give Pelosi or Jeffries any credit. Progressives without teeth will always fail. So if we're falling in line, that's not a great idea. AOC and Bernie took a selfie with Biden. Come on. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that the reason why AOC and Bernie are not saying much about Biden right now, and Bernie is like literally saying like, oh yeah, if he wants to keep running, he should keep running or whatever. Like, do you think that they secretly want Biden to keep running? If that's the case, why don't they just come out and say Biden should keep running? Fuck all the rest. I don't think you understand what I was saying here. Right now, there is chaos within the Democratic Party. By my estimation, and we don't know the exact numbers, but the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party, like the politicians, the overwhelming majority of them probably want Biden to not run because they recognize Biden running as the president as a dangerous prospect for the Democratic Party's future. Okay? This is why I'm saying people like AOC are not chirping too much about Biden getting out of the race, even though it is a perfect opportunity for them to say such a thing. Why are they not doing that? The reason why they're not doing that, I suspect, is because probably someone internally inside of the party is saying, like, don't come out. We will handle it ourselves, because pretty much everybody wants that. Yes. Thank you. Exactly. The squad weighing in would negatively polarize the crowd towards Biden, more considering they have been the most critical of Biden. Exactly. It's the difference between someone like myself saying Biden needs to fucking not run so the Democrats can win versus someone like maybe a David Pakman saying that, or a Brian Tyler Cohen saying that. Those guys have been defending the Democratic Party, and I have not. So obviously when I say it, people are like, oh, fuck you. You want Trump to win. But when fucking Nadler says it, it's a little bit different. You know what I mean? That dude's a fucking dyed-in-the-wool blue Democrat. Like, what are we talking about? There's a difference between me saying it or Joe Manchin saying it, that Biden shouldn't run, versus Nadler saying it.
A party to have is these discussions about what our future looks like. And frankly, that's a debate that Americans want to hear as well. So whether it's some sort of contested mini primary or whether the president decides to hand the reins to Vice President Harris, who I think many Americans have underestimated, I'm not sure exactly what the right answer is. I'm not an expert on all the intricacies of how delegates work and everything. That's the sort of party insider stuff, which has never been my focus. But whatever the process is, one thing I want to make clear, I think it will be good for Democrats. I think we'll attract a lot of attention to this race. It will showcase this new generation of Democratic leaders who bring so much diversity and talent to our party and are doing great things right now in service all across the country. All of that is good for Democrats. It's good for our party, not just for the presidential race, but for races up and down the ticket. This
is the real problem too. Like, Biden is fucking up the bag for the rest of the Democrats. Like, Biden is pulling the rest of the Democratic ticket down. Biden is underperforming in comparison to down ballot races, which is unheard of. That's crazy. That is really bad. I don't know how else to explain it. That's just it. That's really fucking bad. Anyway, so after all of these after all these comments about Biden, he came out and he wrote this lengthy letter to congressional Democrats defending himself, saying, despite all the speculation in the press and elsewhere, I'm firmly committed to staying in this race and running this race to the end and beating Donald Trump. That's what he said, which once again, kind of crazy. So you're on Team Drop Biden? Dude, I've been on Team Drop Biden for a very long time, okay? I'm more than that. I've been literally saying this since like 2019. So yeah. And for the reasons that is coming up as a problem too. Not just like, oh, he's Jim Crow Joe, architect of the crime bill, all these other obvious problems, but because of the fact that, and you've seen it, I like retweeted my tweet in like early 2020. I was like, why would Why is the Democratic Party so quick to drop their incumbent advantage when the second term comes around and Biden is ineligible to run because he's too fucking old? Now, I'm not exactly the most brilliant fucking political commentator here, okay? I'm not. Here, I retweeted it recently. I said, that's why they pay me the big bucks. April 14, 2020. One truly wild thing we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. I remember when you were blasting Biden in 2020. Didn't follow you yet, but yeah, that was wild. You were so right, though. Yeah. This is why you have a gazillion-dollar mansion, mate? Yeah, that's why. Because of my brilliant observation that, like, someone who's 800 years old and was very clearly nowhere near as competent as he was, like, only 4 years prior, was too old and would ruin his chances of re-election. Yeah, that's why. Brilliant observation. Except it does come across as a brilliant fucking observation when 99% of mainstream media was refusing to make that observation, with the exception of one guy. That guy, his name is Ested. For those of you who do not know, Ested, who is a friend of the show, is a New York Times reporter. I will be having him on the broadcast. He has a podcast called The Run-Up New York Times, a political podcast from the New York Times hosted and reported by Ested Herndon. That's right. He was one of the few mainstream media voices that was openly talking about how ridiculous it is that Biden is so fucking old and how voters are going to be upset about this. Here, let me look at his timeline real quick. I want to show you this. There was some stuff that he showed. Here. People did not get the impression Biden would be a transitional president, serve one term out of thin air. His age was a big reason he struggled with parts of the Democratic primary electorate in 2020. This is important. And campaign took specific steps to signal to voters they would not be in this position 4 years later. Biden signals the aides that he would serve only a single term. Joe Biden positions himself as a bridge to the next generation at Michigan rally. Joe Biden weighing unique steps to reassure voters concerned about his age. Joe Biden hints he'd be a one-term president, political kryptonite, or strategic genius. The reason why he did that was because he recognized that there was the incumbent's advantage that could fall apart. Okay? Ested also says, 2020 primary has been mythologized so thoroughly, we've well and truly lost the plot. Why did Biden struggle in the early states pre-South Carolina? Because a lot of Democrats thought he was too old. This is the only part that bothers me, along with the pretty cynical use of black voters/media. Saying it's too late to do something is one thing. Saying the voters had their say, or it's only elites who care about Biden's age, is stunningly obtuse. There was a primary is a ridiculous line to run, especially when everyone knows there was no fucking primary. The Democratic Party, led by Biden, openly pulled the ranks in and wouldn't even allow anyone in the Democratic Party to run against them, with the exception of the bold, brave, and brilliant Dean Phillips. Okay? Everyone else that was running was Marianne Williamson or my uncle, Cenk Uygur. Okay? That's not a real primary. It got so bad that Uncommitted was doing numbers on the fucking board. The uncommitted momentum was largely a consequence of, obviously, Gaza, and more so than just Gaza, the fact that there was no option against Biden. There was no real primary because the Democratic Party refused to allow a real primary, possibly because they knew Biden would not be very strong in a primary. Says a lot that two of Biden's contenders were literally in your home. Exactly, because they knew Biden would not be very strong in a primary. Says a lot that two of Biden's contenders were literally in your home. Exactly. Like, yeah, a real primary that does not make. Anyway, excited to have Ested on in the upcoming days. Let's continue. Let's get to Biden's ridiculous letter to the congressional Democrats.
President Biden is urging Democrats to come together. In a lengthy letter to Democrats, the president says it's time for the party to come together so they can have the best chance at beating Trump. He's also doubling down on his commitment to stay in the race. Senior reporter Catherine Falders joins me now from Capitol Hill for more. Catherine, what stands out to you from this letter?
I think you nailed it, Diane. It's his commitment to staying in this race. He is very emphatic that he is not going anywhere, that he will be the one to defeat Donald Trump come November. I just want to read you a portion of the first part of the letter. Biden writes, I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end and beating Donald Trump. He also writes towards the end of this lengthy letter that the question of how to move forward has been well aired for over a week now. It's time for it to end. This is a letter that he penned, the president, just moments ago to Democrats here on Capitol Hill who have been coming out saying, some of them, that they believe Biden should step aside. Now, of course, it remains to be seen whether this letter will have any effect, but it's notable that Biden is sending them.
I don't think he's dropping out in 48 days. I think he's dropping out by the end of this week. I think they're going to slowly but surely increase the heat. I think it will have to happen sooner rather than later. And by that, I mean the Democrats who see the writing on the wall are going to have to make bolder claims, even if it is like right now, the calculation behind closed doors is if Joe Biden doesn't hear the message when we are trying to communicate it to him on television quietly and in the calmest, gentlest way possible, we are going to have to increase the pressure. But the calculation is this. If they make too much of a stink, that hurts the Democratic Party's chances of winning the election. So Biden not leaving and not resigning from the candidacy is unironically hurting the Democratic Party's prospects of winning this election. They need to do this in as neat of a way as they possibly can, in a way that doesn't show chaos. And Biden is refusing to take the hint. As a matter of fact, maybe even taking advantage of the fact that they're in this predicament and acting like, oh, they're not saying they need me to drop. They're saying they need me to drop the hammer, actually. That's what they're saying. Drop the hammer on Trump. Like, he's refusing to hear what they are saying as openly as they possibly can say without creating genuine fucking chaos. Okay? A liberal I know believes that if Biden is replaced, the news will shift from Biden is old to the Democrats don't think they can win. He then said, I was defeatist who would write in your name and would lower tax for the right because you are a 1%er. He's from Alexandria, of course. I shouldn't keep talking to him, right? Because, like, wait. He then said I was a defeatist who would write in your name and would lower tax for the right because I'm a 1%er. Then why won't I just advocate for Donald Trump? That literally doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't I just be a Trump supporter then? Like, half the country, like a decent amount of fucking people that are voting in the polls say they want Donald Trump. There's a fucking market for being pro-Trump. I would, dare I say, a much larger market for being pro-Trump than being fucking completely outside of the political spectrum on the left. Like, this never makes any sense. Trump lowered my taxes already. I was very much against it, and I voted against him. I knew he was going to do that, and I voted against him. Well, at the time, I was definitely significantly more broke when I voted against him. But even then, in 2020, I voted against him again, even though he lowered my fucking taxes. Why wouldn't I just be a right-wing content creator then? There's no reason for me to try to, like, infiltrate from the left. The Democratic Party does that failure of a fucking run all on their own, okay? This doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and I don't think people are reacting in a logical way when they say stuff like that. I think they're just, like, emotionally reacting, and they're all out of options. He's the president, though. He got 80 million votes. It's his choice, isn't it? I want him to drop out, but it really is his choice. I don't understand how shitting on him, even after he's made his decision to go, is going to help us at all. It just shows weakness on our side. I hope he does drop, though. Okay, when he fucking loses in November, we'll have this conversation again. Okay, at which case you will have one of two options. Recognize that your insistence on, well, Biden's own personal narcissistic desires to stay in the race, despite the fact that all fucking polls were showing he was losing key states, were being called into question, including but not limited to Virginia even, was a major problem, and that people who did want Trump not to win were actually openly advocating for Biden to drop out before it's too late in the quietest ways possible. Here's another major donor, Major Biden donor Stuart Bainham Jr. tells me he will not be hosting events for Joe Biden until possibly after the convention, calling for him to drop out. Biden says he's not leaving. Some Biden bundlers have paused their efforts to raise money. People want you to act like this. Notice how it's only rich white people wanting Joe to step down. I think people that want to win want Joe to step down. The people that want to win are sticking with Joe. No, they're not. The people that are fucking delusional are sticking with Joe. And they would stick with whoever the fuck they put in place of Joe. You should ask every fucking candidate. I mean, not candidate, sorry. You should ask every fucking person that's defending Joe Biden right now, are you not going to vote if it's Kamala Harris? Let's see what their answer is. Because there are currently plenty of people who won't vote for Joe Biden. So you should ask every single person that is an unconditional, unironic dick rider of Joe Biden, will they not vote if it's not Joe Biden? This might unironically be my liberal friend's account. Trouble man. Why do you advocate against voting for Trump if your output is around 1,000 votes? Why do you advocate for voting? Are you new to Marxism? Yeah, I'm new to this Marxism stuff. I think we can like vote in socialism. And I think that Joe Biden is going to bring about socialism. Or Kamala Harris is going to bring about a democratic socialist vote. Yeah, no, please enlighten me, that broski, following since 2020 for the past 4 years. I'm sure you got some really cool ideas here. JD Pon Kamala. Why do you advocate against voting for Trump if your output is around 1,000 votes? Why do I advocate against voting for Trump is because it's unconscionable to vote for Trump. Why would I? Because I have values. Like, what are we talking about? It doesn't have anything to do with my output. You have no output, okay? If you personally don't think voting for Trump is a good idea, would you not tell your friends not to vote for him? The fuck kind of stupid question is this? That's number one. Relax. I love my left-wing capitalists. Yes, dude, I know. You're a real fucking communist. I know. You're like a real die-in-the-wool communist, that broski. You are my favorite tool of left-wing capitalism. Keep it up, below. What's your opinion on Zizek's take on the N-word? Genuinely curious. I think he's right about white liberals trying to control the discourse by vilifying themselves. I totally support your opinions, but I am too rich, white, and selfish to care. So I'm voting for the blonde daddy. Thanks. Women are not persons. Gotcha, Azuni. What happened? This attitude is very different. I love nationalism. It really helps the proletarian cause. I haven't read Marx. Bro dares mentioning Lenin. What happened? I guess my mentions of Lenin were not sufficient enough. Who heard this chatter? He's a real Marxist, dude. That's why he went from shitting on Donald Trump and saying that one guide. Yeah, dude, you're behaving like a fucking dumbass. What do you mean, one guide? Lol, I got you. I was just pretending to be intellectually deficient is not the own that you think it is. I totally support your opinions, but I am too rich, white, and selfish to care, so I'm voting for the blonde daddy. Thanks is unironically like an anti-Trump statement. He's being sarcastic here. What happened over the course of the past 4 years? He became like a radical, revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist vanguardist guy who thinks the only way to bring about full tilt communism is by voting for Trump. Yeah. I know I just shit my fucking pants. Not pretending, still consistent. Wait, what? Yeah, consistently stupid, I think. What do you mean consistent? The only way to fix this is to purge the Discord? Why? No, I don't even think Discord is this fucking annoying. Accelerationists are crazy. No, they're just stupid, okay? They're not even crazy. They're not radical. They're just dumb. Like the Jimmy Dorian constituency. Let's not act like fucking voting in for Biden is going to, change the course of history or whatever. I've said that very openly time and time again. But of course, I'm going to tell you not to fucking vote for Donald Trump. Idiotic. Anyway, ridiculous. No, this DNC delegate tells me they will not vote. They will not support Biden. We'll back Harris. Based on some conversations with fellow delegates, I'm confident that a significant number of delegates will be willing to break ranks if it means preventing Trump from returning to the White House. A DNC delegate sent me this meme to explain how they felt about the election before the debate. Once the debate happened, in group chat with other local Democrats and delegates, guys, are we really nominating this guy? Like, holy shit. Is it just Trump, or would you not vote for anybody in the Republican Party? Sorry, I'm new here. No, that's a great question. It's everybody in the Republican Party. There's not a single Republican that I would ever vote for, ever. And that position has never changed. A lot of people, I think, misunderstand my anger, frustration, and resentment that I routinely demonstrate towards the Democratic Party as somehow I don't know, somehow as like a defense of the Republican Party or something. It's a easy to understand mistake when a lot of people operate on this political binary under the duopoly that we exist under in our bourgeois democracy. I hate the Democratic Party because of its closeness to the Republican Party in terms of its policies. Okay? Except if you get a press pass to RNC, then you definitely love Trump and would vote for him 100 times illegally. Yes, that is true.
This letter to congressional Democrats before they all were.
So you'd never vote for a Republican regardless of their policies? No, I would never vote for a Republican because of their policies. What kind of stupid question is this? Okay, now that's a stupid question. The other chatter was probably nice and was genuinely interested. You are now asking a stupid question. Like, yeah, in a fantasy world, if we're talking about Abraham Lincoln, yes, I would vote for Abraham Lincoln. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, if a Republican was like a fucking Marxist-Leninist and was working on seizing the means of production for the American proletariat, then yes, I would vote for that person. I know you used to be more right-winged. Did you ever like the Republican Party? Fuck no. No. My right-wingedness was never right-wing. I just had hang-ups in terms of some reactionary attitudes that I recognize. That doesn't mean I was ever like a Republican Party defender.
Turn to Capitol Hill later this afternoon.
And Catherine, as they return to Capitol Hill, more and more are calling for the president to step aside. Democratic senators are also set to meet tomorrow. So what are you watching for as lawmakers come back to the Hill today?
Look, I'm watching to see whether this letter from the president has any effect, whether it changes any of the sentiments from these Democrats who have already said publicly that they want President Biden to step aside. It's interesting because the spokesperson for the Biden campaign, an advisor for the Biden campaign, said that they realize that they believe more Democrats will come out asking Biden to step aside. So the timing of this is pretty interesting from the White House. So the question becomes, does this have any effect? We know, as you mentioned, that Senate Democrats will meet tomorrow. This is a regularly scheduled caucus meeting that they have with their caucus. This topic will surely come up. We'll see what they have to say after. Diane?
We will.
Yeah, this letter is ridiculous, by the way. And once again, I think that Democrats are as pleasantly and as politely as they physically can urging Biden to step aside so they can win the upcoming election. And Biden is refusing to recognize that, and is, as a matter of fact, maybe even taking advantage of the fears that the Democrats have of creating more chaos and disorder and confusion that will harm the electoral prospects come November, to remain in the fucking race for as long as he can. And of course, this will either cause the Democratic Party to just basically take the fucking L, which they can do, but I don't think they will because they see the writing on the wall, or they're going to keep increasing the pressure. They're going to keep, turning up the heat a little bit until there are very overt calls for action, overt calls for Biden to step down. Hassan is not a Marxist. Do not watch Hassan read Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Do not watch Hassan. I mean, you should read Marx, Engels, and Lenin. I agree. But I do think that this person is like, I love people that think that placing this much emphasis on a Twitch streamer and his community is going to move the needle in any sort of revolutionary direction. Like, you inherently are cucked. You know that, right? When you think that you're like actually fighting this revolutionary cause by chirping with a username called ThatBroski on a fucking Twitch streamer's chat, you are not doing anything. You're placing a significant amount more emphasis and influence on someone like myself than I place upon myself. Like, you think you're doing praxis. You sound like a Redditor on fucking r/workfree or whatever. You sound like you got, you sound like you learned about Marxism from TikTok. Anyway, here, take a week off. Some people genuinely think you're a transphobic conservative. Is so funny. No, that person thinks that I'm not a real radical revolutionary. He's about to start the revolution with a petition on Reddit. This is just someone who has watched you for too long and become extremely parasocialist, expecting you to be socialist Jesus and being sorely disappointed. Yeah. I just don't understand personally how you can watch me for an extended period of time and ever think that I've ever aspired to be socialist Jesus, nor do I think that that is a realistic thing, nor that I think that it's like it's a legitimate way for change, that there's one singular Jesus-like figure. It is very Protestant that one guy is like supposed to be this fucking deity, and then through that individual, people will be personally influenced to to believe in socialism, and it's not about like invoking class consciousness among as many parts of the working class as physically possible, and to get people to put practice into to put theory into practice in their own lives in meaningful ways, doing your very best, putting your best foot forward. Yeah, it's what's up? Pants, you mean? For pants. Yeah, 38 waist, 32 inseam for pants. Extra large. It's so anti-materialist, a return to the great men perspective on why things happen. Yeah. Yeah, Lenin individually did all of this. It was crazy. It was crazy when when Lenin was just like, I'm going to do a revolution, and then magically that's how it worked out. Let's continue.
State like very clearly yes or no, was that expert here to participate in anything surrounding the care of the President of the United States?
So let me just say a couple of things. We have had a comprehensive, and I just want to take another step back, comprehensive physical examination. The President has had that. We've given a comprehensive report. We've shared that the past 3 years. Every year that he has had this exam, he sees a neurologist. Just to give you a quote from that, from the report most recently in February, an extremely detailed neurological exam was again reassuring in that there were no findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorder, such as a stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis, end quote. So that came directly from in February in that comprehensive report that was provided by the President's doctor to me, that I share with all of you. So anyone who is watching can certainly go to our website.
The question, which was this expert's visits, was multiple visits to the White House pertaining at all to the President's care?
Well, here's the thing. I've said he has had three. He has had three physicals. In those 3 physicals, that's when he has seen a specialist, a neurological specialist.
I think a lot of theory leftists think you're not a real leftist because you don't exactly call yourself an ML or a Maoist or a Trotskyist. They think you're just a basic social democrat or Dengis. Good. That's great. Those guys are fucking genuinely off-putting for the broader majority of Americans. That's the point. No, great. That's awesome. I'm a propagandist. That means I'm doing my job correctly, doing what I think is best. Also, Trot being mentioned in that is pretty funny. Yeah. Like I said, I think one of the gravest mistakes I made in my career was even saying that, like, I'm a socialist. No, you're an idiot. Yeah, I am. I am an idiot for not just, hiding.
I have to be super mindful here, and this is why, and I'll explain this to you in a second. There are thousands of military personnel who come onto this White House. Many of them get the care from the White House medical unit, and so need to be super careful. There are, the medical unit hosts a wide range of specialists, from dermatologists to neurologists, and so I cannot speak to every person because there's actually a security reasons to protect their privacy. We respect and protecting people's privacy, so do not want to share. I'm not going to share people's names from here, but the President, I can tell you, has seen a neurologist 3 times, as it's connected to a physical that he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
That's a very basic, direct question.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a second.
8 times, or at least once, in regards to the President specifically.
Hold on a second.
Not what you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no. No, wait a minute. Ed,
popping off.
Please, a little respect here, please. So every year, around the President's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you.
So what about the extra 5 times?
That he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that question.
I mean, it's literally HIPAA. She can't share details legally if she wanted to. That's not true. That's not how HIPAA works. She's not a medical professional. HIPAA just means medical professionals can't leak the fucking details of your medical history to other people. Like, people just don't know what HIPAA is, and they just like say it all the time. Marjorie Taylor Greene famously invoking that as well, like about her own medical history. That's ridiculous. Okay, everybody that 98% of people that invoke HIPAA don't understand how that fucking works, okay? That's not how it works. Like, if you asked Biden himself to reveal his medical records, he could say, oh, I'm invoking HIPAA, but that's not how that works, okay? Like, that's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. You're
Dr.
asking
Kevin
me.
Kennard, come
I
to the
cannot.
White House
But I just. And I
specifically about
also
the
said to you,
president's condition.
Ed. I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names.
You cannot
We
share
have to.
names
We have
of
to.
others he would have met with.
We
But
cannot.
You can share names
No, no,
in
no, no,
regards
no.
to if
We-
someone came here in
no,
regards
we
to the
cannot
president.
share. We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to. We have to protect. I understand that. I hear
It's
you.
right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
Discussion at the doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is public information.
I
It is
hear you.
listed that he went to your
guys,
guys, longer, Kareem,
guys,
unless the White House
guys,
answers the
hold on a second. There's no reason to get back.
It is public information.
I
It is
hear you.
listed that he went to your guys, longer, Kareem, unless the White House answers the
hold on a second. There's no reason to get back and go back and forth with me in this aggressive way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps about him.
What do you missed about? What do you miss about?
Everything he just asked about.
What do you? And then every time I come back and I answer the question that you guys
answered it
asked.
correctly, didn't have to come back and clean it
I
up
never
2 days
answered the
later.
question incorrectly. That is not true. I was asked about a medical exam. I was asked about a physical. That was in the line of question that I answered. And I said, no, he did not have a medical exam. And I still stand by that. Matter of fact, the president still stands by that. He had a verbal check-in. That is something that the president has a couple times a week. A couple times a week.
Now in regards to Dr. Kevin Kennard.
And I am telling you right now that I am not sharing, confirming names from here. It is a security reasons. I am not going to do that, Ed. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me. I'm not going to confirm a name. It doesn't matter if it's even in the log. I am not going to do that from here. That is not something I am going to do. What I can share with you is that the president has seen a neurologist for his physical 3 times. 3 times. And it is in the reporting that we share a comprehensive reporting. Matter of fact, it's more than what the last guy shared, and it is in line with what George W. Bush did. It's in line with what Obama did. And so it is comprehensive. It is out there. I just read a quote from it. But
I don't think Biden has early onset Parkinson's, dude. I think he has Alzheimer's. Like, I know that he's like met with a neurologist. I think he has like met with a neurologist 8 times. Like, this is the reason why they're grilling her right now is because of the report that just came out. Where the fuck is it? It was in my. Oh, here it is. Breaking news from the New York Times. A Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times in 8 months from last summer through the spring. According to official visitor logs, the administration has said that President Biden has no signs of the disease. The White House said President Biden had met with a neurologist only 3 times in more than 3 years in office, but it would not say whether the visiting expert was consulting with the president's physician about his health. Early Parkinson's is balance issues and forgetfulness, not the shakes. That's later. Yeah, this part is also important. I saw this as well. Unmentioned in the New York Times piece, Biden had just signed a major Parkinson's bill into law a week ago. Obscured by the copy at the very end of the 8-month period, Biden's physicians publicly reported no findings consistent with Parkinson's. I don't think he has Parkinson's. We are constantly told during med school that a more sensitive test is to ask family members if they have started noting memory and judgment about personality lapses. By the time you're showing active Parkinson's disease, everyone would know he has Parkinson's. Yeah, I don't think he has Parkinson's. I'm telling you right now, it's probably Alzheimer's or a stroke. No, Biden has had a stroke like literally 40 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Biden had a stroke 40 years ago, chat. That's like not even a secret. That's public. People just don't talk about it, but like that is a real thing that happened 40 fucking years ago. No, the reason why he's behaving like this, in my opinion, and I'm not an expert by any means. Oh yeah, he had 2 strokes actually, I think. But anyway, yeah, his strokes are older than like 90% of this chat. A stroke in his 30s? No, a stroke in his 40s. Biden is not 70 years old. So yes, Biden getting a stroke 40 years ago would not mean that he got a stroke in his 30s. It would mean he got a stroke in his 40s. Isn't that crazy how fucking old he is? It's crazy. Anyway, check this Edgar Mentum tweet. Brutus supporting Caesar. I've said from day one that I support Caesar and I back his consolidation of power. Brutus and other senators to meet with Caesar this evening to discuss path forward. That's funny. Oh no, did you see this? Did you not see this? It just came out. Yeah, AOC says Joe Biden is our nominee. He's not leaving this race. He's in this race and I support him. Now, what I think is critically important right now is we focus on what it takes to win in November because he's running against Donald Trump. Trump is a man with 34 felony convictions that have been convicted of 34 felony crimes, and not a single Republican has asked for Donald Trump not to be the nominee. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. I personally, maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is for a very particular reason. Dude, it's a very silly thing to say. Like, the Republicans haven't demanded Trump drop out. Why would they?
He made clear then. He hasn't made clear since. The matter is closed.
I don't know why she's diving on a sword here, because like you have a very like vibrant, young, progressive base of support. I think it's like ridiculous to take it to this length. In a situation like this, you're just supposed to be like, yeah, I think that Biden is great. Progressives are closing ranks so they don't get blamed when whatever happens. Exactly. Dude, chat, does this not seem as odd to you? Like, I know you're going to say, oh, AOC is like classic Hassan defending AOC or whatever, but does it not strike you as even a little bit odd that all of the top institutionalist Democrats are demanding Biden drop out one by one, and all of the progressive Democrats are not saying he drop out? I personally think that's a little odd, because before you say, oh, it's because she's like signaling that she's going to be a centrist Democrat or whatever. Before you say she's signaling that she's going to be a major centrist Democrat, like this person is, AOC has no future being progressive. Dems warned her years ago. So if that's the case, why are other centrist Democrats actually signaling that Joe Biden needs to drop out? Do you think Nadler and Adam Schiff and even fucking Nancy Pelosi are like radical progressives actually lapping AOC from the left? Is that what we're thinking? Like, why? Why are they the ones saying Joe Biden needs to step aside? Because there's a difference between me saying, like, I'm repeating myself again. Read Marx, Engels, and Lenin. When I say Joe Biden needs to drop out, no fucking blue MAGA supporters are going to listen to me. They have already made their minds up about the fact that, oh, God damn it, this is like a triple debate. That sucks. You could just say nothing. I agree. I don't think she should have said this. I don't think she should have gone this far. My conspiracy is that old DNC dudes want Biden to step down for someone who's more right than Biden. Who the fuck is more right than Biden? Henry Cuellar? He has a fucking FBI case against him. Like, what? I can't wait for AOC to come back on the broadcast so we can tell her to stop being an electoralist. Yeah, John Fetterman. The Democrats are going for the impossible run. Can we actually put someone who is visibly, cognitively more diminished than Biden at the top of the ticket? His name, John Fetterman. Can we find the one person that is more demonstrably cognitively diminished than Biden, who is also somehow, and they thought it was impossible, more pro-Israel than Biden? They were like, we really want the one guy. Like, there's not even in the Republican Party are they dick riding Israel as hard as Biden has. We need the one fucking guy. The one guy with more visible brain damage and more unconditional loyalty to Israel. The Democrats are going for this epic run where they get 3 votes total. Okay? Hakeem Jeffries, yes, I make clear to the day after the debate I publicly support President Joe Biden and the Democratic ticket. My position has not changed. Oh, I still think Biden is too young for the president. This is scary. This feels more like they're gonna let Biden do his thing and get his freak on. Maybe she knows who the alternative is to Biden and is a Liz Cheney type figure or even Nikki Haley. No, you guys are crazy. Did you explain why progressives are saying they're with Biden and centrists are calling for him to step down? Yes, I personally think, I might be totally off base on this, but I personally think that they're letting senior party apparatus deal with this. But Hakeem Jeffries saying this is actually a little bit different than AOC saying it. But I personally think that the reason why they're doing this, my speculation is the reason why AOC is saying, oh, yeah, Biden is my guy, or Summer Lee is saying, I don't want to talk about this any further. I don't know. Biden is the guy, is partially because, like, they're letting older establishment Democrats that have been involved in the party. Yeah, I mean, this is what I said, too. Exactly. Someone pointed out that it's smart that the squad is sitting this one out. Someone is me. He's talking about me. That Rashida Tlaib calling for Biden to resign is a guaranteed way to unite the Dems behind him. Makes sense to me. The moderates helped create this mess. Let him deal with it. Yeah. The progressive wing coming out and being like, I hate Joe Biden. He shouldn't fucking, he shouldn't run would literally, I think, get the establishment Dems, or at least like the holdouts at this moment to reconsider it.
Had reiterated that this morning. He has reiterated that to the public. Joe Biden is our nominee. He is not leaving this race. He is in this race, and I support him. Now, what I think is critically important right now is that we focus on what it takes to win in November, because he is running against Donald Trump, who is a man with 34 felony convictions that has committed 34 felony crimes, and not a single Republican has asked for Donald Trump to not be the nominee. I'm here to win on this democracy. I'm here to win in November. And what's critically important is what the president, I believe, that the president needs to do, and I have communicated this, what the president and the White House should do in order to make sure that we win in November. And that is making sure that we pivot and working and increasingly commit to the issues that are critically important to working people across this country. How are we going to expand Medicare? How are we going to expand Social Security? How are we going to...
She went far and beyond what she needed to say, kind of worrying. I agree. I think so, too. It's not progressive voters who need convincing. It's blue MAGA, and the ones who are most likely to listen to her are old-ass establishment Dems. Yeah, I think she's, like, going above and beyond defending Biden here, and she could have just, like, she could have had, like a middle of the road approach to it.
How are we going to provide relief to people's rent and mortgages? And if we can do that and continue our work on student loans, secure a ceasefire, and bring those dollars back into investing in public policy, then that's how we win in November. That's what I'm committed to, and that's what I want to make sure that we do.
What do you have done right now? To see more from the president.
Well, that is all up to their own individual, determination. I respect everyone's opinion, but I'm here to make sure that we win in November, and that's my focus.
And what about young voters? What about young voters?
I don't think this is strategic. She's actively defending him. Even DNC leadership isn't saying this. I agree. So you're saying they don't want too much chaos to show and AOC's base be riled up against Joe, or did I misunderstand? No. My suspicion, and again, this is pure speculation. I don't know anything you don't know, but it strikes me as odd that moderate Dems, establishment Dems, Democrats that have been in fucking Congress before AOC was even fucking born, are literally saying Brandon needs to step down because he's going to fucking lose. And AOC is outflanking them in her Biden support. That strikes me as very odd. I think that she has nothing to lose by being a party loyalist in this situation, or not party loyalist, but like a Brandon loyalist in this situation. Okay? Because ultimately, if the progressives start chirping about Biden, it's a very easy way to negatively polarize in support of Biden. She probably, I suspect it's so that they don't have like a finger to point to be like, see, the radical leftists are trying to get Biden out. This is why we have to keep him in. Even though I do think that this is a like, maybe due to her lack of experience, I don't know what it is, but it is above and beyond. It is above and beyond in comparison to other progressives that have like not really said anything or stayed aside or stepped aside in the conversation. She's like greatly overselling it. Make no mistake, the foundation of our democracy is at stake at this election. Any reporter or pundit who is asking about or talking about the aftermath of President Biden's debate performance and his health should also be spending the same amount of energy talking to the Republicans about why they're still supporting convicted felon Donald Trump. Republicans should be calling for Donald Trump to step down as a candidate for president. I guess that's like the talking point that they're going with. The press should be covering for the American people the dozens of lies he told the debate. Like Pramila Jayapal more so just focuses on Donald Trump in this conversation and doesn't really say much about like whether Brandon should step aside or not. Again, Pramila Jayapal, Progressive Caucus member, so obviously, or the head of the Progressive Caucus. So, like for her, she's not saying the same things that you hear from Nadler, that you even hear from, like, Nancy Pelosi at this point has said more questionable things about Brandon's reelection or his mental faculties in AOC. It's odd. That's all I'm saying. It's odd. No, you're right. She doesn't want to make waves so the left doesn't get blamed. I think it's probably to cover her own bases. It's a win-win if she just supports Biden instead of, she's playing politics. It's a win-win if she supports Biden and Biden stays in power and doesn't step aside. And if Biden doesn't stay in power and steps aside, nobody's going to be like, oh, I can't believe AOC defended Biden. Like, her position across the board as a progressive, as a way more progressive member of the Democratic Party implies that, like, she stands to gain if Biden is out regardless. I do think that ultimately it is, she went above and beyond in a way that she shouldn't have. Like, she should absolutely not be fucking talking about like how awesome Biden is and how everyone's ridiculous for saying Biden is like mental faculties are not working. That's why Pramila Jayapal has like less of a consideration about Biden's mental situation or his or whether he should step aside or not, and more so about like Trump is bad, because you can copy paste that statement to whoever becomes the candidate. Anyway, Dean Phillips vindicated. Oh, absolutely. Cenk, dude. This is like the clearest vindication for Cenk. Oh, here's the other thing. In complete awe, they've managed to do this type of identity politics with an old cishet straight white man. Black folks know what Biden should step aside really means. Biden should step aside. Coded language, English. If something happens to Biden, we don't want that black woman to be president. What? But people are saying Kamala Harris is the most likely candidate. What? This broke my brain a little bit. Anyway, let's finish off this Karine Jean-Pierre situation, and then I'm going to move on to I'm going to take a brief moment to talk about the sketch situation, which is like created a shit ton of homophobia in this space.
But I am not.
But with some surprising defenders of sketch against homophobia, as a matter of fact, and against sex work in general. There is definitely some drama that has caused a lot of fissures in the space that we're in, the live streaming space that we're in. Anyway, also, the real fissure is that I read that top of the hour ad break debate and didn't run the top of the hour ad break, which I'm doing now before it's too late. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
I am not going to devolve somebody's name or confirm someone. I'm not going to do that. That is as privacy for that person. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me from here. I'm just not going to do that. It is inappropriate. It is not acceptable. So I'm not going to do it.
Not about the name.
Go ahead.
If you
cannot
confirm the name, can you confirm whether or not the president has seen this Parkinson's specialist? And you mentioned 3 times, but the visitor logs show a duration of 8 visits over 8 months. I think that is the crux of the question.
But I also said there are thousands of military personnel that come to the White House, and they are under the care of the medical unit. They are.
So can you confirm that the Parkinson's visit?
Yeah, they're treating our beautiful soldiers in the White House in secret, and that's why she can't reveal this information. Okay, that's right. The White House is actually secretly a hospital for some of our bravest military members.
Is it specialist visits for the president or not?
What I can tell you is that the president has seen a neurologist 3 times, and I read to you what the neurologist has said, and I read to you the last line. I could say it again. No findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis. That is from February. That is coming from February. That is what the medical unit, the president's doctor, shared. And I said to you, it's happened 3 times. Each time there is a physical that occurs, and we put out a comprehensive report. That is when he has been able to see a specialist. So that's what I can share.
Question on this. has the president, you mentioned Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, all of these things. One diagnosis that we have heard of, potential diagnosis, is hydrocephalus, which is fluid buildup in the brain. It's something we've never heard in any of the medical reports. Is that something that the president has been evaluating?
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this.
Well, does that mean he's dealing with Parkinson's then? Because that is in the medical report. President Biden draw a clock challenge, impossible difficulty.
Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here, has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House out of privacy.
The question is, will the president go to the Hill today? I know we saw his letter. Is he intending to have this conversation face-to-face with him?
So look, the president, obviously this is someone who is a senator for 36 years, who was the president of the Senate as when he was vice president for 8 years, and he truly respects the members of Congress, and has always and will always do that, especially as a former senator. And I will say, and you've heard us say this before, or most recently.
Why are we having a Parkinson's discussion about the president? Isn't that alone kind of fucked up? He's not the first to have like serious brain issues on the job. Okay. There was another second-term president who very famously also had dementia in office. His name, Ronald Reagan. And we all know how great he was.
This is a president who's won the primary, right, by 14 million votes, 87% of those votes.
Dude, there was no primary. Please stop bringing up the primary. That sounds so stupid. That's the worst kind of cope, dude. It really fucks me up to hear that. Like the absolute worst kind of cope. Oh, he won the primary. Yeah, he didn't run against anybody. What are we talking about? Yeah, he won 87% of the vote. 13% went to uncommitted.
Certainly. And look, I don't have any engagements to read out, outside of that. But I will say that the president was in Pennsylvania. I just mentioned at the top, he got to see Senator Fetterman, Senator Casey. He also got to see Congresswoman Dean. He spent some time with them. They traveled across Pennsylvania. And I will say, when the president gets knocked down, he gets back up. This is quintessential Joe Biden. And there are a long list of other congressional members who have shown their support for this president. I don't have anything else to read out. You saw the letter. The letter was, I think, pretty clear on where the president stands, and I'll just leave it there.
You've noted that there are thousands within the Walter Reed system who may be treated by a specialist who visits here at the White House, but this neurologist had a meeting with the president's physician, with his doctor. You're refusing to say if he was here to evaluate the president or if he was consulting on the president's health. So what then was that meeting about?
And I will say that Dr. O'Connor leads the medical unit. He's literally.
I think it's pretty crazy that we went from like, oh, we'll put a fucking carcass in charge, like we'll get this carcass across the finish line in 2020, to like actually putting a carcass over the finish line, like literally this time. Like I we were joking about his like deteriorated capacity and all this stuff, but like now it's crazy. Like it's just, they are like, this administration is adamant of pushing him past at least the convention, so it's impossible.
He's literally he leads the medical unit. No, because we will not confirm or speak to names that you're providing to me. It is out of security reason, is out of protecting someone's privacy. We're just not going to do that. But they are. The reason that I mention that is because there are 1,000 military members that do indeed use the White House medical unit. They do. They get care from that.
We're talking about the president of the United States.
But guys, I'm trying to answer.
Yeah, that's why the fucking Parkinson's specialist met with the president's personal physician in the White House, because they were secretly on a mission to fix the Parkinson's of like all of the other brave military members in the White House secretly. They were on a secret mission to many years down the line, you'll all look so silly. Okay, you'll all look so silly when the Hollywood movie comes out of the White House being used as a secret secret base of medical operation. Yeah. Joe Biden loves the veterans so much, he's personally fixing their brains. That's right. Active duty service members that have Parkinson's, Joe Biden is actually operating on their brains, but he can't tell you right now. They can really own us by having Biden come out and take all these questions himself, wonder why they aren't doing that. Excuse me, Central Committee, Michael from Pennsylvania. Here's John Kirby.
After that, the president will hold a press conference. I guess a big boy press conference.
Yes.
Is what we're...
Excuse me, Central Committee, Michael from Pennsylvania. Here's John Kirby.
After that, the president will hold a press conference. I guess a big boy press conference. Yes. Is what we're calling it, and take some questions from y'all.
That's what's great. Like this is infantilizing. A big boy press conference for our beautiful big boy. Why is everybody around Biden talking like Biden is a fucking child? It's like that Jill Biden moment all over again. It's like, you did a great job, Joe. Congratulations, Joe. You're going to get extra vanilla ice cream tonight. Like, they're talking about him like he's a fucking dying dog, dude. He's the best boy ever. He's so big and so brave.
We're working to also set up some additional meetings after.
I mean, that's going to be awesome. Here's Representative Adam Smith calling on President Biden to step aside.
Step aside. I think it's become clear that he's not the best person to carry the Democratic message. And here's the thing. We have an incredibly strong message and record to run on. And in all respect to the president, he's done a great job. Okay, when you look at where the economy was when he came in, how our economy dealt with COVID so much better than any other economy in the world, the progress that we're making, the unemployment rate, stock market. Look, there's a lot of work left to do. Housing's too expensive. Income inequality is still too great. But we've made progress on that too. The lowest black unemployment, black poverty rate came under this president. I saw a report today in the New York Times that some of those areas that have seen the manufacturing jobs flee are actually starting to get better. Okay, and then on the other side, you've got Donald Trump, who's a complete disaster. Project 2025 and his promise to cut taxes more for the rich and corporations while raising tariffs to tax poor people. We got a good message. The president has shown he is not capable of delivering that message in an effective way.
Just because, I shouldn't say just, because that 90-minute debate was a lot, but is this based entirely on that event? No. What is?
There was concerns leading up to it in the terms of the president's ability to deliver a message, and it hasn't gotten better since the debate.
If Biden stays in the race, the liberals are going to get so fucking annoying. The ones like the holdouts are going to be unbearable. Oh my God. Oh my God. Squad member Representative Ilhan Omar, who's critiqued the administration's policy towards Israel, says Biden has our support to remain the Democratic nominee. Outside of a few outliers, I think everyone is supporting the president. What's the harm in just telling Biden that he's the candidate and running someone else? Would he even know the difference? Do you think it's because the Saudi prince took back the orb that Dark Brandon is going insane? Yeah. I don't know. Look, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe my speculation is totally and utterly baseless. Okay? Like I said, come get your girl, bro. What the fuck is up with that? Didn't you have the same plan for Trump? Just tell him he's the president and put a decoy in the White House? Yes. Well, no, my goal was to put him in jail and then, but like give him, put him in jail and then give him complete access to the internet and cameras 24/7. Because he is like, he's the best when he has no power, but he's just chirping. Like, he's the best when he's chirping, when he's a petty bitch that has no power whatsoever. Oh yeah, here. 70,000. So we're going to talk about this before I get back to the news. But this is Sketch. For those of you who don't know, What's Up Brother and many other things that he had said got like really popular. He's a TikTok guy who's a streamer on Twitch as well. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this for many of you making this hard pivot to non-political content is because, just stick around, you'll understand why I'm talking about this in a second. But he was like really, really, really popular on TikTok. He's really popular on Twitch. And, he is, he's like besties with Jinxie, who is also really fucking popular on Twitch. What the fuck? That was the first video that pops up on Jinxie's, broadcast when I clicked on it to show you. He was just talking about it. But so this is Sketch. He like plays a character kind of. I don't know exactly if he has like some kind of Like, I don't know if he's like autistic or performing as an autistic person. I don't know if he's like capable of convincingly playing the role of an autistic person to that degree. Like, he would have to be like a really, really good actor. I suspect that it's like a little bit of a character, but also maybe leaning into his own personal, like whatever is going on. A lot of people say it's like he's faking it and he plays a character. No, that's Jinxie, the one that's screaming into the camera. That's different. Anyway, the reason why I'm describing all of this is because like a lot of you are older and probably don't know anything about him, but he's like a very socially awkward guy, right? He's also super famous. Anyway, he became like a very famous character, streamer, TikToker due to his like socially awkward character that he performs, right? And he's like linked up with the FaZe Clan. He's like linked up with iShowSpeed, all these other people. He did an ad for Fortnite. He was everywhere. If you're under the age of like 25, you probably saw him nonstop, right? He's on Barstool, ESPN, all these places. So ultimately, he got a lot of prominence in like a lot of circles that would, sometimes be considered non-political, well known in the sports world as well. So recently, it came out, like as of yesterday, it came out that Sketch had an OnlyFans, a gay OnlyFans, that he was a gay sex worker with an OnlyFans account. Now, when you actually see, I almost want to show you like what his content was up until this moment, so you get a better understanding of like what kind of audience he had cultivated, and also like what Sketch best moments. Let's look at that. Let's give you guys like clips that made Sketch famous.
Are you sure you want to keep playing, Sketch? Are you sure you want to keep playing?
If you score another one, we're picking new teams, okay? This is not what I picked. This is not what I imagined. This is not what I was thinking of, okay? I want someone with a little speed here. Nick Mullins ain't gonna cut it.
DM. On third down, it's Purdy. Over the top, Debo. I'm no magic.
I thought you were going to show his OnlyFans content. No, here.
Are we live here? Sketch. Brother.
What's up, brother?
What's up, sister?
When you think about the word brother, the actual word, how would you break it down? The etymology of the word. Do you mind if we do a new segment presented by Raising Cane's?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, another thing he would say is like special teams, special plays, special players, right? Lots of WL kids mainly, but he's transcended them, to be honest. Everybody loves him. Yeah. I mean, he's pretty funny. Like he is pretty funny. He's like a funny little character, right? Texas fan, definitely autistic. He was kind of a flash in the pan. I wouldn't even say he's kind of a flash in the pan because he's still like blowing up, right? And NFL teams would literally post his memes. Like they would have like people coming out of the tunnel and saying, "What's up, brother?" to like players, right? He averages like 10K viewers. Yeah, he wasn't like that popping on Twitch, but he was massive on TikTok. That's what I'm saying.
Look at him, cutting it short. Look at him, doesn't want to do half of it already. Part-time guy. Hey, Jinxie, look, that's the son. Riding up there with his little friend. You know, small guy, small hands. I'm surprised he hit the ball good. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go play basketball. Doing all this nerd shit, playing Rainbow Six Siege and all that other pussy shit. Sorry for cussing. You know, you hang out with nerds, you turn into a nerd. You hang out with athletes, you turn into an athlete. You play down to the level of your competition. And this guy sucks. I'm like 21-year-old Jinxie. Lots of nuts in my room. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the only way you could win is if you win the next 4 holes.
Doesn't sound like a hard feat there.
Yeah, here's Sketch announcing Texans' 4th round draft pick.
Last year, the special teams coach Travis Green, punt team, get ready.
And if you don't know that reference I just made about a Brit saying punter, go ahead and Google it.
Like, this is pretty fucking massive. You know what I mean? Are those not autistic person headphones? No, dude, I have those headphones. Many people have those headphones. And before you say, well, you're autistic, Hassan, you have political autism, those are just fucking AirPod Pros, okay? 4th round, not massive. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This dude is literally like participating in the NFL draft. Like, what are we talking about? He's announcing draft picks in the fucking NFL draft. Like, how many Twitch streamers do you know that have that level of like real world clout? It's so stupid. This is on ESPN, okay? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, it's not called into question whether he is fucking like whether he has movement or momentum or not. Okay, everybody already knows it. I'm just trying to explain it to you fucking boomers. So do not shit on me for trying to explain to you something that is going on in the fucking culture because you are oblivious. Okay? Jesus Christ. The only reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because I know many in my audience are completely tapped out of this shit and don't know. That's it. That's the only reason. So you should sit back and be excited that I'm taking the time out to explain to all you old motherfuckers who don't know anything other than like Joe Biden and the last time he took a fucking shit, what this is about. Okay? Be kind and say thank you, Hassan. I'm going to listen now. This is an area that I am oblivious to. I'm giving you the fucking lore. This is not like a debate opportunity to talk about his, like, you know, influence and prominence. Anyway, so this is this person, right? He blows up. A lot of people like him. He's at the combine. He's like getting featured on ESPN. Athletes are very aware of him. They're making these, like, they're using his catchphrases and shit like that. Okay. And he's hanging out with the FaZe boys a lot. Chatters get really riled up when you talk about normie streamers like Sketch and Kai. Maybe it's a reminder to them that they're angry old boomers. I know, but that's not going to fix anything. He was friends with Jinxie and Keizo. Okay. Anyway, so then it comes out.
When did you realize you were like, shit, I got motion, twin? Since birth.
Yeah, this is a pretty good way to describe his character and what he like. Now, the reason why I'm fucking gearing this up is because, like, teeing this up is because, I mean, look, fucking Sauce Gardner is talking about it, okay? Posting about it. Jesus Christ. The reason why I teed this up is because it came out, people were suspecting that he had an OnlyFans, okay? A gay OnlyFans. And of course, a lot of the fucking people that are in his like broader audience, especially a lot of young people, but a lot of people in the broader audience, like the ESPN Barstools types, literally lost their fucking minds. Okay? They lost their minds. They're being fucking insanely homophobic. This happened over the course of the past, like, I would say 24 hours. Okay? Yeah. He had a gay OnlyFans. People were thinking, oh, I don't want to assume this is real. This must be fake. And obviously, when I saw it, my immediate reaction was, who gives a fuck if it's real or not? Why do you care? It's 2024. I thought this was like, you know, I thought this was in the background. I didn't realize that like people being gay was like a big fucking problem, or people having an OnlyFans was a major fucking issue. But it turns out it is for a lot of people, and they were being unimaginably fucking gross about it. Okay? Obviously, my perspective is, who gives a fuck? Okay? That's ridiculous. And if you care about this shit and it makes you mad, you're a fucking baboon. Okay? Especially at a time when, like, there are literal fucking pedophiles in the streaming industry, and these motherfuckers are the same motherfuckers who defend those pedophiles who then turn around and go, oh my God, God forbid someone's fucking gay and has an OnlyFans. Oh my fucking God. And that is one of the aspects of this fucking community that I absolutely despise, okay? Kick streamer Convy starts his stream and sends a message to Sketch, and only...
Bust her down, ice her out.
Every faggot shot, nigga. Fuck the faggots, nigga. What, nigga?
Bust her down, ice her out.
You know, this kind of shit. But there is kick streamers, of course. Classic. What did you expect? Everyone in that bubble he is in is still toxic when it comes to sexuality. That's what I would say. Except that's not the case. Pretty much every single fucking content creator that is in his orbit actually unironically came out and defended him, including FaZe Banks and all the FaZe boys. Not everything needs to be broadcast and farmed, but since y'all want to jump to crazy assumptions, Sketch told me to post these receipts. All these FaZe boys were with him last night. Sketch was my homie yesterday. He's my homie today. He'll be my homie tomorrow. You guys are fucking weirdos. You awake? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to involve y'all. Bro, what do you mean you're our boy? You didn't have to dip. You didn't involve us in anything, bro. You good? I'm over by the airport. I didn't know what to do. I'm so sorry. He, like, when it came out that he had a fucking gay OnlyFans, like, he apparently freaked out and he flew back home. He just dipped. Come back. You're good, dude. The boys pulled up on me and woke me up and made sure you were good. You're good, bro. Come back. We're all here for you. You're the homie. I'll come now. I just need someone to talk to. We're all posted. Come back. You need me to call you a car? On the way. Like, he just fucking dipped out. Left his Air Monarchs and his glasses behind. It's a little emotional. Then who are the ones tripping about this? It's fans, dude. It's like there is like a very real constituency within the fans that are just like unimaginably fucking brain broken, where they're like, oh, he's gay, that's sus, turned around from like being fucking jokes to legitimately people who are like, oh no, that's like people who are just like not ironically doing homophobia or anything. They're just straight up unironically homophobic. Duke Dennis spoke out on the sketch situation.
If that's not what you into, then it shouldn't even be that big of a deal. You know, so I think y'all dragging it. And that's even assuming if it's real. If it's real, cool. If it's not, cool. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he grown. He can do whatever he want to do. I don't know why y'all give a fuck so much. And you know, motherfuckers change, bro. Even if it is real, even if that's the past, why y'all bringing up old shit? If we keep it in the band, why are y'all bringing up old shit? So
they're just mad they genuinely like someone who turned out to be Fruity Lamont. I know, it's just so fucking stupid. It's just so incredibly fucking dumb that people are just like, whoa, dude, I can't believe he's like gay. I can't believe he has a fucking OnlyFans, like a gay OnlyFans. Like, why do you care? What difference does it fucking make? What changes? What actually fucking changes about the way you view his current content? Like, the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, Sketch came out and talked about it as well. We'll watch the full. Like he did a quick little. Didn't he do like a? Where is it? I thought I pulled it up. Do you have the full stream? Oh, here's the VOD. Sketch of the Union. He did a 10-minute stream on it.
Elephant in the room, I got a haircut. Wasn't planning on doing this today, but I guess so. Okay, I'll start from the top. Look at this, open and honest. That was me. That was me. It's okay, though. I will tell you what. Okay. 2 years ago, I did some stuff. I'm sorry if you've seen some of the stuff. You know, I'm a changed person.
Like, I don't get it. I don't think he has anything that he needs to apologize for the record. Like, oh, I'm sorry that I did some gay shit. Like, what the fuck?
This is going worse than I thought it was. So 2 years ago, I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Possibly. Cat's out of the bag. It's okay. What else do
Dude, the funny is, I hate that he feels ashamed. Yeah, it just like, it's kind of sad. But, dude, the way that we view sex work in this society is so fucking busted. Obviously, on top of the way that we still apparently view being gay, which is insane. Like, that is the most insane thing, dude. It is so unimaginably unacceptable. Like, I feel like I'm so far removed from this world that, like, when I saw some of the reactions, when I saw some of these fucking reactions, I was like, you guys need re-education camps. Like, it's not Sketch that needs to apologize for whatever the fuck he did. It's all these motherfuckers who are just like going crazy over it. Okay? It is shocking. Anyway, there was a chatter who got mad at me. I missed it. I was trying to find it. But a chatter got mad at me and was like, excuse me, he didn't come out as gay, so please stop saying he's gay. He might be a little bi. It's like, dude, when I say gay, I mean queer, okay? Like, shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking leftist, okay? Shut up. Like, I mean as a catch-all term, okay? That's not the point. But of course, members of this community will find a way to be fucking annoying about every little thing. Yeah, I'm doing bi erasure, okay? I'm doing bi erasure today. I'm doing bi erasure yesterday, and I'm gonna do bi erasure tomorrow, okay? Anyway.
What do I have to say? I don't know. Thank you to all my people that have been sticking up for me. I understand if you're mad.
That's crazy.
Shit hit the fan. I don't go on Twitter. I deleted. I'm just kidding. I didn't delete Twitter. I have been cautiously avoiding it. It's like fucking landmines everywhere I go. Okay, I was dealing with some addiction problems. A couple of them. But, no excuse there. I guess. Just trying to give you some background here. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, that was me. I fucked up. I won't do it again.
What? I feel bad, dude. Like, he's talking about dick like it's fucking like he accidentally ran a family over. What the fuck? It's just dick, man. It's all good. You know, he means OnlyFans, but even then, it's like, who cares? It is very heartbreaking that you got a dude who's like apologizing harder than Dr. Disrespect ever did or ever will for something that is like literally innocuous, victimless, not a crime, not even bad. You know what I mean? That's crazy. The expectations from the fucking rabid fan base. Yeah, he's apologizing like he got caught scamming or something.
I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was a dark time, rough time. 89,000? Who the fuck am I, Jinxie? Hey, love my brother Jinxie. Not like that though.
Dude's a great guy with a good relationship with God, and that's what he cares about, and that's how we should view him. I feel bad for him right now. Is that what it is? I didn't even know that he was like Christian, like really Christian, actually like practicing or some shit.
It's my brother. I don't know. Stay off Twitter, please. Shout out T-Few. Shout out Steve. You know, I'm owning up to it. I don't know how long these videos usually are supposed to go, but who knows? Fuck it, I might stream for an hour. Sonny, turn on TTS. Or is that a bad idea? Someone text me if that's a bad idea.
No, he does do Trump in his mannerisms. That you're not alone in that. He openly has admitted that in an interview.
But on a real note, I've been living under the threat of that coming out for like 2 years. Started social media, just kind of dicking around. Had that in my past. I'll tell you what, weight lifted off my shoulders. God is good. God is good. All the time. But weight off my shoulders, to be honest. You have some stuff in the closet. No pun intended there. But yeah, it came out. I mean, I tell you what, I was going and doing all this different stuff. I was going in the back of my mind, holy shit. And guess what? Holy shit was last night. And I have a lot of people to credit for, I'll be honest, plan A was, and I will say candidly, was to probably probably to call it quits if this ever came out. But some people saved me. Shout out Banks. Shout out my parents. Like, shout out y'all. Like,
yeah, where you guys going?
I fucked up, but
all right.
I'm changed. Yeah, that's about it though. Like, my original plan was there's two things. One, either be delusional and think it's never gonna come out, or two, what's the plan after? The plan after was not very good. If I was alone and I was at my house, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now. But the people at FaZe, Banks, especially, and my friends that I've made over the past couple years came and they saved me.
That's fucking insane. Like, dude, is 2024 and this kind of repression, like this kind of sexual repression of your own sexuality, or this kind of repression of like of people's like behavior, the fact that he even feels like the fact that he had to like hide it is one thing. A lot of sex workers hide their past for understandable reasons because like society is obviously unimaginably fucking ruthless towards people who have done sex work in general. But like, it's also being gay sex work, and that potentially causing him to towards people who have done sex work in general. But like, it's also being gay sex work, and that potentially causing him to like contemplate suicide is insane. In 2024, dude, like, it's wild that people do not have the capacity to look at an action and a reaction, look at intent. Like, is him having a gay OnlyFans hurting anybody? Okay? Like, does it hurt anybody? Does it help people? Maybe people were cracking off to it, you know? Good for them. Ultimately, it's not like a bad thing at all. There is nothing negative about it. Okay? You don't want to do it? You don't do it. Who gives a shit? You understand? It's not for everybody. But the idea that like this is somehow a wrong thing, somehow a bad thing, is so unimaginably fucked up. And this kind of shame that someone who is engaged in an act that is otherwise not hurting any other single fucking soul, the fact that he feels shame for doing this is so sad. It makes me sad to see him feel this much shame instead of feeling like, you know, it's out there and there's a sense of comfort from not having to carry this secret any longer. To be able to just say like, yeah, being gay is a sin though. Yeah, dude, totally. So is fucking mixing fabrics, okay? I don't see your ass at Forever 21 petitioning them to take that shit down. I don't see your ass at fucking Red Lobster chirping about shellfish. Suck my dick. What is this? What kind of fucking argument is this? It's a sin. What the fuck's a sin, dumbass? Fucking idiot. You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe as long as it is not hurting other people, as long as you are not like forcing others to abide by your standards. The moment that you cross that boundary, you are not welcome here. Okay? Don't make me fucking turn into a Reddit atheist over here. It's the quickest way to get me. It is the quickest way to get me to start chirping like I'm fucking Sam Harris. Okay? It is a sin though. I don't give a shit. Suck my fucking dick. Okay? Oh, it's a sin. I don't care. It's not an argument, okay? You believe that. Not everyone does. Who gives a fuck? Dumbass, cultist, peasant-brained moron. Oh, it's a sin. I have no personal morals and no personal convictions, so I have to fucking believe what adults have told me at my most malleable when I was young. And I just kind of went along with it. And now it's everybody else's problem. You're doing it. You're turning me into a fucking Reddit atheist. Don't do it. I'm very understanding of people's personal convictions. I'm very understanding of people's personal understanding of religion and practicing religion, and I will defend it all day, every day. Okay? But like I said, the moment that you fucking cross that boundary and try to enforce the way other people live, especially when they're not doing anything that harms others, I'm going to fucking turn into a Reddit atheist. Okay? Anyway, Hasanabi, if any of his haters saw him do gay shit, they're also gay now. I don't make the rules. I'm just gay too. Yeah. You probably saw some other people do gay shit, so you're gay. It's so fucking gross, man. It's so gross. It's so stupid. You know? How the fuck are you going to defend a religion when almost all of them in some way, shape, or form infringes on someone else's rights? That's not true. Okay. Anyway.
I don't know what I was going to do, but I don't know. Fuck it. We start streaming more often. I probably... Or quit. I don't know. One of the two. I don't know. What Kim Kardashian do? If I get one more text about Kim Kardashian, I swear that doesn't make anything better. I'm just kidding, but I've been referenced to Kim Kardashian more often today than I have in the past 20 years of my life. Pretty cool. Wow. Awesome job. Love y'all. I don't know. I probably should end. That was cool, though. Okay. I'll be back streaming. I don't know. Well, I'll be back, just not an immediate. Like tomorrow, probably like the day after or something. Probably gonna hang out. Pretty cool though. I don't know. Hey, I'd rather you know my flaws though, so it makes it easier. I don't want to be the poster boy. Love y'all.
Houston rapper Maxo Cream supports them.
Hey man, I'm rocking behind Sketch. Yeah, I'm not about to bully my homie. Fuck that. He came clean with whatever he do. You know what I'm saying? That's his sexual preference. I don't judge nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm a straight man. He could be whatever the fuck he want to be, but that's my homie, and I'm rocking behind that. You hear me? Y'all not gonna bully my boy. Nah, I don't H-Town, I don't Texas. None of that. You hear me? Hey, man.
That's crazy, bro. Why is Max so tapped into this? What do you mean, brother? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not, this is, the reason why he's saying is because, like, obviously, Sketch is a pretty big content creator, man. Maybe not on Twitch as much, but like across the board on TikTok, you know? But like I said, the good thing about this, I guess, is that there is a lot of support. There's a lot of support for him overall from every aspect of the community, and that every aspect of the community, and that like, and you know, it's, hopefully this makes the space a little bit more empathetic and more welcome for people who are gay, you know? I don't know. I guess this is one of those moments where, like, me living in West Hollywood for as long as I have, and me fucking you know, streaming to a community like the one I have is it, like, genuinely, like, I knew people would be assholes about it, but I didn't realize how fucking hard people would go. And it's wild that, like, people don't even consider that, like, you could have driven a innocent soul to fucking suicide. You know what I mean? Over something that they did that they shouldn't even feel remotely bad about. Okay? You're just a bad person. If you look at someone who did OnlyFans, or if you look at someone who did gay OnlyFans, or if you look at someone who has done gay shit or is gay, and your immediate inclination, your immediate first reaction is to just, like, shit on them and make them feel bad, you're a bad person. You're an evil person. You are not a Christian, okay? You are not a godlike individual. There's plenty of Christian people who are themselves gay. There are plenty of Christian people who are open-minded towards homosexuality. Like, you're just a bad person, and you're masquerading as a Christian, as a godlike figure, as a godly figure, and it's the most cowardly thing you could do. You're just fucking evil, okay? You're either stupid, you're dumb, or you're just straight up fucking evil. That's how I think about it. And yes, for those of you who are saying like, oh, well, you know, why are we still covering this? This is like not that big of a fucking deal. It is a big deal that in 2024, like a beloved content creator could be outed as a person who did gay OnlyFans content, and that could like drive them to suicidal ideation. And that like that shame of doing that has he's carried with himself for so long. I think that's just so cruel.
Sketch was my friend a week ago. Sketch is my friend today, and Sketch will be my friend tomorrow. Like, to be honest, bro, absolutely nobody is perfect. Like, no one is, bro. Everybody goes through shit. Everybody has shit. And to me, bro, a friend is a friend no matter what. And it honestly doesn't matter if Sketch is... I don't even care, bro. It doesn't matter if Sketch is gay, straight, bisexual, pansexual, asexual, and none of that matters, bro. A friend is a friend. And to every single person who switched up on Sketch or whatever the fuck, all of a sudden wants to like start hating Sketch, at the end of the day, bro, he never hurt anybody with what he did. And fuck, it sucks knowing that like Sketch is probably having the worst day of his life right now. I reached out to him and talked to him a little bit, but like it sucks knowing that he's probably having the worst day of his life, and to know that people like will change on a dime no matter what happens. And again, no matter what it is, a friend is a friend no matter what, and nobody's perfect. We are all fucked in our own ways. Everybody is. So just as a human being with a heart, people just need to stop pointing their fingers at everybody and acting like anybody's better than anybody, because nobody is better than anybody. And I also want to say what I saw on Twitter with what Banks did, I thought was really cool. And I want to say that real quick. Not everything needs to be broadcast and farmed, but since you guys want to jump to crazy something, Sketch told me to post these receipts. All the Facebooks were them last night. Sketch was my homie yesterday. Today I'm going to be my homie tomorrow. You guys are fucking weirdos. And this is Sketch's text with Bank. You awake? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to involve you guys. Bro, what do you mean? You're up, boy. You don't have to dip. You didn't involve us in anything, bro. I'm over by the airport. I didn't know what to do. I'm so sorry. Come back. You're a good dude. The boys put up with me and woke me up. And they just wanted to make...
Is this a normal opinion, or am I out of touch? I feel like homie has nothing to apologize for. No, it's the correct opinion. The correct opinion is that he has nothing to apologize for. But the normie opinion overall, I think, is going to be a little bit more conservative. He's also framing it like being gay is a flaw, though. USA cultural baggage. No, I think it's not. He's not framing being gay as a flaw. I think it's like OnlyFans, probably. Like gay OnlyFans is like the double Monty. You know what I mean? Like people literally are just like, it could also be that he's talking about the addiction stuff. I don't know.
Make sure you were good. You're good, bro. Come back. We're all here. You're the homie. I'll come now. I just need someone to talk to. And
JC literally films the OnlyFans videos of his porn star girlfriend. Oh, okay. Then it might be just talking about, I didn't know that he had an OnlyFans girlfriend. His girlfriend does OnlyFans too. She gets a lot of shit for that. Yeah.
Little things like this, bro, it might not even seem like it, but little things like this genuinely could save somebody's life. Like,
oh, you don't know? Why the fuck would I know, dude? I'm 32 years old. I don't really know anything about OnlyFans in general. I'm a straight Pornhub kind of guy.
Seriously? So, W Banks, seriously, yeah, it's good to see shit like this. It is.
By the way, this is precisely the reason why, like, I think this is why I go. People might wonder sometimes, maybe not people in this community, but in general, other people that like watch from afar might wonder why I go so hard on people like Nick Merckx when he comes out with some like weird anti-fucking queer shit, anti-trans shit. And that's because when you do stuff like that and you have a massive fucking audience, your massive fucking audience thinks that kind of stuff, that kind of attitude is totally permissible and good. Okay? They lean into their worst inhibitions in that situation. Society already is fucked up enough as it is. Let people fucking live. That's why it's harmful. Okay? That's why I go hard on stuff like that. So that people like Sketch, when they come out and are exposed for doing something that is completely fucking innocuous and has nothing to do with anything and doesn't hurt anyone at all, doesn't feel that fucking sense of shame and is like driven to potentially commit suicide, okay? It's ridiculous. What's it to you?
This is really sad.
Crocodile tears, in my opinion, from Jinxie seems insincere. Why the fuck would you say that?
This is when he was leaving, and yeah, so this is really good on Banks. Seriously, this is how people should.
Yeah, you have to remember, for every Sketch who's like a beloved figure online, there are thousands, tens of thousands of like gay kids that get fucking outed and don't have a support system, that don't have a family that they can fall back on, that don't have a group of friends that they can fall back on, and then they do fucking commit suicide. It's just so gross. Like, it is literally one of those situations where, like, in 2024, I feel like we should be past this. You know what I mean? There are people in this community who have probably had the suicidal ideation as a consequence of experiencing something similar. Maybe not OnlyFans, but, like, just being gay in general. And the fucking shame that they feel because society keeps telling them that, like, that is immoral, a sin, wrong, fucked up, degenerate. Or now, the new iteration of it from the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, you're a pedophile, which is ironic because they are literally fucking pedophiles, okay? The party that is defending child marriage across the board in like 20 plus fucking states has the audacity to claim that if you're gay, okay, then you're a pedophile. Ridiculous bullshit, okay? Ridiculous.
Should treat each other.
Oh.
And you never know, like I said, but little things like this genuinely could save somebody's life, seriously. So, W fucking Banks, man, seriously. I wish I was awake when all this stuff was happening. I just woke up and I saw everything, and I reached out to Sketch, but I'm glad that Banks was there for him.
This guy, gay is not the problem. Sex work is the problem, and selling your body. I'll stand by that. The best of him, though. Thank you, Michael M333. Yes, he should kill himself because he did sex work. If you can describe to me why doing sex work in general, like any kind of sex work across the board, not like crazy shit, okay? Not shit that like actually harms people, but if you could describe to me, that would be really wonderful, okay? It'd be great. What kind of expectations do you have personally that we should abide by when we are tailoring society to suit your needs? Because like, okay, we ban sex work across the board. What constitutes sex work? Are we no more sex in the movies? That's not allowed either, because that's sex work too, technically. You're showing sexual intercourse in a movie? I don't think so. We're just, you know, we gave you the keys to the castle. We have to abide by your standards now. So let's just keep going. Where do we stop? What should we do? And once you describe what we should not do, right, what we shouldn't allow in society, you can maybe tell me why it's bad, okay? Are not trying to tailor all of society towards LGBTQ people, though? If being accepting of LGBTQ people is tailoring all of society towards LGBTQ people, in your opinion, then you should go live in a fucking cave, you donkey, okay? Saying that, like, gay people exist, trans people exist, leave them the fuck alone, is not tailoring all of society to gay people and trans people. It's just tailoring all of society against bigots such as yourself, okay? Why are homophobes always illiterate, Lamau? Because to be homophobic, especially in 2024, with all of the considerations readily available, with all of the, you know, with all of the normalization that has occurred, implies that you have to be genuinely fucking stupid. Like, you have to be. Yeah, dude. We tailored all of society to gay people, as in now people have to drive on the wrong side of the road. You know what I mean? Like, what are we changing? It's just called, don't be a fucking asshole. I know it's really hard for a lot of you dumb fucks to follow that standard, but it's just called, don't be a fucking asshole, dude. It's that simple, okay? Some of you, unfortunately, didn't get the best fucking upbringing if you legitimately cannot abide by that standard. Don't be a fucking asshole, especially towards people with like a quality that they cannot change about themselves at all. And they shouldn't change about themselves either because it's not hurting anybody. I'm a father of 2 young boys. I don't care what other people do in their lives. I just don't want someone to force it on my children IRL. What do you mean? Someone forcing homosexuality to your children IRL would imply someone raping your child, okay? Is that what you think is going on when you see a rainbow at Target that is akin to someone doing statutory rape to your child? Is that what you think is going on? What does this mean? We leave this so goddamn open-ended when we have this conversation. Oh, we don't want them forcing that on my children. What are you talking about? People rarely ever actually explain what they mean, or when they do, it is unimaginably stupid. Okay? For example, your child seeing a gay couple in public. What do you think the consequences of that are going to be? I can tell you. Okay? A really scary consequence of that is going to be that your child is going to go, oh, I guess men and men also date one another, just like men and women, like mom and pop. Okay? And in the case of many right-wingers, can't say that about you, but in many right-wingers, children probably go, oh, mom and pop are no longer together because pop likes to drink a little bit too much. That's what I thought was normal. Didn't realize that mom and pop could be together and be in a happy, loving relationship. Not saying that you're in that circumstance. You're Muslim. Isn't being gay as haram as forgetting the top of the hour? Oh, my God. See, this is what happens. Gay isn't the issue. The issue is porn on the internet, and he did it. Why? Except putting gay porn on the internet is not the same as gay men walking. Why? What does putting gay porn on the internet do? You have to search for it. Are you searching for it? Is someone forcing you to search for Sketch's gay OnlyFans? Is someone forcing you to go and jerk off to it? That was going on? Does it tempt you a little too much? Do you get scared of the temptation when you see gay porn? Is that what you don't like? I like that this is the woke guy who's like, it's porn, not 2 men walking on the street. What's the problem? It's not for you. People make content that's not for you at all. Like I said, the standard is it hurting anyone? And if you think it is, please explain why you think it's hurting somebody. Go ahead. Talk your shit. You have the podium while I serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Oh, man, I hate it when men make gay porn and then I find myself on OnlyFans browsing through the gay porn section, and then I just take my wallet out on accident and I input my credit card information, and then I just unbuckle my pants, unzip my zipper, and I just start dropping hot fucking loads to the gay porn. I hate when that happens. Why did the society make me masturbate to gay porn? I hate it. Stop tempting me, temptress, with your femboys and butt stuff. Porn itself is low impulsive behavior, low discipline. Okay, well, you have high discipline, so it shouldn't matter to you, huh? Why does it matter? You still haven't explained why this is bad for people, why it's bad. Who's being hurt by this? Also funny to say, porn itself is low impulsive behavior, low discipline. You know what's high discipline? Having a Twitch account since 2014 named I Will Smoke Ya and typing on Twitch. That's high impulse behavior, okay? That's alpha dog behavior, okay? Writing some shit like this in a Twitch chat, let me tell you what alpha dogs do. That's what they do, okay? What do you mean? If you had any impulse control, you'd probably recognize that this is probably fucking stupid. Men who speak about alpha shit are low tier as well. What about men who speak about being low tier, which is just a reframing of alpha shit? That's why I brought it up, to make fun of you, because you're talking like your favorite PUA podcaster. I promote family values. I Will Smoke Ya on Twitch, promoting family values. Ridiculous. There you go. That's my take for you, promoting family values. It's just like an objectively cowardly way to try to hide your true opinion. Just say it with your fucking chest, big dog. Take your dick out, put it on the fucking table, slam it, okay? You don't have to fucking cower behind these other sensibilities like traditionalist values. Oh, I promote family values. Like nobody fucking, especially in this community, not a single fucking person thinks you're actually promoting family values. Okay? What the fuck does that have to do with anything that we're talking about right now? I promote family values. That's why we shouldn't be understanding of those who are gay and have done sex work. They should actually be devoid of a family. They should be devoid of a support structure. That's how I do family values, baby. You should kill yourself if you've done gay porn. Be devoid of a family. They should be devoid of a support structure. That's how I do family values, baby. You should kill yourself if you've done gay porn. That's my family values. You're doing a great job, okay? And many do, by the way. Many people do still kill themselves. Many teenagers still kill themselves. There's an entire fucking group of NGOs that specifically work on trying to stop teenagers from killing themselves because of fucking assholes like you, okay? Like the Trevor Project. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's such... Dude, I love family values when we abandon our children. Great. Great family fucking values.
It is genuinely, like, actually very good on Banks to do that. And, yeah. So, other thing I want to say is to any person or anybody that wants to stop fucking with Sketch, or you lost respect for Sketch, or you don't want to support Sketch anymore, to be honest, just don't support me either, because that is, I think that's very fucked up if you just stop supporting someone on something like that, where it's like, it doesn't matter if Sketch is straight or gay or pansexual or asexual. None of that matters. All that matters.
I'm sorry. I love that, like, man, I'm happy that Jinxie is one of the largest content creators for the next generation, because he knows what pansexual is. And that to me is the wonderful. I mean, actually, that's kind of wild. I would have never thought when I was his age that there would be content creators out there like defending their homie who is who did like gay sex work, and then they even say like, who cares if they're pansexual? That actually is good. This is like a good thing. This is, society has at least evolved a little bit. Holy fuck.
Is, like, I think life is just very simple, and it's just about treating people how you want to be treated, and Sketch seriously is like actually a good person. So not a lot of people like that come along, so when someone comes along like Sketch, it's
kind of wild to think that like he's a Rainbow Six player. Like this is a person who gained prominence by playing Rainbow Six. Like the one time I played Rainbow Six, they were drawing swastikas, okay, on the walls with bullet holes, okay? So it's wild that he's a Rainbow Six player and he's like this woke.
Very rare. So if you don't want to support him or whatever, that's fine, but just fucking leave him alone, dude. Because he's going through fucking hell right now. So
it was good of FaZe Banks that helped them out. No, he's right. Dude, what immediately the FaZe boys did when this came out and like Sketch left and basically ran away was to text him and be like, dude, what are you doing? Like they immediately rose to the occasion, created a support system for them. It is like an unimaginable W. I'm phasing up so fucking hard right now. Are you kidding me? You want that, okay? That's what you want. That's not even the least you can do. That is like above and beyond. I personally think it's crazy. Yeah, they fucking might have saved his life. According to Sketch, they literally did.
God damn. I'm really sorry. I do not want to cry at all. I'm fucking crying more than Sketch. Maybe I'm a pussy. But I just know he's having the fucking worst day of his life. And, again, he didn't hurt anybody. So, holy shit. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm crying a lot. I did want to do, like, normal gaming tonight, but I don't know. It might be a little tough. What do you guys think? I don't know. But, yeah. Sketch is, he's my friend, and he'll always be my friend.
Your previous rant on Christianity with this situation literally proven by this kick streamer on the wall. Yeah, we already saw that one. Bruce has some fucked up shit to say about Sketch. Probably don't show on screen, as I think the clip has a crop picture of the OnlyFans content. Crazy that he didn't hurt anyone is being said in the context of someone being gay. It's not, I think it's a valid thing to say. I said that too. Because like a lot of people do treat being gay or A lot of people do unironically treat being gay or doing sex work like you are hurting someone. A lot of people treat that as though it's like the absolute worst way. Like people literally treat this type of shit with more severity and more anger than fucking the Dr. Disrespect stuff. Like him fucking predating on a goddamn minor. Him literally doing predatory shit against a fucking minor got more defenders in his own fan base. It's because of the image of the family. No, what do you mean? What does this mean? Why do people always say stuff like this? No one ever explains what they mean by this. What image of the family? Do you think people who do sex work don't have families? Like, what are we talking about? I don't personally understand what the fuck that is. I wonder why he didn't tell anyone. The culture we're cultivating in the streaming space needs to be radically changing because the fact that this is even a story is insane. Yeah. Here, I'll see what did Bruce say? U.S. Christians crying relentlessly about people no longer practice the faith and now they need to force it into the schools to save it. And they can save it just by doing a homophobia patch. Yeah. Perhaps people will be more understanding and like more interested in following through on fucking always like the families that get upset from someone, the family being gay because it disgraces their name. What? Dude, families that get upset from someone in their family being gay because it disgraces their name? Dude, what? Are we in the Victorian era? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? What? Bro came out with like a medieval peasant take. Like, the bloodline has been tarnished, me lord. Once the church hears about this, we will be stoned. Like, what the fuck? You have besmirched the good name of my family. What the fuck? He's a heretic, my lord. I will take care of him for you, my lordship. What do you mean, tarnish the fucking family name? You don't understand? I'm red-pilled and evangelic. Okay. Here, let's see this.
So everybody that's, oh, yeah, he's still my mans. Of course he's still y'all mans because he bring y'all a fucking paycheck. Y'all gotta save his face. Look how fucking...
Or maybe they're not fucking assholes, dude. What the fuck? And legitimately don't have a problem with it. Why is that never in consideration? Like, oh, dude, it must be for the bag. Yeah, no, totally. I love that everybody always frames their fucking absolute dumbest opinions with like integrity. Like anyone who's always like, yeah, I got a fucking asshole opinion and that's why I'm real. Okay? I'm real because I'm being a fucking asshole. Okay? And you know I'm being real because I'm being a fucking asshole right now. And everyone else that's actually running to defend him, it's not that they like him. It's not that they think he didn't do anything wrong. It must be because they're getting a fucking bag, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Going to kick, on the other hand, not for the fucking bag, but that was for integrity, actually. You know? The fuck? I never said anything mean about Bruce drop him off. Ever. And he was sitting there laughing alongside Aiden Ross and all those other kick executives when they were having that fucking all hands meeting talking about how, like, you know, I'm turning the kids gay or some shit and I'm painting my fucking fingernails. I never said anything mean about him ever. I didn't even know he had these kinds of opinions. Okay? I even went out to fucking defend him. I don't think that it's transactional. I defended him over the cracker shit because I thought it was ridiculous. Okay? That they were coming after him for that. Oh, again, with no expectation whatsoever that would ever be returned. The only reason why I'm bringing that up is because he was fucking loving the kick bag.
Brandable he is. Brandable. Niggas can do sex work. Brandable. You can't say nigga though. It's not brandable. White folks can get fucked on cam by black dick and go announce a nigga to fucking in the NFL gang, but a real deal nigga who play Madden all day with the green screen and sweating and shit gets no love. I don't know his name, chat, but I'm fighting for all black creators at this motherfucking point like I've been doing.
Oh, dude. Yeah, this is a real Malcolm X style situation. It's just like you have to be like weirdly homophobic to defend black people. What the fuck? as though there are no gay black people, no gay black content creators out there. The fuck? There's no way his chat understood his line of thinking.
So it's not about you being gay, gang. It's about you not telling nobody and hiding it and coming a whole different alias, like you're a new person.
Yeah, I wonder why he did that. I wonder why. I wonder why sex workers feel the need to use a totally different alias. I can't seem to put my finger on it. Why could that be? That, you know, someone doing gay sex work, especially, like, why they would choose to hide that kind of, that kind of thing in their past. This is pretty close to the line on being neutral, but red pill as fuck. No, he follows it up by saying some crazy shit.
That's not cool, bro, at all. You got kids that watch you, gang. My little brother watch you, bro. And I'm not allowing him to watch you no more.
Yeah, there you go. Why is that? Why is that? Did you just turn my Steam Deck on? Bro, don't go on Elden Ring. You're gonna fuck it up. Well, you can quit the Elden Ring and then play some other games. Okay, it is worth. I just heard the Elden Ring game sound. Yeah, you can just exit it here. If you give it to me, I'll exit it for you if you want. Bro, you're having a serious moment? Yeah, and then fucking the Elden Ring dun started playing in the background. Sucks to see Bruce have this tape because he genuinely used to be the most progressive and accepting streamer in the W community. Like, he always got shit for defending marginalized groups despite high and outrageous communities. He was on the forefront making the W community more accepting. I don't understand, like, what happened? What happened to him? Here. Oh, it's already here. This is how you quit it. Here, go ahead. I don't think you're seeing the silver lining here. At least the homophobes literally waited a week after Pride Month to start foeing.
Because you're just trying to cover this shit up. Like, it's okay for you to be gay. Nobody cares, bro. Nigga, I did a stream with Brandon, a fucking barber. If you think I'm homophobic, think that. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, did his brother watch that stream? Like, I don't understand. I like, this makes no sense. He's hitting it from both angles for some reason. Like, he's on the one hand, he's like, I don't care that people do gay shit. But on the other hand, he's like, I'm upset that you hid this. And also, I hate that you're like, you did this. And also, I will not let my brother watch you. Like, what? Homophobes are constantly saying you can be gay if you want, just don't shove it in our faces. And then when gay people don't shove it in their faces, they still get mad. I'm starting to think they just don't like gay people existing at all. True.
But all that sex shit, I know that's going to become a troll because y'all niggas troll about the P. Diddy shit, all that shit. I don't give a fuck. Y'all niggas don't take shit like this serious with kids. And that's why they end.
Bro, why is it always like this? Why is it always like, yeah, it's just the kids. It's about protecting the kids. It's about protecting the kids. It's about protecting the kids. It's like what are we protecting them from? Like, what? Like, are kids fucking dialing in to his OnlyFans that he like probably doesn't even have any longer? Like, what's going on? Like, he's not even promoting it. Antonio Brown got CTE and has a better take on this. My page, comedy and entertainment, but I wanted to make sure I let you know I spoke with Sketch this morning. Jokes are jokes, but make sure his mental health good. Never know what people got going on or are going through. Hashtag CTESPN. He's worried about his little brother comes out to dishonor on his family, and his yeoman farmers will rebel and lose his liege lands. I just don't get it. It's like, it's always, what are we talking about? It's always like, Antonio Brown, baby, as the ally.
End up gay at fucking 11 years old. That shit don't make no sense.
End up gay at 11 years old.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. I got fucking mauled by everybody for Twitter DMs. You niggas put in question marks, watch porn all day.
Bro, Brew got a dude who cuts people butt out, dick out naked to cut his hair to his viewers. I remember, yeah, it was fun. It was funny. I don't think, it's weird because it's like people just don't understand that, you know, you don't just like magically, you don't just like choose to be gay at the age of 18, okay? This is why it's weird to just like try to set expectations like this, like try to reform society by those who just like simply don't want to understand how this stuff works at all. Okay. Like, I'm not letting dumbass Republicans and congresspersons make medical decisions about people. Okay. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Just like I think it's ridiculous to, you know, take the consideration of what like homophobic people about like what kind of imagery, especially like non-harmful shit overall, seemingly like gay people existing in society or whatever have be regulated by people who think that you can turn fucking gay, and that the perfect way to be gay is when you're 18, you make that decision on your own consciously when you're like, I think I like dick at the age of 18. That's not how this works. You're just gay. I can't believe that this is still a point of contention. I can't believe this is still a conversation to be had, that like people become gay later on in life or something. It's just so stupid. You're just gay, man. That's it. Like, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say in this situation? Are you trying to fucking say that like you just very carefully and deliberately avoided seeing gay shit when you were growing up? That like, that's the reason why you avoided the gay virus? Is that what it is?
Do you like in a
I see
negative
gay
way?
shit all the time. I still don't want to suck dick. Sorry, chatters who want me to be
Yo,
gay,
Daddy
but
Shrimp
like,
with the team,
that's
get
not
the
how this
balls.
works.
Appreciate you, Daddy Shrimp.
If you see gay shit and you want to do gay shit, then you're just fucking gay. You do realize preferences during puberty, though? Okay. That's why you should have sex ed during puberty. You're making an argument for why people should be open-minded. What is Casio saying?
Because at the end of the day, you can do what you want to do. Now, it'd have been a different story if I'd have logged on to Twitter and I'd have saw that, oh, Sketch was chopping people up and eating them. Now, then I'd have been like, whoa. But that wasn't it. You know what I mean? That wasn't it, chat. And, you know, there's no, like, all
I'm happy to see so many large content creators, like, openly fucking defending this, by the way. It's like...
care. And you know what, chat? People will be a lot more happy when you stop caring what other people do, bro. Dude, I think I said this the other day on stream. It's like, bro, you will truly find happiness when you stop caring about what other people do, bro. Hey, you know what I mean, chat? I mean, let's be real here for a minute. Let's be real here for a minute, man. Because, again, like I said, it ain't like he committed a crime or none. You know? People need to be concerned about people's mental state after being trashed. Yeah, exactly! Like, bro, you gotta think, man. Like, something like this can, like, bro... Dude, something like this will literally, like, bro, you know what I mean, chat? Like, mental state, you know, gone. You know, I've seen the tweets and everything of Banks and them helping them out. Shout out to them, too, because that's, you know, obviously really important. You know what I mean? But, yeah, chat, hey, the elephant in the room, that's my take on it, bro. That's my take on it. I'm not going to treat him any differently than I did before because, like I said, he's the same person he was before this. There's nothing different. There's nothing different. I don't care who you mess around with. Yo, yes, with the 5. Appreciate you. Chat, there is a whole lot more things in life to worry about than to worry about who other people mess around with, bro.
Isn't this man from, like, Arkansas, too? It's crazy.
Truly. You know what I'm worried about, chat? Not dying in my hardcore Minecraft world. That's what I'm worried about. Your weight? Bro, shut up! What you mean worried about your weight? Shut up, man! Of course you would take this situation to make that joke. Get him banned. But yeah, chat, you know.
He's like you in a different universe, like Arkansas.
Yo, Uncle Wubs with the 5 gifted. W, Uncle Wubs with the 5 gifted. But yeah, chat, you know what I mean? Hey, I knew as soon as I booted up stream what was going to happen. This going to be the only time your boy talks about it. Okay,
I gotta pee.
Let's get that straight. Yo,
Hold
Wood
on.
with the 5. Appreciate you. But yeah, chat. This going to be the only time your boy talks about it. Because at the end of the day, I don't care. You know what I mean? I mean, again, chat, if something like this makes you quit messing with Sketch, that says more about you than it does anybody else. If you let something like this affect your viewpoint on somebody, dude, what is that saying about yourself, bro? You know what I mean? Now, like I said, it's different if it would have turned out like Sketch is chopping people up and eating them. You know what I mean? But that wasn't it. It was nothing. Yo, From the Fires with the 5 get to appreciate you, From the Fires. Appreciate that. But yeah, chat, you know what I mean? Chat, do y'all agree, though, with the Minecraft thing? Should we throw some Minecraft in the streams, bro? Like, still? Dude, we should, bro. We should still throw the hardcore world in the streams towards the end. What a genuine soul. Yo, look. You ain't even got to be a genuine soul to think this way. I feel like this is should be normal human thought process. You know what I mean? This ain't like a political viewpoint, nothing. It's just, I feel like this is general human thought process.
Yo, Herb with the 5 gifted, Bane with the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. W gifters, chat. Appreciate y'all, man. But yeah, you know what I mean?
This guy's so much better than me as a streamer. Holy fuck. He's like thanking the gifters.
I've been to 2 streams in a row. Bro, you want a pat on the back or something? You made it to 2 streams in a row? Chat, people, hey, drop how many streams you've been to in a row. Dude said I've been to 2 streams in a row. Hey, get them numbers up, buddy. What you talking about? I better get them numbers up.
Bill
Vaughn,
Vaughn, thank you for the 5 gifted. See?
Chad, you know what, Chad?
Diner Splash, thank you for the 5 gifted.
What is that dude's name? Booty O Jones with the 5 gifted. Cases Man Pond with the 5.
X Arthur, thank you for the 5 gifted. This is about to be the W community after the sketch situation today.
Some gay guys are twinks and others are bears. This gay guy's a bear. By the way, we're totally cool with that. To each his own.
I just take photos. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hack the wrist. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Area Nia. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
I would be a bear. Don't think so, bro. Not hairy enough.
Saberwolf. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
I would be a bear. No. See, I don't think you'd be a bear either. As a matter of fact, I don't know what you.
Good tweet. Darmy77. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Do I have to make eating jokes like Keizo to get you to notice my 61 months? Yes. Red CXY. So much lost time. Puss Gums. Thank you for the 5 gifted. South Beast the Gimmer. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Pog. Anyway, that's nice. W gifted. Emily Giselle. Thank you for the 5 gifted. W's in the chat. Make his ass work for it. I find it amusing that there are a lot of red pill bozos on Twitter supporting Sketch and switching up on their past homophobic views. I wonder if they'll keep that same energy for others. That's right. Fuck. There's too many. Hannah Hollings, thank you for the 5 gifted. Caked Up Bot, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anime Istro, thank you for the 5. Art Captain Chur, Forward SpongeBob, Camille Art, South Piece of Gamer with another 10 gifted. Okay, enough. Quit it. I've been a subscriber for almost 4 years. You never thanked me once. I told away in the Discord mines and I can't even get a quick shout out. You are the only person who defended me against the Nicki Minaj barbs. Okay. Do I need to know what Nick Merckx thinks about this? I don't know. We'll see what he says. Protect the kids, bro. Stephanie Lay, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Right. I'm currently not PR trained. I've not spoke to anybody. You haven't seen not one boss call. So this is just strictly off the soul strength of what I think.
Place, bro. Like, no cap, bro. Like, bro. So, obviously, what y'all done seen, like, what happened with Sketch and shit. And no, I didn't see. I heard he streamed. I don't know what he said. Mods, if you guys can link it, I'll watch it. But I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna keep it a whole stack with y'all niggas, okay? Okay? To the people that was DMing me and saying, yo, Kai, you seen what happened to Sketch, bro? Like Spark stream, bro. I hope you go live today, bro. Like, oh my God, like, let me know. Gang, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Why do people care so much, bro? And it's grown men. Chad, if I go on my Twitter right now, I would literally show y'all full bearded niggas like, yo, Kai, this shit is crazy. Like, let me know. Like, and I'm like, bro, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, I understand that it may be shocking to a lot of people, but bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. To say like mean shit about the nigga and shit is crazy. You feel me? Like, I seen that he said it was like his past and shit, and whether it was or not, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This is how I view the situation. You feel what I'm saying? Why does something that somebody else do get you so mad to the point where you gotta go on the internet and bully the nigga, like, and say crazy shit? You would think that this nigga murdered somebody, like
that girl Chloe. They
like,
give the
bro,
5 gifted.
Like, you feel me? Like, you would think the nigga murdered somebody by the way niggas is talking, bro.
W.
And it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, Chad, this is the thing, bro. Like, me personally, I'm not niggas is talking, bro.
W.
And it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, Chad, this is the thing, bro. Like, me personally, I'm not in no space to judge anybody for what they do or what they have done. You feel me? That's not me. That's not my body, bro. I can't do that. Wanna know why? Because I'm human, nigga. I'm human. We are human, nigga. Like, nigga, we are not perfect. We're not. You feel what I'm saying? WPR training is not even about PR training, bro. Like, what the, like, and that's what everybody gonna say, but it's like, my nigga, I genuinely don't. Like, it doesn't bother me. I don't care, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how else to explain it, but like, who am I to judge a nigga on what he done did? Let me see this motherfucker. His 9-minute vibe. Oh, shit. Hold on, let me see this motherfucker right here, though. Wait, hold on. Will, give me the link. I need the link. Oh, I got it right here. Chat, I'm gonna watch it right now. Y'all came in here spamming that shit like, sheesh.
It's like, you're from the poggers community. You have to pog instead of W. No, dude, I'm W, dude. I throw W's up all day. I mean, this is good that so many like large content creators with massive audiences, massive amounts of influence are just like being, you know, they're being supportive. It's cool. I might disappoint her, sadly. What do you mean? He just said what are you talking about? He might disappoint. He just said great things. What do you want? Chat, give me the link. Sound familiar? Every streamer says the same shit. W's in the chat. Fuck you, man. I'm not that old. Gay or not, he's still my dog. Fucking idiot. Okay, we already watched this. I'm not gonna watch it. What is this?
I'm not gay. I don't gotta gay people. If people are like so mad hate towards gay people, that's y'all. I joke and I might say some bullshit. We all do that shit with our mans. You feel me? But it's never nothing. No dead ass serious shit. I'm not on none of that. You feel me? I love women. I love. You feel me? Like people would say, "Oh my god," like, "Oh yo, that's what a typical in the closet guy would say." Cool. Niggas is gonna try to make shit weird. Niggas gonna try to make shit. Oh, birds of a feather flock together. No, gang. He was brought around. You feel what I'm saying? He was brought around, and niggas jacked his vibe. Nigga, he was cool. He was always talking about bitches. He was never talking about none crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? It looks crazy because FaZe was, you know, damn near co-signing him like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Posting about him, all that. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, yo, like, oh my god, this can't be my man's no more. He never showed me that side. You know what I'm saying? If he admits and says that that was him, of course I'm gonna look at it like crazy, like, damn, that's a crazy past. We all had a crazy past, but don't, nigga, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's not something I grew up on. I grew up on, you know, Jesus Christ and simple like that. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ would have phased up, bro. I swear. Okay. Jesus, if he was around right now, dude, he'd be cracking 360 no scopes straight up. He'd be phasing the fuck up. You feel me? The fuck?
I'm a Christian first, strong believer of God, and that's me. Like, word to bro, like, that's me. I may sin here and there, but word, I'm not dealing with nothing like that. You heard? Amen. I'm not dealing with nothing like that. You heard? Excuse me. But God also said to love thy neighbor, and you know, and you bring people on the right track. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro.
Miz laughed about it happening. Yeah, this is probably Miz saying he laughed at a streamer sketch who was outed as being gay, getting bullied for it, making it out to be a bigger deal than Doc being a pedo, and mocking people showing sketch support with a tweet below. Very sad day for my gay Miskiff loving ass. Wait, what? No, dude, Miskiff is not homophobic. What the fuck? He's gay as hell. Twitch himbos. You probably got fucking baited. Like, what? Yeah, there's no way that is in context. Like, no, Miskiff is never acting serious, but ultimately he is not a homophobic person. Yeah, he's literally kissing a gay man in that photo. Miz is the guy from Jersey that doesn't say the F slur on camera that's very big. Yeah. Isn't he like literally talking about having gay experiences too?
You are sitting here like showing hate towards somebody that you know you could possibly save. Then what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And this is the sole meaning of SOG, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Y'all been new. Like, if you really SOG, you know SOG means Silky Lover Gang. This is lovers, bro. We spread love and positivity regardless of how much we troll and how much, you know, we might troll somebody. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
what? I mean, I'm confused.
Everybody. Y'all done seen it in real life. Nigga, a gay nigga's trying to talk to me. I'm not, no. Niggas is trolling about the gay shit. I don't care, because you know what? We're all human at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit here and discriminate nobody, bro. Like, we are all human at the end of the day.
It's still a homophobic take, like they need to be turned around because they're a sinner. I'll take regardless. Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Y'all not hearing me, bro. And this is
Sean, I don't think he knows what he's talking about, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. He's talking about conversion therapy, I think. No. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, but like, yeah, when you're I don't know. When you're doing stuff like that, when you're like talking about saving people with Christianity, from being gay, it's going to be contradictory. If you abide by all the principles of like not judging other people, this tweet is funny. Why are people coming out tweeting like he killed somebody? Bro is just gay. It is true. Like, I feel like for the fandom, it is akin to murder. Like it literally is kind of funny. But yeah, everyone's like, I'm happy that a lot of people are showing support, outwardly showing support for Sketch. Okay? More people would be defending him if he kills someone? Probably. Not the content creators. Content creators would probably defend him too, but like, I think more people in the fandom would be defending him for sure. I think like there's no bigger stain on my, I think I'm going to take the executive decision and make the executive decision and finally unfollow fucking No Jumper. Cause like every time I see a post from No Jumper on my Instagram timeline, it just like makes me so unreasonably mad. That's where I found out about Sketch having a gay OnlyFans. And it's cause it's always like, it just, I've been following them for years. Right. And it's just like, so fucking lame. It's all paid promo for the worst rappers you've ever heard. Okay. It's always like very clearly a paid promotion for some white rapper who's like, is he the best in the game or nah? And it's like, no, he's not. He actually is not the best in the game at all. And you're only posting this because he paid you. Okay. And then that one guy, Fulio, who like died, but who got killed, but then his account is like still active because someone who has access to the account is like posting about how he's like coming back to life. And they just like constantly fucking talk about how like, is Fulio actually doing voodoo? Like, it's so, I feel like it's so disrespectful to a dude who was just like shot. Yeah, No Jumper interviewing the murderer of Pop Smoke, which sets a horrible precedent for giving people who murder famous artists a platform. That's another big one. I know, that was really fucking bad. The most insane part about this is how Banks comes out with a W. Yes, people that I sometimes jokingly and sometimes not jokingly defend, I'm just saying, or are suspiciously on the right side of this. Just saying. I see the kindness and goodness in people, no matter, you know, what their background is, no matter what they've done. Especially, I have a soft spot for bros in general. I myself being one. Okay. But yes, Brother Banks does have that dog in him. Okay. He does. I might phase down next week, but currently phased up. Yes, he did. He phased the fuck up on that for sure. To be fair, you also used to defend Nick Merckx because he was a bro. No, because he hadn't like met the standard where it's like impossible. Like there's a difference between someone who's like kind of ignorant and someone who's being like genuinely fucking hateful. And I think that I make that distinction fairly well. If someone is being ignorant, that's one thing. You could talk to them. You could maybe change their minds on certain things. They can be reasoned with. Someone who is being ignorant and hateful on top of that and is like convinced on their own convictions, well, that's an entirely different equation. You see what I'm saying? Like Aiden Ross is the best example of this, where like he was ignorant and I thought he could be reasoned with. And then, you know, there was a point after there was a point of no return where his ignorance turned into like malicious hatred. Nick Merckx a few years ago was tweeting about him being gay and fucking Brad Pitt. It was pre-DeSantis brain rot. Hawk Tua, spit on that thing. Why do you hate Trump when he's trying to make America great again? I'm trying to make Bates at the top of the hour great again. And let me tell you, username like Hawk Tua, spit on that thing is literally 558. It's like the lamest way to try and fucking debate it. You know what I'm saying? Hasanabi is so back.
What do you think about this?
I love it.
What about this?
I love it more.
How about this?
I love it.
What do you think about
Okay.
this?
I think it's more as if they're willing to listen and understand more than anything. Exactly. Reaction from FaZe Lacey.
The hate he was getting, people telling him to do things, people saying all this nasty shit, and he comes on stream and he fucking stands on business and owns up to his past. And another,
I like the new FaZe boys. They're funny.
right?
I just like, you know, hate on me if you want, but they're pretty fucking funny. Maybe I'm just like TikTok brain, and I see a lot of their content on my TikTok, but I really like the new crop of FaZe kids like Jason the Weenie, Max, Lacey, Ronaldo. I've always liked, obviously, even from before. I've always thought it was very funny.
Thing I want to talk about that genuinely pisses me the fuck off. You had a guy get exposed for being a pedophile and whispering minors. And y'all brushed it over and acted like nothing happened. But then this comes out and it's the end of the fucking world. What is that, bro? How is that fair at all? That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. I don't care. That's fucked up. I don't care, bro.
70,000? God damn, where were y'all?
All the hate he was getting.
Chairman Banks said Cultural Revolution 2.0. Here we go.
I'm gonna start
True.
talking about this. I'm not going to sit here. I am not going to tolerate any homophobia or any disrespectful shit.
Dude, this is a FaZe member, okay? Do you understand how fucking hard you must be phasing up right at this fucking moment? Like, it's over. Like, my hands are stuck like this. Do you understand? This motherfucker said, I'm not tolerating homophobia. Bro, there is no world in which, like, when FaZe was first being developed, that this kind of rhetoric would be flying around, okay?
Towards Sketch, okay? I don't care, okay? He's my friend, all right? What he's done in the past, what he does now does not dictate if he's my friend or not my friend anymore. Simple as that, okay? Now, I'm gonna say this. You guys can say whatever you...
No, the account that is like posting this is like a Twitter impression farmer.
Well,
That's why
I'm
I
not
blocked
gonna tolerate that shit. If Sketch sucked dick in the past, that's whatever, as long as it's not mine, bro. Okay? I'm cool. I don't care. He's my friend, and I'm gonna stand on
What
that.
does that even mean? What? Hey, yo! What does he mean by this, dude? He said, let him cook. Hold on. I paused it. But...
That's whatever, as long as it's not mine, bro. Okay? I'm cool. I don't care. He's my friend, and I'm gonna stand on that. Now, I want to tell you guys something. That motherfucker Sketch is hilarious. I watched his stream. That shit was fucking hilarious, bro. On my soul, he handled that shit perfect. That was funny. I'm gonna say it. I was like...
He said he's not my type. Yeah, he says, Sketch, I don't know about your stroke game. He says, Sketch, listen, I don't know about your blowjob skills. Not my dick, okay? Bro, being straight is a genuine debuff to some people. Oh, here's Plague Boy Mac's response to the situation.
So a couple things. One, niggas on my comment I was talking about leaving because I defended my friend because he had some shit going on in the past and he's moved on. Bitch ass nigga leaves. The fuck? Yo, I don't think niggas understand. We don't care about you. Nigga, if you're not FaZe, you're not 5-star, you're a fucking bitch. I defended my friend. If that shit hurts you or make you want to cry and stop watching my content because I defended my friend, a real life personal issue, and just get the fuck out. Nobody needs your ass. I swear to God, you stink like shit anyway. Shout out to Sketch. I'm very proud of Sketch for coming forward and being able to do this shit because in front of 100,000 people, and I know some of y'all gonna laugh when I say this, he admitted he took dick in the ass. Now, I know that sound crazy, but I really mean that shit. I'm dead ass. Niggas don't understand.
What the fuck? Dude, this is crazy. Wait, I gotta run that back.
And just get the fuck out. Nobody needs your ass. I swear to God, you stink like shit anyway. Shout out to Sketch. I'm very proud of Sketch for coming forward and being able to do this shit because in front of 100,000 people, and I know some of y'all gonna laugh when I say this, he admitted he took dick in the ass. Now, I know that sound crazy, but I really mean that shit. I'm dead ass. Niggas don't understand how homophobic people are on Twitter.
Bro, that's so good. He said Sketch is braver than the American military, dude. He says Sketch is braver than the troops, dude.
He has a big
Oh, that's so good. I mean, this is great. I don't know what else to say other than this is great. He said bottoms rights. Yeah. I've been watching since 2017. Literally only started using Twitch to consistently watch you. Thanks, bro. You absolutely helped me get through the shittiest times. Yes, I was sitting for the top of the hour for 4 years before I realized I had a Prime account. Damn. That's crazy. What a story, man. What a crazy story. I'm glad that, nobody was hurt. I'm glad that nobody did something crazy in the process. Damn, you're losing your touch, brother. Wait, what? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. What are we talking about? I ran it. No, you guys are off your game. I ran it. No, I didn't forget. I ran it. Look, 4 minutes ago. Ran a 180-second commercial break. What are you guys doing? Are you pulling up? Oh, we are doing gay shit. We're talking about Sketch coming out as a gay OnlyFans content creator in his past.
See, I'm confused by this whole saga.
You can pull
I
up.
thought my favorite OnlyFans creator just got discovered as some kind of famous athlete or something.
What? What was this joke set up?
No, I don't know. It was bad.
Oh,
I was just
no.
like, I
Came
knew
in
but
with a
the
bad
The joke was that I knew him from the other
that's,
thing.
Dude, that's so... Dude, you fucked up.
It was a good joke.
No, I don't think so.
No.
The all those people.
People are laughing out of pity.
I thought it was good.
Minus 500 aura. Oh no, you got TikTok. You got clamped. Minus 500 aura means that you lost aura.
I feel like Americans are so insecure. Every time we come, every year, you can develop a whole new language. Everyone's like, no, those words aren't cool anymore. We're clamped now.
You're just talking about the
Well,
internet.
clamped is
Alexa.
I just.
Oh, that's you. Oh,
said
sorry.
that. That's
No,
not
in that
even a
case, I think
thing.
it's really cool.
No, that's not like a thing that people say. I don't think. I mean, I guess like sometimes people say it. Maybe.
No, maybe I'm talking about aura.
No, aura is the new term though, for sure.
It's good we learn every time.
Yeah, every time I
Talk
come
to
here, I just
Hassan.
update my vocabulary.
Yeah. Oh, Trump's coming out with his new VP pick next week.
Sick.
Who's it going to be?
Expert.
He should pick Kamala as well.
Just confuse everybody.
The belle of the ball,
And
baby.
She can't replace Biden.
Yeah,
that's smart.
That's what I
It's
would
brilliant. Yeah, clamped is basketball lingo. You're right. No, the new term now is MPreg. Wait, what?
Like impregnate.
No, MPreg is what is this? Plague Boy Max could not stop laughing watching XQC react to the sketch getting exposed. What?
Okay, so if he a femboy, he's a femboy, nigga.
That's XQC's reaction to everything.
Yeah, it's true.
Yo.
What the fuck was why nobody come on my defense when I had one kiss with a guy for content? Nobody helps me. This guy gets a whole glizzy all the way in and the whole Avengers pull out to defend it. What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
Oh man,
They
saying
damn.
your man's a fem.
We're on the wrong part of the internet.
Why?
I thought we were like a vaguely popular channel. We've never had to defend kissing each other.
No.
I know.
No.
Well, I feel like
We just haven't gotten big enough.
I feel like there's also the well, you know, I think it's the community that you cultivate. Like you guys do gay shit all the time. Like it's almost like one note at this point. You know what I mean?
We don't really do it.
Sneeko tweet. Oh, let's see what Sneeko's expected tweet is. Let me guess. On God, he's trying to make children homosexual. The Jewish Illuminati are responsible for Sketch doing gay stuff. Is that what he said? Did I predict it?
I reckon he's going to say 2 slurs. That's my prediction.
Oh yeah, he'll use the F slur too.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Wait, the Aussies aren't a couple? No, they are.
We are. People are just.
What part of what we said made you think we weren't?
Whoa, we were right. He didn't
One
say the F slur. One gay N-word gets caught doing OnlyFans and every single influencer jumps to tweet their support. You're a hero, so brave. Israel bombs to shut out children for 8 months straight. No one says a word. You're all frauds who want brand deals. Fuck off.
That's your angle as well.
Dude,
He stole your whole thing.
Yeah. No, it's so funny because like, okay, well, I've done both. How about that? Okay.
Yeah, it's funny they're just diametrically opposed.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I love
if you defend gay people, it's fucked up. Like what is your take on Palestine? It's like, bro, you don't give a fuck about Palestinians. What do you mean? You're literally doing it because like, you got anti-Semitic motherfuckers in your fan base. Like, there's not like this is not like a robust thing in the pro-Palestinian community, but like on Twitter is the only place where you do legitimately get a lot of these people who are just like only pro-Palestinian because they're anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, Jake Shields in the replies, they know who pays them. Yeah, dude.
There's a Jewish person paying them
Yeah.
to like gay people.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
the best.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, Chaim Saban and fucking Miriam Adelson is like, yeah, you have to defend gay people and also Israel as well.
So do you reckon people are angry because was he outspoken against gay people? Is that the kind
No,
of-
not at all.
No, it was literally.
He's just a guy
It's
who's
just
gay.
because he's a guy that's
No,
gay.
his problem is that like he cultivated like a very normie fan base, especially like a lot of sports fans.
Okay.
And when they found out that he was like, I mean, it's pretty wild when you have like a prominent content creator like that may have had like a OnlyFans, but let alone like a gay OnlyFans. Obviously, that's going to be drama in general. But it's entirely dependent on like your audience. You know what I mean? If you guys had if one of you guys had a fucking gay OnlyFans back in the day, like nobody would give a shit. People would be like, oh great, I'm gonna fucking crank off to it or whatever.
There's a porn star that actually looks a lot like me. People keep linking.
Yeah. Wait, really?
Yeah. I don't know his name.
Bring
Definitely
it up
haven't.
on
I
Twitter.
definitely
Yeah,
haven't
let's pull it
off
up.
to him.
It's gay porn as well.
Jake Shields is one of the funniest Twitter accounts. Dudes post Nazi shit all day, but then lashes out when the same Nazi accounts joke on him for not being white enough. Oh, that's my
Wait,
favorite.
Is Jake Shields not a white name?
Yeah, I thought he was white. What? Yeah, what the fuck? My mods are going, which one? Spamming which one?
Your mods.
Wait, they're saying two-tone Malone? Wait, really? Okay, let's look it up on this one. Does he have two-tone penis?
This is not going to be.
Wait, why is there Urban Dictionary?
I don't think
he's
it's
like really famous.
This is not the
This is
actual
not- I
account.
think they were joking.
Bro, you guys are fucking Zinfidels now.
I'm not.
This is my first one.
You're going to throw up as a Sixer.
Is that too much?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're strong.
Dude, you're baby shit, dude. You're gonna die. No,
I had a
put
six
that
when
down.
I had a 6 when I was drunk.
Put that
And
down.
It didn't feel.
Take the 3. Take the 3. Put that down. You're like a little baby bird that needs to be protected at all costs. I know your ass. You're gonna be like, you put that in your mouth, you're gonna throw up for sure.
That's pretty good. That's good for you.
Yeah, you're gonna be like, I don't feel
That's why
too
you told me to go
good.
for the 3.
Oh, that's empty. Here.
It's coffee flavor.
Yeah, it's really good.
These are good for you, right?
Yeah. No, they're great for you. They're not good for you. They're great. Is that legal in Australia? I don't know.
It's not legal. No, that's why we're so excited about it.
Plaque Max talking about Sketch when Sketch left the Banks house and disappeared. Bro, Plaque Max should be worried about how hard I'm gonna fucking cook him with Ludwig on the 2v2 coming up. Okay, that's what he should be worried about. Not where Sketch went. No sex. We're gonna have gay sex.
Nice. You're gonna cook him.
Yeah.
You're gonna sex the shit out of him.
Yeah, we're gonna rude.
2v2.
Yeah, that's what we're calling.
I'm
sex
calling
now.
foursomes that now.
Yeah.
Good on two.
We went to Banks' house, all of us, all 3 of us. We went to Banks' house with a dap. We was there. Yo, bro, the nigga left Banks' crib, bro. And Banks didn't even know. Banks did not know, bro. I understand this shit funny, bro. I get it. It's like, yo, bro, this nigga that nobody expected is a gay porn star. In the past, at least. I get it. It's hilarious. I understand niggas laughing. But what y'all niggas gotta understand is these niggas on the internet are not robots, bro. They're not robots. They have feelings too.
Aw.
They have feelings too, bro. So it's cool for you to get your jokes off, but at what expense? Bro, the nigga left the house, bro. Who knew what would have happened, bro? Real shit, bro. Bro, the nigga left his Rolex at Banks' crib. He ain't give a fuck. The nigga was getting the fuck out of there.
Damn.
We went to Banks'
Wait,
house,
who's
all of
he's
us, all
talking
3
about
of
the guy.
Yeah.
So he's
And
saying
he left because he was upset about.
No,
I
he
think
left because he was like,
fled.
no, he literally fled like he had done a crime.
Like, so when the information was leaked, he.
The guy.
Yeah.
So he's saying
And he left because he was upset about.
No,
I
he
think
left
he
because he was like,
fled.
no, he literally fled like he had done a crime.
Like, so when the information was leaked, he left this house with these guys and left all this shit
I think he was
behind.
like worried. Yeah, I think he was just like worried that people weren't gonna accept him, and like he said that he like didn't know what to do, so he was gonna get on a plane to like go home. He was talking about like how he was gonna kill himself potentially.
Fucking poor guy.
Which is so crazy.
It just shows you like what kind of friends he has, though. Where he's
No,
like, you
no,
guys
no,
are
they
gonna
were
kill me.
No, no.
You don't think
His
so?
friends were like very understanding. I think he was worried about like what
Oh my god, that's such a good idea.
getting caught working undercover at Amazon. Uba's great Amazon heist. Yeah, you fucked up.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, he said he's sorry for involving you guys. Like he didn't want that like stink on because like I said, ultimately I think like because the fandom that he cultivated is like very normie, like Barstool, you know, people that are just like, what, he did gay sex? I fucking hate that, you know, type shit. That basically he was just like worried that it was gonna, I mean, it's very heartbreaking when you think about it, but he thought that it was gonna like harm his friends somehow.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
So fucked, because if it was a chick that was doing this, I would 100% be like, this is just publicity for an OnlyFans.
Yeah,
But because
yeah,
it's a
you
guy
totally
like
blame
this,
them.
yeah, people.
Wow, he's just like just voluntarily revealing he's misogynistic
Yep.
for no reason.
But what I'm
Okay.
saying is, he should have used this as a publicity
To
for
promote his OnlyFans.
He should have, like 100%.
I don't think he's doing OnlyFans no more, brother. But yeah, Not trying to be funny. Is he actually gay, or did he only do gay OnlyFans content? I have no idea. I don't fucking know. I don't know him like that. I don't think we will know the truth either, because I don't know. He's like, seems like he's like, he didn't come out or anything. So, but it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What the fuck? They're only this harsh because making porn / taking dig is a woman thing and they hate women. Okay. Jay Shields got roasted for not having European features before white supremacist accounts did a deep dive and exposed him for having a black grandfather, all after posting Nazi shit for the last 5 years. Oh my God. Imagine you cultivate a Nazi following for 5 years and then you're outed as being like a quarter black. It's got to be devastating. That's sad, man. Big L for you, dude.
That's just the tradition, though. Wasn't Hitler like...
No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Hitler wasn't a black guy? No. I mean, like...
he was Polish.
Well, I mean, that's like my grandmother.
Oh, yeah.
She was anti-Semitic, and we all knew that she was part Jewish, and no one wanted to tell her.
She's fleeing the country.
Yeah, she's leaving.
She's like, I didn't want to put that stink on you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. She did a DNA test and left.
My Jewish stink.
You're trying to get on the anti-Semitism website twice in a row.
Dude, no. If I like say actually anti-Semitic shit, they won't put me on there. They put none of the Nazis on there. It's only like if you're a nurse and you wore like a Palestinian pin or something, where they're like, they should execute this nurse immediately.
Kick him off the plane.
No, literally, that's what she posted about the Stop Anti-Semitism account the other day.
I saw the stewardess or the steward.
Yeah, the fucking flight attendant.
That's what it's called.
Should be thrown out of the plane.
Stop anti-Semitism. Yeah, what did she pose? This is like one random freak from Long Island, by the way. Like, it's just like a one-man operation, which is crazy.
Good on him. Someone needs to be out there stopping it.
That's my IRL friend. Oh, that's your friend on Delta? Where the fuck? Damn, they post so much, bro.
Yeah,
that's
holy
crazy.
shit.
What is this?
Anti-Semite sword influencer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
they do pepper in some like
And
real
this guy.
anti-Semites. I think they do pepper in some real anti-Semites to like make the account seem more valid. But then it's like shit like this. Hey, at Delta, did you add Palestine as a new summer route? Your customers on a Boston to West Palm Beach flight yesterday were perplexed to see your flight attendant adorning a flag of Palestine pin. Flight details.
But it isn't like America's
and
like...
then they like dox the person.
Holy
too.
shit.
Fuck.
Yeah, dude,
That's
they dox
fucked.
teenagers, bro. This account has like posted like if a teenager in a high school yearbook as a quote posts "Free Palestine" as their as their yearbook quote, they will literally post it with their government name and shit.
I can't blame them. I run a similar old website where I dox people who have free Tibet. Anywhere on there.
Bro,
I knew you were going to say that. I was like, where's he going? It has to be one of them two.
When you make jokes like that, like, dude, this is gonna be every like Ukraine flag in the bio NATO defender account is gonna be like, we got him.
What I'm saying is it's that absurd.
Yeah.
It's as if I was doing that.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Also, this guy looks fucking sick.
Yeah, he's hot.
Yeah.
He's hot. He's hot as fuck. That's why they posted it.
Yeah.
Like
He's
posted
jacked.
Instagram and he's just jacked at all the photos. Like, don't you hate this guy?
Yeah.
Isn't this really embarrassing how fucking hot he is?
What is this? You better not embarrass us Thursday.
Oh.
Okay, that's like
Wait,
that's
who is that?
he didn't even try that hard. This is clicks. This is Jason the Weenie, who I will be balling up against, me and Lud.
When is it?
I don't think we have like an actual date or something. Like that's crazy. He had like a delayed response.
That happens though.
It is hard.
No, it only happens to you because you don't look down the whole time. Yeah, this guy. We're playing basketball yesterday. This motherfucker. We're playing basketball. This motherfucker reveals to us in the car ride home that he cannot look anywhere but down when playing basketball because he's worried that if he looks up, he's gonna trip and fall.
Yeah, he has to watch his feet while
You guys,
running.
you guys are making fun of me. This is all cope for the fact that I sunk all the hoops.
Oh, I talked
was
about it already.
smashing
How
everyone.
your fucking sweat shield
exactly
rendered stands as defensive.
You were a sweaty boy as well.
I know.
And you didn't score anything.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
joking, I'm
Okay. Your best shot when you stream from court. If you okay, shut up.
That's a 3-pointer. You don't always get those in. People are so mean. Everyone pretends to be like the best basketball player in the world.
Oh, this is what I'm not the best basketball player in the world, but Felix said they should call this account "Starting Anti-Semitism." No one is doing a better job convincing everyone that Jews are annoying. This is truly one of the most grating little tidbits I've ever heard. Oh, you saw a pin on your Boston to Palm Beach flight? How terrifying! Yeah, it's speaking of Felix, he's going to be on. We are going to be stopping anti-Semitism. I'm going to have the tag team all-star team here, Brace Belden and Felix Biederman on the building on Wednesday. So get excited for that chat. You guys are not invited, unfortunately.
No, I'll be out there.
Awkward.
Just
watching. You can watch. You'll be out there watching on your phone because Brace is your favorite content creator.
Yeah, I'm too nervous to talk to him.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how you interact with Brace.
But it's I think what I've got going for me, because I'll be fangirling, it'll be really awkward. But
Yeah.
from what I understand, he's short. So like
he is.
That'll help.
I've also hyped you guys up. Anytime I like talk to someone with like real, like a real legit background, I'll always be like, oh, they went to North Korea. Then it's like a very immediate way to be like, oh, okay, these guys are cool.
They're academics.
I was watching you with Adam Friedland. He told him he went to North Korea and he was like on his phone. He's like, yeah, that's cool. Did they eat bulgogi? And I was like,
how do you remember that?
Because it fucking broke my heart. It fucking it killed me.
Oh, you wanted Adam to you know, think that you're sick.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Turkish boy beat up in Jew City for not observing the Sabbath. Yeah, they're gonna beat my ass, dude. That's why I'm bringing them here. They're gonna stop anti-Semitism by beating me.
You know what we should do? We should put pins on random people so that people take photos of them and put them on this website without them knowing.
That's like the kick me sign.
Yeah, exactly.
Special guest at last week's pro-Palestine protest in Melbourne.
Hey, you fucking fuck off! Get out of here, you cunt! Fuck off!
Yeah, these guys think that like real world, like Jake Shields is not at the pro-Palestinian rally, okay? It is not like, but the pro-Palestinian rally in Melbourne, as you guys saw, was like a Hasanabi fan meetup, okay? There's like, all of those people despise freaks like Tucker Carlson. They're not going to be like, oh, you're like cynically supporting Palestine. Oh, I guess you're cool now. Like that's only shit that pops off on Twitter.
I'm
okay?
actually so pissed off that we came to America when this guy came to Australia.
Yeah, you guys did a swap.
And prisoners, hostage swap.
Fuck it off out of here! Not fucking welcome here, cunt! Go on, cunt, let's go!
To give him credit, he doesn't have security next
Is
to
that
him.
by himself? That's kind of...
Well, it's because it's fucking Melbourne. Like, what?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? You know what I mean? Like, when you guys, I don't think you realize, like, when we're planning on going to the RNC, like, that is legitimately one of the most dangerous situations that we will be in. Like, both, like, genuinely, physically.
There is a chance we just don't get let in.
Yeah,
I mean, that's nicer than like getting shot. They won't shoot you.
They're not going to let you in to shoot you.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, yeah, come in, step right in. No, I don't even think we're gonna be able to get in, unfortunately. So we'll see. But you need security at RNC, bro. Don't play. I mean,
what do you mean? We're big boys.
Yeah,
I'm my own security.
They're my security. Yeah, no guns are allowed at the RNC. Oh, this was chill. I saw this.
You got my answer! Please. How much one out of 10? Speak. Tell the truth. I'm sorry, Greece. But donors are better. No!
Bro, I don't think he realizes, like, they will kill him.
Yeah, that's not, you can't joke
That's like
about
crazy that he's, I mean, he spoke the truth, much like Jesus. They booed him for speaking the truth, to be honest. My fucking goat, dude. I love him.
I hate the Balkans so much.
I fucking love him so much, bro. I love him so goddamn much now. It's like, this is it. Speed, he can do no wrong after this. I'm 100% defending him, ride or fucking die. Do you understand me? He came out, he has a 100% success rate. Free Palestine.
Yep.
Okay, he's been free Palestine all day, every day for years. And he said the objective truth, which is that Turkish doner is significantly better than Greek gyros.
It's the same fucking sandwich.
No, it's not.
Wait, no, you shut up about your stupid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm
Chavapi and the.
That's
it's
different.
to
That's
anything.
different.
Oh, it's different? It's not different.
okay.
Yeah, it's worse. Chavapi's worse than kebab.
Chavapi is just what you guys stole. You guys are the colonizers. And
That's
you
insane.
You come in and you see our amazing food.
Bro,
you're like, oh, it's Turkish.
It's crushed meat. Everyone does it.
Well, Turks invented it though. Like
well, no,
literally.
you're both bad. You
No,
both think
the
it's something
Ottomans
special.
literally. No, the Ottomans
It's
literally
meat.
invented it, bro.
The Ottomans, that's the whole empire.
Yeah,
That's,
exactly.
When you say that, you mean
no, but like if you look at the fucking Wikipedia, it literally straight up says the Ottomans brought it when they were dominating the Balkans.
Wikipedia is the most pro-Ottoman website. It is.
Bro said it like there's like you know how there's like IDF people that are sitting monitoring Israel articles, like that's how the Ottomans are doing it too.
Just about food.
There's a bunch
though.
of Janissaries sitting there with fucking Meth Animation playing in the background. Yeah.
You didn't prove me wrong. You just repeated the truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, he said you're not a collie, you're a fucking colonizer. History's written by the victor, bro. The Ottomans haven't won shit. What are we talking about? It's the fucking sick man of Europe. Okay, L after L after L.
The fully sick man of Europe.
Wait, Speed says his Turkish fan base is the best fan base. Shut the fuck
He
up.
also said he was Albanian. I think you can't.
Okay, so that's basically like saying he's Turkish. What do you mean? Like, okay, so he just repeated that he loves Turkey.
Be honest, Turkey?
You just inadvertently done Serbian propaganda.
No, Turkey is different.
They're all Turks.
What do you think?
Maybe we're on the same side.
What do you think I think about the Serbs? They're Turkish too. They're just gay Turks because they're Christians.
I'm be honest. Like when I was at the Turkey game, they show no mercy. You know, they're like, they really want it. They really want it. I'm about to say
doing the Mexican way.
Turkey's up there for sure. I'll say Turkey's number one, matter of fact, and I love their donors. Turkey meat, good donors, but
yeah, that's my fucking goat, dude.
No, he's not.
Yes!
He's saying donor like not as the food. He's talking about like the Turks that are funding him to say this shit.
Yeah,
he's like they got the best donors. They're fucking giving me some money.
Keep
I
coping,
love
keep
Turkey.
coping. Yeah, what is he gonna eat? Javapi, dude? Oh my God, he's gonna eat Serbian Javapi, which is kebab. He's gonna be like Turks kebab is better.
And it wouldn't even come to mind for him. There's no comparison.
Oh, dude.
He loves China. That's interesting.
China, baby!
I love it that this song is royalty free for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, of course.
It's amazing. China's the best.
China, baby! He's awesome. Oh man,
that Polish guy was right.
Stop. I love that. It's my favorite. It's such
amazing.
It's such a funny clip to me to be like, because he's so genuine in that moment where he's like, believe me, there's good black people. Believe me, this one is good. Oh man, that's so good. What is playing in the fucking living room right now?
Oh shit, maybe I got control of it. Wait, I could probably stop it.
I was gonna be like Kaya.
4 strategy games you can play on the Steam
Check
Deck.
out this how this Polish girl managed our speed.
Intornation? Whoa. I might gotta climb the tree. Come here. What the fuck? What are we doing? Stand? Okay. I'm scared.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm scared. Oh!
Bro, he's like a IRL real life like cartoon character.
He's so good at physical humor.
Yeah,
he's just like
so
puts his
energetic.
body
I don't
into
even
it.
think he's like attempting to be funny. You think he is?
No, I think he's
He
definitely
didn't have to fall
exaggerating.
over.
I mean,
he
he's
did
like-
that on purpose because it's
Like
funny.
he's got good he's got good comedic instincts for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, he's.
But I think he's just like leaning into like whatever the situation is usually.
Yeah, he's like Bugs Bunny.
Like he didn't when he meets the fucking prime minister of Albania and goes, "Oh, I love Albania, bro. You're my favorite country. You're my favorite president, bro." And the fucking Albanian prime minister goes like, "Why am I your favorite?" Like that is not like he didn't personally in his mind think like this will be really funny if I say that to him.
Yeah, no, he was
You know
just
what I
trying to be
mean?
nice and.
Like that's just like naturally a hilarious situation. That's what I mean.
Oh! What the fuck? I'm scared.
Oh, I'm scared.
What is happening here? Like, is she just like doing?
Oh, there's multiple people.
Before this, I asked, can I say it? Can I say it?
Yeah, say it.
Nigga.
What the
Thank you, bro.
fuck? What the
Speed them.
Least racist Polish woman. that's like she asked,
Oh,
which is why
she's very
she didn't-
polite about it.
That is the least. Okay, that's the second least racist Polish person. Okay, but obviously the least racist Polish person we saw, he's like, there are good black people, believe me. This is the second least racist Polish person. You know, Speed went to Europe and a crowd followed him around, calling him the N-word. Wait, really? That's the least shocking thing I've heard from European activities. She is essentially Antifa in Poland. Yeah, this is like, I'm telling you, these are like George Soros started an NGO for both of them. Okay.
When he got on his knee, I thought he was going to propose.
Like no one's ever said the N word like that to me before. That's so sick. I love you. What? Where's her necklace is his name? Oh, I saw that Norway went wild and he swore to never go back. Yeah, I saw that. That was so crazy.
Did they beat him up?
Wait, another one? There's multiple.
No,
more?
Marcelo, you know.
Yes, nigga.
Nigga.
What? Wait. What is come out your word, my nigga? What?
I don't understand. Sorry. Ronaldo.
Did they not know?
I think they know, man. I think they were pulling his hair in Norway. Yeah, I saw that. Speed out here about to end the Ukraine war by meeting Putin. He's like, yeah, bro, Putin.
I'm Russian.
I love Russia. I love Russia, bro. It's my favorite, bro. What? Chat spams save Europa as streamer Speed is attacked by migrant mob. This is AF Post. This is like literally fucking white supremacist news account. As he's attacked by migrant mob in Norway. Like the craziest part about it is that like most of those people are white. Why? What the fuck are you doing? Like, it's just automatically like, yeah, there's a couple black people there, okay? Or like a couple men and people there, right? And it's literally overwhelmingly white kids. And they're literally like, well, they're migrants, you know?
Exactly.
It's just like, because they're being unruly. So obviously they must be
migrants.
They must be migrants. Those are Swedish white people. It's not the same. Yeah, true. I saw a video of a white guy. All 3 black people in Norway are there. Yeah, I know. Maybe this account meant the Swedish migrants attacked in Norway, not by Norwegians. Am I crazy? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, yeah, there are definitely, black and men and people in the crowd, but like the
guy's
majority,
pulling his hair.
It's fucking Norway. Like, of course the majority are white. Like, what are we talking about? And yet everyone is like, oh no, it's just all fucking, Migrants never were like, I'm pulling up to see Speed. That's my main concern. No, it's like, here's the thing. Even if it is literally like majority migrants, okay? Like, it's just teenagers, man. They're being fucking unruly.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What is this? What is the argument here? That like, oh yeah, dude, you can't do immigration in your country because if Speed comes, God forbid, they might do a riot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But also, it just happens everywhere. There's a big streamer. When they go and they're being filmed, they get fucking attacked.
It's like,
are you trying to say I'm not a big streamer? Is that why I'm not getting attacked? Is that one?
Yeah,
It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up, dude.
Even Tucker Carlson got attacked, and he doesn't even stream.
Yeah, by migrants.
Yeah.
They were there from Sydney. All the kids keep screaming the water brand Mokni Gaz.
Shut up, bro.
Nah, this is next level. That's crazy. No, it's because you're a big streamer, tall. Thank you.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that.
We know, man. We know you weren't saying that. Okay, what is this disrespect that I'm getting right now? Is this because I said Brace and Felix are going to be here and you're not allowed to be here when they're here?
Yeah. I gotta look cool now. I gotta look like I'm fine with that.
How did they not know about black people? I thought the immigrants took over. Not in Poland. Poland is still very safe from migrants, migrant crime. They're the migrants. That's the reason. It's because they're the migrants in the UK. Wow, Mao compiled the best I Show Speak clips for this one. Biden and Speed on mental capacity.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on a campus.
My name is Speed.
Oh shit, I'm tweaking, bro.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
You love that one.
I love that.
You fucking love that one.
Because I always think of doing it.
Dude, you had a guffaw. Like you had a belly laugh on that one. What the fuck?
That was great. That's good humor.
Yeah.
My favorite streamer.
Oh my god, dude.
That turn, that turn. I want to be clear.
Yo, chill. That's WowMao, my editor, who's never edited a single fucking video of mine. Actually, you can shit on him all day, every day.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of.
Oh my god, he wore this exact same fit on George Stephanopoulos. I just realized.
The one we watched.
Oh yeah, the striking shirt.
He's so hot. That's why he's like, let me bust a couple buttons open, you know, show a little bit of that meat.
Bad boys, not a joke. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in a straight razor. I'm the only white boy within 20 miles. One hunky's just as bad as any other. I'll take whoever you send me.
Is he Brazil? Yeah.
You gotta do one of these, Robert. Oh, that looks so cool. No. Look at that. Anthony Davis eyebrows.
If you want to protect yourself, get a double-barrel shotgun.
On world knowledge.
And to say to President Biden, can you hear me, President Biden? This is a historical moment for Brazil and for the U.S.
I declare war on Russia! I declare war! Bye-bye, Russia! Bye-bye!
Bro, he's ending the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, he's nuking America.
Oh, he's ending the war in Ukraine.
It stands.
Yeah, same shit.
Bye, Russia!
Ben, do you support Black Lives Matter?
Man, what the?
Ben, where you at?
Speed, turn around! Speed, turn around!
What?
We have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. But I didn't know any black people. No, I really didn't. You didn't know any white people either. A quick reminder. They're gonna put you all back in chains.
What's that?
What?
What was that?
That I do not remember. I guess that was like when he was VP. That's what the fuck?
That was before he got dementia.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when his
That's when he's top of his game.
Now when he's doing dementia, he just thinks it's like, you know, civil rights era. That's crazy. That's real. That happened.
Yeah. Oh, he's cool.
Speed has this easy.
Yeah. How old is he? He's young, isn't he?
Most of these clips he's like 17. Now he's like 19, I think.
He's off! He's off! He's off!
He's so unimaginably athletic.
Yeah.
Like, he is insane. He is insane, dude. When he does straight up backflips without tucking his knees.
Yeah, it's fucked.
It doesn't look normal. Like, I've never seen some shit like that.
Whenever I see someone do a backflip, though, I don't know why, but I like them immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's already super impressive to be able to do that, but like, he literally does it when he's like suspended in air. I don't know how the fuck he does it.
I just lost Mother Greta. I didn't think he was gonna do it. Yo, Mr. Beast. Oh, you know one time when you donated to my stream? Yeah. Which time though?
Mr. Beast donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Big Black Monkey Boy, Big
Mr.
Black...
Today, would you still refer to President...
Big Black Monkey Boy, Big
Mr.
Black...
Big!
Today,
today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator?
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is.
That's not actually Mr. Beast chat. Come on.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, cancel Mr. Beast. now.
yeah.
Communist country based on totally different norms.
How can you call this man a dictator, bro? Look how cute he
he's
is.
so cute.
He's so handsome. He's so worldly. He's just like
polite as well.
Yeah, he's a
Not
great guy.
aggressive.
He's a great guy. It's really fucked up. Really fucked up.
大家好，
How you doing?
现代化产业体系更加
Your coverage of Biden is basically a Louder with Crowder vid right now. Do you think we're doing real political coverage of Joseph Robinette Brandon right now? We're watching Joe Biden versus I Show Speed. It's a meme video. Some of you motherfuckers literally are so dense, dude. Are you okay?
I thought this was real politics.
Yeah. What the fuck? Bro, are you okay? Actually, like, is your brain all right? Like, do you think I'm making serious political commentary here? Oh my God, bro. This guy literally thinks we're watching this and be like, yeah, fuck Biden.
I mean, a little bit. I don't know.
Just a mid video. No, he's mad. So he's like, oh, it's just a mid video. That's why I said that. No, you're just fucking mad for some very weird reason.
Also, is this what Crowder is like? Because
I've never seen
pretty
Crowder
good
be
content.
funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good content.
It'd be
This is
pretty
what
good content if
Crowder's
this was what Crowder was doing. That was crazy.
正确。中国经济在风浪中强健了体，同志们、朋友们、女士们、先生们，也对未来充满信心。这一年的步伐，我们走得
Amazed by Chinese strength and ingenuity.
坚持，疫情。
天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，心中的太阳是马
走等你。Oh, this one's.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. My father pointed out to me I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
That shit is fucking trash, dog. Get the fuck off the airwaves.
Oh, come on.
Nice. Nice. Made me happy, made me smile. Nice.
Bye-bye, Israel!
Bye-bye!
He actually got Israel this time.
Yeah.
I'm from Israel. Are you okay? Free Palestine!
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, good call. Wait.
Oh, he's getting swatted. Did he
hide behind his green screen?
Hey, look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
I want to see these beautiful young ladies. I want to see them dancing when they're 4 years old.
I like 15-year-old girls!
What the fuck? Oh,
Great.
Jesus.
Well, I like Biden even less now.
Yeah,
Great.
no,
that
this
did a lot.
Before this video, I was actually gonna vote illegally for Biden
Yeah.
in numerous states, and like, you know, I was gonna vote for him. I was gonna steal ballots from like old folks' homes, specifically in red districts, and like do mail-in ballot fraud. And I think I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, wait. We're not citizens here. We're illegal. We could vote for him.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're saying?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, he was 16 at the time. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
I think I've seen this one where he doesn't bend his legs.
Yeah. In the fucking Yeezy Crocs or whatever too, which is crazy. Like no traction. I've never seen some shit like that, bro. That's like
It's beautiful. It's not too late for us to learn how to do this.
Yeah, it's one. I can't. Bro, he doesn't even tuck his fucking knees, brother. That's like insanity. It's like he's defying gravity. I don't know how the fuck he does
He
that.
streams so much. When can he practice?
I think he's just like insane. Like he's an insane athlete. He did the like the NFL combine, and he just has like an incredible vertical too.
He can jump high.
No, what's NFL combine?
No, I don't know what that is, but I know what a vertical is.
He the NFL combine is like when athletes that are about to get drafted go like and run like I think what is it 40 and like show how high they can jump, shit like that. The crazy vertical is why he can do that. Yeah. You just like do agility tests, like coordination tests, how many times you can bench press like 225 pounds, stuff like that. He showed insane skills playing soccer. He just needs to work on finishing. They do all sorts of stats on potential American football players. Yes. Show the Aussies this highlight from Morning Joe.
Yeah, I want to get into Bennett. Yeah, I want to get into Bennett.
I mean, it feels like I've heard him do this like a million times. It's just
This is the guy who says 10% of the universe. Yeah, I want to get into Bennett.
Actually, he sounds like he's trying to do a nice show speak.
Look at Kaya.
Who's barking? Who is it?
You want to open the door for her? She's trying to get in. Hi, I just crossed the U.S.-Mexico border. I was hoping to vote as an illegal migrant for Joseph R. Biden. But now I know, thanks to your stream, that Trump is the better option. See you at the RNC. Thank you, Hank. You're welcome. Yo, Blast's wonderful hit single World Cup while we're at it. Such a fucking banger, dude. It's true. That's Sketch, by the way.
That's impressive. That's Sketch.
Yeah, that's Sketch. He was doing it with Sketch.
4.4 my.
I reckon I'm faster.
There's no way.
Maybe.
Over a second. 4.4. I can go.
Bro, he's got foam runners on, too. That's like... Kai Cenat going to China before Hasanabi? That's crazy. Wait, what? When?
Look it up.
Why? What would I Google? When is Kai Cenat going to China?
Yeah.
No fucking way. He's probably going to Taiwan, which is, I mean,
Same thing.
yeah,
China.
Taipei, Chinese Taipei. Okay. But like Kai in China with Taiwanese Ray. No, he's not going to mainland China. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, we know about bushes.
Yeah, why would I show them bushes if they know? Social credit going up. Probably going with Ray, yeah. No, I doubt he's going to mainland China. He's probably going to Taiwan. I must admit, you are the only funny anti-Trump person I've met. Your content is pretty cool. Keep it up. You're never too late to vote Trump. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, one day you're gonna get it. I Show Speed is a Maoist.
It's gonna be him singing.
Donated 50K to Palestinian charities, consistently pro-Palestine for years. Jammed the red sun of the sky. Signed the Kurdistan flag endearingly. Nuked Israel on stream on a planet simulator. Oh, he did?
What a name.
Lol, her Biji
What a name. Kurdistan.
Dude, I love. That's why I say Croatia instead of Croatia, because of his World Cup song. Have you guys ever seen?
No.
Oh, this is a jam, dude. Like unironically, 143 million views.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Everybody rise up. Stand up that time. We got Portugal. We got Mexico, France, England, Brazil, Belgium, Qatar, Germany, USA, Iran, Canada, Argentina, Australia, Croatia, Switzerland, Ghana, Japan, Uruguay, Morocco,
Saudi Arabia,
Ecuador, Wales, Poland, Tunisia, Cameroon, Serbia, Korea, Netherlands,
Serbia mentioned,
and he said it better than he said Croatia.
Yeah.
Senegal, Costa Rica. Let's play football. World Cup. 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 It's time to play football. World Cup. It's time to play football. World Cup. Hey, hell no, man, let's get right. Got Portugal with the come with the nightlight. Mexico, we come with the right. Italy, we come with the right. Like Cameroon, we came with the bite. Mexico, we coming right like World Cup time. Fight till we die. We up in the field, we finna hit till we die. Kick till we die. Hunt until we die. Headers until we die. And like hatchings, we finna try. Hey, hell no, we finna win. 22, we on the bend. World Cup in that you turn, you know we out, we on the jet. Mexico, we up in man. Got a look on my bed like hell no, we in this den. I like to play football. If Ronaldo finna win, we gon' get hit it like it's too far. Argentina, man, what's up? Messi, he finna what? Messi, you want the what? Messi, you want the huh? Hat tricks, we up in this man. We up and chirping the band. Messi, you got.
It's because he's a big Ronaldo fan.
Yeah.
That's why he's like saying Messi, we finna what? Like he's like it's on site. You know what I mean? Like anyway.
Finna win. Ronaldo, he about to win.
Dude, the beat switch ups, like he's got it all.
does hurt my eyes though. It's just too quick. I feel like I'm too old for this many cuts.
Kendrick lists this song as his biggest inspo. That's true. Yeah. He knew that this song was coming out. That's why he won a Pulitzer. Yeah. I mean, it's a banger. He's just doing the damn thing, dude. He's living La Vida Loca, you know? Speed barking while another guy's doing cast sounds.
Yeah, chat. But look, as I can see, Couture is lit, man. It's hard for me to stream.
He's everywhere.
When everybody knows you, it's hard to stream. I'm sorry. You know, I'm trying to make content for y'all. I knew it was gonna be like this at Couture. What? Hold up.
Free Palestine, Speed.
Free Palestine, man. Free Palestine, bro. It's lit though, bro. I like Couture so far.
Are you gonna bring up his Asian antics? We already talked about how he loves Mao. Okay, there's no other. Don't investigate further. Okay.
It's so good being on stream because like people don't see. You could just be doing iShowSpeed clips on repeat the whole time.
Yeah.
People are just gonna ask you to do the same thing again.
Yeah.
We should do streaming.
Yeah.
We just watch iShowSpeed all day.
No.
Speed versus Gnome.
I've seen this one.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
How did you say gnome?
That's how you're supposed to say it.
The hell is that? The fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Everyone, bro. What? I'm a knight. I'm a what?
Him trying to not laugh at KSI's hairline is funny as hell.
On you, bro. All eyes on you.
All right, okay. Yep, this is. Okay.
Bro, all eyes on you.
Messed up, man. That's fucked up. Okay, that's fucked up. Sorry, I just got here. Why are we watching iShowSpeed? Not a complaint, just curious. We're just looking at the presidential candidates. We're just looking at who we're gonna vote for in the upcoming election.
He's doing well though for a 17-year-old.
He's 17.
He's 17.
I
You say 17?
think he's like 19 now, but like, bro, what do you?
No, I mean not well as
the
in,
way
like,
you
money.
said it. Like, dude, he's going insane mode, dude. He
Yeah,
has
by,
like
by the time he's 31, he might be as good as you.
Yeah, he'll get there.
Yeah.
The only difference is I don't know how to backflip. That's
yeah. See, that's the one thing. You just have to master that, and then you can enter his territory. You can get into his lane eventually. Can the Aussies confirm this? Will Brother Banks defend this too? What erotic adult imagery, bro? What are you fucking crazy?
I can confirm it. It's okay.
Yeah, we can
You
click
trying to get
over
me
it,
fucking
too.
banned, dude, or are you trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate and he fucked it up? What? Okay, we're done with speed clips. All right, dude, I'm tired. Did fucking clocked
7
another
p.m.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Clocked another 8-hour half-day stream, dude.
Wait, this is half.
What?
How long are you usually
No,
going?
I'm kidding. It's a meme.
You're a monster.
I say it's a half day as a joke. All right, we'll do the Amazon video tomorrow and all these other videos tomorrow. Yeah, time flew by, chat. Okay. Thank you, Aussie boys, for coming on. At the end there. We'll do the Lancet study tomorrow too. Half day because we didn't get any gaming.
Oh, we should play a spooky game.
Oh,
I miss being
yeah.
scared. I haven't been
Yeah.
scared in a year.
You
since I
have
was
it.
here.
This is the last time you got scared. Was
Yeah,
it?
I've been scared since then.
All right, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Okay.
See you later.
I'll have the Aussies on for longer tomorrow. This time we'll do like earlier shit.
I'm allowed to be on here tomorrow?
I
You heard it here.
You're allowed to be on. Sure.
You should just keep Alexa in the back. Just standing
Bro,
behind
he was
him.
just like on. He was just sitting there on his phone. He wasn't even doing nothing. He just liked to be on camera.
I just like people looking at me.
Yeah.
They were commenting on the phone though. It worked.
Yeah.
People want to
Peace,
see
boys. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.